thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Good morning, good afternoon, salut Paris. It's EWC LCQ featuring Rocket League and these two mugs that you're gonna have to see for the next 8 hours. I'm Lemon Kiwi. This is Spaceman, and we are in day 2. Yesterday was a roller coaster, man. I don't even know how to summarize it.
Yeah, that's it. It was a lot. Well, to start, it was a lot of sweeps, and then we had defense, and we had what I assume to be a characterization of comments I saw online, which was that was North American Rocket League, and I think that is the best, most succinct way to put it, because yeah, not the best showing from NA at times, but it's a long weekend. We had a bunch of teams qualify yesterday, and now we have C and D today. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good you play, bars. You just have to make it to Monday, bars. You know what I'm saying?
Bars. Yeah. And for, I mean, a bunch of teams, 16 teams per group, only 4 make it out of each group to make 16 down into playoffs anyway. We already went through Group A and Group B, like Sean said. Man City, Novo, Leipzig, and Volair made it through Group A. I don't think there were any surprises there for anyone who doesn't know Volair. That's Crispy, Growly, and Tox. And Lantique is Anori, Mako, and Skyrix. So that was, I think, going all according to plan. I think the biggest narrative there is Volair Novo maybe having a rivalry. They went to Game 5 going, so they'll be maybe looking at each other for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the closest match outside of, look back, Oxaley's match, which was still kind of a 3-1. Honestly, yeah, the closest one we really had was Volair Novo. It was one of the rare ones that did go 7, the same with Antique, but they also reverse swept, I do want to point out, that we had in the lower quarterfinals of their TRK Esports matchup, but it felt like Novo Esports and Volair, at least off of caliber gameplay alone, was the I guess the standard bearer for what we should expect in the winter semis. And they went 5, of course. Valère went on to play in the lower side of the bracket. They swept through. So yeah, I think going in the future, should we get a rematch, that'd be wonderful, obviously, for just the content's sake. But that was definitely a nice barometer test for what A had to bring to the table. But also on B, we also had a variety of, again, sweeps, but some closer matches in those winter quarters that eventually led to really Criminals kind of just, taking over and showing that NA still has room to grow. Group B ended up being the biggest question mark. I guess the only thing I was upset about for Group A is TRKF not making it through that reverse sweep. I'm glad you brought that out because it was Astro, Prosy, and RizFox. I had them going into playoffs. Speaking of how that works, 128 teams started. Only 4 of each group will make it out, making math. 16 into playoffs. That goes down on Monday. So you guys are watching day 2 currently. And for Group B, biggest standout, we had a huge upset. Food Esports got 3-1 by Criminals, which is those teams. So on Food Esports, consisting of Cheese, Chronic, and Justin. Very, very high expectations for those boys. Everyone is hyping them up. A lot of fans are here to watch them. And they found their way through the lower bracket. And if I could be honest, even in a position where I wasn't even sure if Food Esports were going to make it out of the lower bracket, considering they went to 2 overtimes. And it was looking kind of dicey in some of the games. They did end up winning 3-1 against Oxala's bunch. But that should have been a match that was more clear-cut for me. Oxala's consisting of Nolta, Ray, and Tomio, which is a newer bunch of folks when it comes to Rocket League. Yeah, I gotta wonder if Oxley's, if they run into a different squad, they'd probably make it through. I know Foot had a variety of issues yesterday, and to hit on your point, their biggest problem was simply, as we hit on, getting out of their own way. Should not have been as close as it was, and still question marks for that roster moving forward, and we will be discussing that later on in the broadcast. But yeah, Oxley's bunch, I think, definitely ran into a bit of trouble there in the lower quarterfinals, and if they had played anybody else, maybe had a better chance. But granted, you're playing a weaker NA team on their way down, unable to handle it. They lose in 4, and then BS Plus Competition obviously end up winning yesterday in 4 as well to round out the rest of the day. And that was also a series where BS Plus Competition should not have been as close in their matchup as they were. Eventually, we saw them finally take over in Coliseum Game 4. But it seemed like we were waiting for a lot of teams yesterday to show that they were comfortable on land and to get going. And once they did, we had some highlights for sure. We had some really amazing shots yesterday, but still a lot to be desired from, I think, the teams rounding out the lower half of the top 16, trying to make it for those who have made it to Monday. Everybody else focused on that currently. It did seem like we were kind of separating the 1 or 2 top tier teams, GK otherwise, from everybody else. And I don't know if I should be worried about that, but it's definitely something to think about.
And GK have been this team that haven't been as consistent throughout the year, obviously missing out on Worlds and the Paris major and whatnot. So we were wondering what kind of form they were going to show for this EWC LCQ, because obviously only one team, guys, can make it out of the LCQ, out of, well, the tons and tons of competition from all the regions. So yeah, GK came out with a very clean series, I would say, against BS Plus Competition. Those are the Brazil boys. So I was very impressed to see GK still give it their all in a bracket like this, as they should, but in a 3-game series. So Criminals, GK, Food Esports, and BS Plus Competition out of Group B. So we have half the teams for playoffs already decided, and today you guys will be watching Group C and Group D. Starting with the first round, you see already some couple of players getting into their test lobby. This is going to be Meow Stars versus Darwin Esports, and the winner of this will be facing Stallions. And I know Stallions is a team that is expected to be making it out of this. It's a really solid MENA team with Twiz, Trook, and Nush.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype behind Stallions. I mean, not just from the chat's perspective, not just from the chatter online. There is a lot of expectations on Stallions to be able to live up to the names that they have, Trook and Twiz specifically, 2 players that we have seen multiple times from the MENA region able to finally find this team of 3. Nush, who I think is one of the most underrated players in the region, and Stallions, who kind of feel like it's tough to completely one-to-one this comparison, but when Rule 1 kind of set the standard in MENA for high-powered threes offense, and this was in 2023 at the time, they obviously broke the door open, were able to kind of reestablish that region as being both a defensive powerhouse and an offensive threat against the likes of Europe. point being, Team Stallions obviously trying to fill some of those shoes of representing the region, but also the hype behind these players is not unwarranted, and it does feel like the chatter is definitely, I think, catching up to them. So I'm curious how they will be performing today. Not so much whether they escape. They should qualify for top 16. If they don't, we will have that talk. But Stallions coming in, I want to see a more a cleaner, more polished version of their game, or compared to what we had yesterday for a lot of squads. It just felt like teams were still getting into the rhythm of things. Obviously, it's only day one, now day two, but definitely want to see what they can bring to the table and at least give us an idea of how far they can go.
And this is definitely a good resume patter getting now into the game very soon between Meowstars and Darwin Esport. There's some serious RLCS talent. I mean, just naming like Food Esports, obviously Cheese, Chronic, Justin. You have some huge names. Man City is here, VP, PCS Stride, Genji. The list goes down of players from all over the world that want one last crack at a good prize pool. So excited to see how this is going to break down. Darwin Esport, consisting of an all-French squad. They're on home turf. You got the home ground advantage. They're sitting at a top 30, top 50, I would say, in EU RLCS. Obviously, the toughest region. The French make the best Rocket League players in the world, so I have high expectations for Darwin Esport. Not to hype them up too much, but they I know we could argue all day about that. But these three boys got about a month or two, but very familiar with each other, obviously. You know the people from your own region, so excited for Darwin Esport.
Yeah, I mean, one, it opens the door for jokes, which I'm always a fan of, and I love the name as well. But it does give us a chance to remind those of you who are joining us early on here in the morning and in the day as well that Stallions will be coming up in the winners quarterfinals. They, of course, did not have to worry about that seeding problem for winners round one. So if you're wondering, when do Stallions play? Don't worry. They come up in the next round. We will be going through all matches today for Group C and Group D. Darwin Esport, Meowstars, I'm sure I butchered that, all the way to winners quarterfinals and winners semis. And again, 4 teams from each group will be qualifying through, 2 from upper bracket, 2 from lower bracket, and then we just eliminate everybody else. So if you have a good day today, you're going to be making it to playoffs, top 16 tomorrow for the last chance qualifiers playoffs there. You do well in that, one team can succeed and get a day off before eventually playing in another week-long tournament, which is the main EWC event, which is all for $1 million.
And on the Meowstars side of things, definitely some fresher faces to the Rocket League scene. I know Maki, I mean, haven't seen him compete since a little bit last year, maybe the year before. He's been around for a couple years, but mostly in the community tournament side of things. Pascal, if he is the one playing, or I don't know, he's also known as a coach from the APAC region, representing Team New Zealand and ENC. So it's also kind of cool. If he is coaching, it's cool to see that some of these teams brought out a coach all the way to Paris, or maybe it's not that far, like for teams like Darwin. Because it's nice to have that level head, especially when you're in a different country, someone to guide you around, but also guide you through a difficult series, because this is a double elimination bracket, but you need that extra pair of eyes to analyze the field, you know?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We've seen the benefit of having a good coach in recent memory, Farah. And we've seen what teams can look like when they maybe don't have the right leadership on the back end. I'm not going to name names. It is a position that I think deserves more respect and at least more resources for coaches to get to land to be able to support their boys. But also, we know that for players, a lot of this is micro adjustment. A lot at the end of the day, the responsibility, the onus of their run is on their shoulders, and they get themselves set for a long tournament ahead. There's only so much a coach can really do. Their job is to put things in perspective, not to remind them of how to flip reset, but to tell them, hey, your rotation is sloppy. You've left this gap open. If we're going to prioritize X, Y, or Z, then we can't deprioritize A, B, C. Just keep things in focus as we get ourselves set for day number 2 and already a goal.
All right. That's Coach Pascal teaching him how to do some kickoffs. And my bad, that was OCE. But hey, I don't know if he's still living in OCE, but this is quite a far journey. And well, didn't have to travel too far for that kickoff, because hey, that's really how you set the tone for this match.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of cheeky kickoff goals to get things going in our tournament here this weekend. It is Sunday, right? We have one more day of action.
Sunday fun day.
wild that we have for esports folks. You know, having a Saturday, Sunday, Monday event is somehow weirder than having a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know. It just throws me through a loop.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, we have a whole nother day tomorrow.
No, and this group does not feel as cut and dry. Like, we already yapped about Stallions, but there's also VP and Dignitas in this group. Remember, only 4 spots per group. Pretty competitive. You got VP with Wavy, Talk, and 2-piece. Who else? Dignitas has 5 up 4 and an Appjack. So I'd love to see kind of these mixed rosters.
Yeah,
But,
I can't wait to see Appjack. Oh, he's like my European Slater
yeah,
in a way. Yeah.
I see it. I see the vision.
Thank you. He's a special man. And shout out to Pascal, of course, the resident German in the lobby. Love to see. Underneath, air dribble bump, not even close, but some good offense to start. Again, it's going to be a long day, folks, so strap in, get yourself some nice water, stay hydrated, and we will be keeping you updated through all the action that happens not only off screen, but also here on the main broadcast. All best of 5s throughout the rest of this weekend today. Everything is a best of 5. Tomorrow, best of 7 comes in the grand finals, but all about qualification today for these squads. And obviously, we will be walking you through the action as we start off with a kickoff bowl, but since then, it's been pretty quiet.
Yeah, that was quite the wake up for Darwin. And this is quite a marathon, a gauntlet for not only the broadcast, but also the players that are here at home. You need to finish off the food that you choose, Sotex. That was right there served up for you. Maki off to the side, and a lot of boost being gathered now from Darwin, hoping to box out this team and get the equalizer going. And still having control of the midfield is good, and even now scooping this up into the air. You see Ever chasing people around for bumps, no boost in the net, and still can't carve their way through.
That double reset was an eye-opener, for sure. If we're getting kind of mixed like that and that kind of space to work with, going to be worried about what Darwin brings to the table offensively, but so far, it has not been too much for the defense to handle. Great shot, rips off the post, follows through. We got ourselves a 2-0 game for game 1.
Which is kind of nuts to say, because Darwin were cooking up a goal for quite a while, were checking off all the boxes to do so, boost starving, getting all the space, and then quickly the other side, Meow, which you're gonna hear us say that, I guess, a few times. The Meow Stars, quick to continue their domination. Which I know the domination in heavy quotations, but no response yet for Darwin.
You know what we say? It's only game 1. They can have it because they're gonna need it. But I do like
there we go.
Nice little flick as well. I do like at least the start of more control, especially today. Possession yesterday, I should say, was a bit of a long-winded conversation for teams. This time, though, we've already seen a double reset. We've seen much more confidence in some of these pops. Clearly, players are warmed up. One day down on the tournament. A lot of time for Group C and D to have chances to at least go over their game plan and get some training packs in. We'll see if those things come to fruition today, and a very nice approach to start.
Was worried about Meow Stars getting boost starved now on 2 runs that the offensive Darwin went through, so including getting demoed when you got nowhere to escape to. Now this gets squeezed in front of the net, and Ever's now just trying to slow down the retaliation, and it's barely happening. Now ball up to the wall, and Ever is on the counterattack. 1v1 against Sky, who's able, or not Sky. I don't even know how you say that. Sire? I like that. Sire sounds official.
I'm looking through it right now. I'm phonetically spelling it out as we speak. Nice save. Even better one. Oh, somebody get there. Nice crossing pattern is there just in time. Third man picks it up, but stalled. Struggling on the boost here. Pascal will get out. Opportunities again. Full tank. We'll see if they can get downfield. They won't. Pokes it free. And now a chance, as everybody kind of whiffs at this thing, just to establish more of a presence downfield. We'll chain dash off the wall. Mackie trying to get into the corner, but Pascal sends it right back to the center of the box. Tough on the read, chips it off the cross. And cut down the lane. Follow-up shot, not going to be there. Good defense at the field.
Okay, whoa, Milo. Okay, cannot afford that one last drive with 43 seconds to go. This gets fed to Sotex and deposited in the net. We have ourselves a tie. And despite a lot of the sweeps that we had yesterday, a lot of the initial games came down to moments like this where you have that equalizer right as you think the clock is about to tick down for the first game. So it was a 2-0 start for the Meow Stars. We'll see if that dims out now that Darwin are back in the picture. And not too much of a resistance there on their end as Milo is not able to carve through that transition.
It's nice little deja vu from yesterday, where we had a 2-0 lead and started game one, tied it up. Mackie all the way to the backboard. Not going to happen this time. Seen a couple of chances here where first man has 40 in the tank or so and has been chasing after that possession. Hasn't been as clean as maybe they wanted the midfield, but that one was wide open. Defense does get a hand up in time. Third man just there to put himself in position. However, a shot towards the net will immediately get careened away towards the corner. Picked up by nobody. We got ourselves another overtime to start day one of day two.
And the winner gets towards a match towards Stallions and kind of a miss, but Sotex will bail out the team. Milo follows up. Good teamwork there from Darwin. And now the net seems open. Cyreeks with one final save. Pascal will add to that equation, and they're barely keeping this one out. The Sotex needs a secondary, and now they just can't seem to pierce through that right post. And finally, a breakout, a much-needed one, but not really any possession from Meow Stars until Pascal just wins the 50. Awkward second touch, and Cyreeks will make the most out of it. But Maki has to disengage, wants to wait for the perfect chance to step up.
That was, again, a nice cut to shut down the swing there from Darwin. It looked like they were setting themselves up for the pass. But the defense, right there for the read, played it quickly off the backboard. I should say back wall, excuse me. Milo will look for some pressure off the sidewall. Instead gives it to his teammate. And right off that back wall we go. Huge 50 though, pitches it downfield. And again, in transition, both these teams have been really clutch at finding that opening contest. There's a little fight through the 50. The challenge game so far. Waiting to see who the victor will be. Vying for a position once again in the corner. It still remains Darwin's ball, and they will try to escape, but right back into the swing of things we go.
And Milo, I think, was a really consistent pillar as that third man having to really jump up for it. But let's see if Ever can end it. Up into the air, Sotex to the ceiling. Pascal misses. That's critical, but Maki keeps it out of the net as the overtime keeps drumming as Ever misses that. And Maki sends it away. Depending on how he recovers here, Sotex will rob him to left back as Sotex loses that 50. Back and forth we go to now the orange half where Darwin will be tested.
Cyreeks was going for a little bit of a chase. It's going enforcer mode. Again, demos yesterday started to prove quite beneficial. Goal line did not last long for many teams. This time, though, all individual plays. And once again, the boys in blue will get out of a dangerous situation. See if they can escape dodge once again. Mackie, nice catch. Challenge, follow-up going to be there. And one more time, we race it into the corner. Still looking for that real long drive downfield for Darwin. Maybe this is it. Waiting off the backboard. Redirect a little bit high. Follow-up shot not going to be there this time. And Pascal will very quickly get that to the sidewall.
Also, which defense is going to make the first mistake, but which third man is going to be the greediest? Because I've seen some moments where step-ups can be real risky. Good shove as Cyreeks will lead the charge. It floats in front of the net, and we're all just watching paint dry. Holy cow, Meow Stars get game one out of that.
It's game one. Get those jitters out early. It's just going to take a look at this replay because that just kind of, okay, rolls in. That is one of the goals of all time. And one that you will be seeing a lot pushed around for defense. Please plug your eyes in. Where are we?
Wow.
Yeah, that was one of them.
Absolute cinema, but the ratings results may vary. So that was the most hilarious way to end a game one when all three defenders are there.
Doodle Bob goal if I've ever seen it. That was just, I mean, what the heck are we doing? It's early. You know what? I like some whimsy to start, for sure. Look, that last goal is not indicative of the quality of the gameplay we saw for the first, I don't know, what, 6-7 minutes, including the overtime. It was really, really well paced, and then there was that. But other than that, it was really well paced. And again, I am extremely excited to see how far some of these teams specifically can go. When we're looking at like Meow Stars, their adjustments have been much more in line with, I think, what we would expect from teams with experience, either in LCQ or even if you look at like open qualifiers for majors. They are a team that clearly has a variety of options to their pacing. So I want to know how far this team can really go, avoiding those moments where the defense just completely gives up.
And it was Pascal that kind of stole the show with a 5-second kickoff, which now Darwin are going to take note of that. As look at Cyrix showing off the Max. Pascal wanting to bump into the net and not able to combine swords in time, but Maki runs out of boost. We'll have to leave this to Pascal, who's more on disruption duty as the third man of Cyrix, with the only one with boost having to step up. And that was one thing I wanted to be careful of for Meow Stars is their boost management. A lot of them running on fumes.
Seen that as a running theme this weekend. It is still Sunday. And careful, as defenses have had to struggle on low boost, but many have made the most of it. With a big clear downfield, gives it right back to his teammate. Everino didn't go quite far enough. Back to individual ball. And already a different way of game 2 opening up than we had to start, which was an opening goal on the kickoff to begin game 1. This time, though, great catch.
Okay.
Baits one. Can't get around the second. Pascal there has been very crucial in some low boost situation on the defensive line, been able to get there and 50 the way out.
And Ever went back for blood. He just roamed through the back line and demoed one. I think got himself demoed when Meow Stars realized what was happening. And this is kind of what is resetting the whole tempo of this team. And Sotex places the shot far left, and Meow Stars couldn't get a hand up. So as long as Darwin dodged some of these kickoffs, turns out that they may just be the better team. But the fumble on game 1 is what I think makes this match a lot more even, because mechanically I'm seeing more out of Darwin's team.
Yeah, and usually you got player on back wall, that's their ball to take, but Cyrix was in the right position to be able to kick it over the first striker and potentially play it up midfield. Just a bit of a miscue there from the defense. They eventually give up the double commit. Looks pretty simple. Backboard, double taken away. And if you're Darwin, you're very happy with how things have gone as the defense starting to show some signs of distress on the other side. And you're like, all right, we have some solid position, not only at the midfield, but being able to control the pace of the game so far. Let's see if they can double up their score.
And Cyrix on the, or I should say, Sotex on the orange half, how he recovers from a defense and transitions is what kind of gives a lot of firepower to Darwin Esport. Is Milo really consistent on the defensive front? He's got to work through a lot of traffic, and now 1v1 against Cyrix. He's able to take this away. A lot of push and pull in this midfield as it takes physical play for the Meow Stars to put Darwin Esport into submission. But this is what I say about this third man overextending at times. Milo had to almost back pass, and through the fire and the flames, Darwin still keep it out.
They got him in chokehold now. I mean, you've got so much pressure upfield, done a really nice job of being able to keep that ball on the ground. Forcing the defense to go chasing, splits the numbers. Now makes it a little bit more difficult to find passes downfield, but Sotex is there ready. Just in case he has to get over aggressive, does go chasing for a minute. Follow-up shot. Like the decision there from Darwin. They will get it in, however. Everino was ready for that errant rebound. It kind of kicks out awkwardly, but great first angle there from Amillo. And follow-up, another perfect center. Execution's looking good.
And even with the kitchen fully occupied on the Meow Star side, like, it gets real busy in there. Like, there's so many warm bodies, the wires get crossed, and okay, off a kickoff, 2-on-1, and Cyrix still disrupts and gets a free ball out of it. So Darwin Esport could have really put some more trouble on the field here in game 2, entering the second half with a an unresponded to lead. And it doesn't look like Meow Stars are working on anything special quite yet, unless Pascal gets a down low pass to somebody, but really Darwin are just all over it.
Need some magic out of Mackie right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Feel me? I got aggressive, sorry. It's an opportunity. You're down 2-0. It's not as safe as you'd think. If you're a Foot Esports fan, that is essentially a tie game. Everything else, though, a chance for a little bit of flair. Pascal going to try to beat it off the high side of the backboard. Follow up. Good contest. Defense still gets a hand in front. Cyrex, open net. There we go. It's a slot, and it's a 1-goal game.
Yeah, Darwin were working on that clear, and Ever was committed. Milo was rotating back post, and that left the gap once he got demoed. So full team effort from Meow Stars, really starting to feel the desperation. They just needed the one to now make this a tieable situation, at least in overtime, that could be forced. Cyrex runs head first. Ever forces the double commit. Now Meow Stars are in a bad spot. These bounces off the back wall have caught them off guard, but a long down clear as Maki unable to get the beat on that. Cyrex, careful touch here, and it feeds right to a shot on net. Two crossed up. The save is there, and Meow Stars need a bailout.
What a fascinating team Darwin's been so far. Hold on, double tap is there. So Tex able to put it away, and insurance policy kicks in with 42 on the clock. What an interesting team this has been so far, because they get upfield, they establish so much pressure. Instead of getting over aggressive when they have the space to do so, they pulled back, kept two at the midfield. But that second opportunity, that third man just screams into the play and so quickly picks up the read. Again, it's like they take one step backwards, but then 3 steps forward, and they're finding success on this defense that it has really had to turtle up in the last 45, and it sneaks through again. Wow, what a fascinating little game we got here. 4-1, 31 seconds. I'm liking this.
It's this back wall. Meow Stars just aren't really getting reads on that. It bounces out, feeds right back to Darwin, who take a pretty soft shot towards the net, and Meow Stars don't realize what's happening until it's too late. A lot of, at least 2 or 3 goals have now happened off of defensive mistakes. Not even off of double commits, just all 3 are there. Now Darwin Esport taking over the game after their own mistake costed them the overtime in game 1. So that was not only the nail in the coffin, but feeling like the kiss of death in that game too. Absolutely. So we'll have ourselves a tie series going into game 3, which again, inklings of Darwin Esport definitely having the better offense, but it's which defenses look the weakest. And so far it's Meow Stars with the reads that definitely need improvements.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they just didn't really have a whole lot to bank on in this game. Very much turtled up and required 2 men up at the midfield. They didn't quite have that infield passing that they would have liked, so the field constricts, and with that, the sidewall's taken away. When the sidewall's taken away, the ceiling opens up for the likes of Darwin, and when it did, we saw a variety of opportunity, both solo plays and double ups on challenges. Again, this kind of opened up the scoring. It was a 2-0 into a 2-1, and from there, we started to see a little bit more confidence as Meow Stars were like, all right, we got a demo, we've been able to clear their back line, we're at least downfield longer than we've been holding possession. We'll take that, but this is where things start to break apart, and the volley of shots is just too much to be able to block against. This was a nice double off the backboard, clearly a highlight play so far, and a very, very nice response by Darwin. Again, these two teams back and forth. Excited to see if we can get a full series out of them, but I got a feeling that this is going to be a high-scoring affair, and I'm really like what I see them so far.
And Darwin are quick to patch up what they noticed in game 1, which is denying the kickoff potential from Meow Stars, to then really hounding the net. And
are you saying they evolved?
Noticing, yeah, they really did evolve. Yeah. Holy, you just blew my mind. And then that back wall from Meow Stars is so vulnerable in the way that Darwin just kept taking full advantage of the defense. Just could not really fight back in that moment. But hey, game 3, now anyone's series to take.
And that means somebody's going to step up and become a superstar. Or somebody's going to make a mistake. Who knows? All I know is the demo leads way to a 1v1 downfield. Very careful. Pascal actually gets it right out over the hood, which is still somehow working out for him. He's been excellent on low boost so far defensively. Monster Cat decal. Love to see it. So Tex able to dribble it out to midfield. Passes to Mavilo. Everino now taking the shot. So well done downfield. Just accuracy a bit off, but execution was there nonetheless.
This is that potential that Darwin Esport has showed us. And Sotex, I don't think I've really seen him miss on the defense. So really ironclad on that end, only allowing 1 goal in that previous game. and even allowing them to send the whole house, all three of them on offense. Meowstars haven't had a good punish quite yet, and accuracy, and it continues to be an issue. Both sides of the net being explored and not the back of it.
That is the look, though. They've been able to double stack that right corner, and as they've done so, the defense is pulled out. They then get the cross into the box. It's a corner, essentially, right? Like, it's really well played, and they've done it consistently. Not a lot of pressure able to get up there to contest it, though the double commit does come out right back towards his teammate. Pass back. Oh, you've been playing with your food for so long on this back wall. Starting to see Darwin feel much more confident at slowing the defense down as they get in position. Oh, this is going to be a real good game. Off the backboard is the double there. It is in on target. Everino slots it for the first.
And what a beat, too. And kind of a tough angle to cut, all set up there by Sotex. And look at that. Small touch, and Darwin get their first goal on the board. As it is written, so it shall be. We kind of knew that Darwin were showing us the true talent, but wait a minute. This is these kickoffs that they kind of forgot about, and none other than Pascal to respond.
Oh, yeah, nice read through the traffic, finds the gap. We call that an A gap for those who are unaffiliated with the real football.
The real football. I'm dead. Hey.
Saw one non-American team and immediately had to start getting my my patriotism on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
The coach knows ball. Pascal with the kickoffs. And after all that effort that Darwin spent, oh, wait a minute. This pass is kind of nice. Ever taking their time, shoved off the ball, and Pascal brings it to safety.
And they're stretching this defense out, and it's really paying dividends. Again, you cut off that second pass upfield, no extension here. Ball's in kind of no man's land, but you can take your time to scoop it back up, get your teammates in position, goes for the bump. Everino getting aggressive upfield. That demo leads way to an opportunity here for the defense, but still pressure mounts, and Darwin are not leaving off possession even when they don't have much to give here.
All of Darwin are making the Triforce of truth around this ball. I was kind of worried how kind of little space they're taking around, but it's clearly Meowstars that are trapped and now heads underwater as Darwin will take the lead going into the second half.
Yeah, I think Darwin's got this defense figured out. We saw it kind of indicative of the last game once those volley of shots in the second half, the back half of the 2 minutes, came in. It was 3 to 4 shots to 2 goals on the score sheet. This has been very, very poised from everybody. And we're talking like team passes, infield cuts. This has been a team effort, and it looks comfortable. It looks very, very well read all the way across the field. Not that the defense from Meowstars has been bad. It hasn't been. They've been playing just fine. It's just they're getting sliced. They're starting to get picked apart, and when you stretch that defense out, at some point something's got to give. And Darwin are doing a great job.
Yeah, when Meowstars have their backs against the wall, there's so hard for them to get organized or just have space to rotate. And they've been the team that has gotten the most boost starved throughout this series. Darwin, now their defense finally getting looks. Meowstars haven't been able to get this ball even just in front of the net. Some tough angles, maybe feeds out to Maki. Good chance. Third man stepping up, and Cyrix loses that. That is critical, giving Darwin a bigger lead.
It's never easy to see kind of a mistouch on the backboard and say, all right, this is going to be indicative of how the offense will swing through. But it does give you an idea of just the confidence for this squad and recognizing that they haven't been winning a lot of the challenge game for Meowstars. You see it there. Third man has to come up and play midfield, does everything right, but the 50s aren't going their way. It's just too much power, too much pressure, and Darwin have been just a clear step ahead in this series, and it's been enough. What a redirect. Everino trying to get up there to meet it. But with a 3-1 lead here in Game 3, gotta think that momentum has swung hard enough to the opposite side where clearly this series is now on series point with Darwin feeling confident.
Darwin having those extra mechs to be able to get away with double taps, to Musty get extra power on the ball. Like Darwin are pulling out all the punches, Meowstars, the bumps, the physicality. Sometimes you just have to make the space with force. It's Pascal getting in everyone's way. Sotex, too high of a ball for Meowstars to work with, but they are still trying to muscle through. They come back with boost. Now a breath in Ever's lungs, but Meow Stars just can't get a solid first touch to get some momentum going on their side. And the goal would have needed to happen now because there's less than 30 seconds. And if not, Darwin are going to match point.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're spending 45 seconds just setting up the shot, and you're not even getting really a good look at it. Credit to the defense, but also we haven't seen any rips for the midfield, not a whole lot of aggression from the elbow. If you can't play aggro when you're in the offensive third, and that's credit to the defense, you don't have a lot of opportunities to keep the defense low on boost or simply create space. It's been very difficult for Meow Stars to find an opening offensively. Their defense has been giving them an opportunity to stay in the game. But again, at some point, you got to score to at least find the lead. They don't. Darwin Esports do. And Darwin looked very, very comfortable. And the way that they approached this game 3, just complete control on the ground, specifically taking away the option of the sidewall for Meow Stars, that specifically was keeping the defense one-dimensional, sure. But, I mean, it shortens the field to such a significant difference that Darwin then can choose to play a little bit more mechy, a little bit more solo. And then as you're focused on that as a defense, you leave space and gaps open for the other people to, you know, rotate in and fill that spot. And then we started to see the likes of Darwin say, oh, okay, you're going to challenge us on our mechs. You're going to play this 1v1 man-to-man defense. Fine. We're going to start splitting up the offensive third, playing through the corner and using those infield passes to keep the defense jumping on low boost. Once they did, everything else was just about making sure you hit your shot like we had here. It was a big challenge in the midfield, an icing on the cake for what was an otherwise outstanding offensive performance. And Darwin just looked like a team that is entirely in sync.
It's such an excellent game out of Ever, especially in game 3 with, I mean, you saw in the replays 2 really nice goals. One where he had a great beat on the defense and then shot placement. I know accuracy has been left and right for both teams, but Ever has shown a higher level of consistency, giving them now match point. And even they had the edge going into the second half, so being able to maintain that is also important, especially cleaning up what happened to Darwin in game 1, which we will not speak of. No longer watching paint dry. As speaking of Ever, he almost got dunked there from Pascal, but really not, really just Meow Stars trying to be more aggressive than previously.
Oh,
and
baby.
paying the price.
Oh, they call that the Fear Special. I don't know why, but it looks good. I think that's why. Nice mustache on it as well. Look at that catch downfield all the way there. That's all my break.
And Darwin up a goal already, but wait. That's why you got to pay attention to the kickoffs. Maki escorts this to safety. Cyrix has Sotex on his tail as Ever. Oh, need a stronger touch. Okay, I was worried that was just going to float in front of the net. The Sotex drives away. Took a lot of boost for Darwin just to transition, but a lot of time being bought here from Sotex, as the rest should be rotating it.
That operative word should be. See if it actually connects. Not quite. Here's a chance, though. Now Stars just can't thread it. I've seen a couple of times where accuracy has been an inch or 2 off. And boy, does that make the difference. Relax, chat. Darwin, all the way downhill. Lemon gets together. Oh, almost got it again. Connection was there. Redirect was as well. But length of the field does not matter. We will go coast to coast if we have to for the defense. Individual challenges once again. Darwin are there.
Darwin are holding back a storm, but Meow Stars pressure still hoping to be built. 1 brick at a time. Ooh, in front of the net. That was looking scary. Someone has to step up, and Maki just hesitates. Trying to take some height now. Just took a lot of boost to get the speed as Cyrix almost served up the perfect shot. But Darwin body blocks in front of the net. It's retaliation not fully there. Meow Stars going in for round 2. They bring out the defense, but Maki couldn't put it on target.
Poor guys. Yeah, you see it there. I mean, I love that we have the face cams up, the picture-in-picture. Yeah, that's just one that you got GG go next, but also you have to shake it off. There is not a whole lot of opportunity in these best of 5s to get away with it, as they just did. Nice long clear downfield. Again, in connection. So many times where the defense of Darwin have been very quick to flip the script past that 50-yard line. We'll see again if they can try to find a goal. Already up 1-0. Great extra touches. This team's starting to make their reads so quickly. That's going to be a goal. Good Lord. Look at this setup. I want everybody to pay attention. Let's look at this setup. Double, sets it on a platter, bumps his teammate who gets it off the back wall, and Everino falls for the third man. That is gorgeous. That's awesome. That's good Rocket League.
And ever the shot placements on these high balls, he's really impressed me. He did that even in game 3. Can thread the needle in these tough angles. And Meow Stars, I had hope. And that's starting to dim. There is a whole second half, but I would have liked to see a kickoff goal just to kind of stem the bleeding here. Or at least when you are served the perfect opportunity, you just can't miss those. As Maki is also tying up like 3 defensive members. So Meow Stars, they could just get this ball back in front of the net. Something to work with. Drawing out the defense, though, is how you make space. And Maki was almost a human bulldozer out there.
Yeah, you can see that second player, Pascal, waiting to see if there's going to be a clearing in front of the lane, in front of the net, excuse me. It just wasn't. Then gets beat by the defender. Oh, almost ricochets back in. So close yet so far. Really indicative. Wow, what an angle. Sotek's placement. Ooh, good Lord, this team is fun to watch, man. I'm having a good time.
I'm saying, man, the mechs on this team is what's gonna bring them to the next level, what is gonna bring them to the next round. They're on match point. It's 3-0. And Meow Stars, they could have been up by 1 or 2 goals if accuracy wouldn't be as much of an issue. All eyes are on Everest. Sotex says no double for you. But let's go and let's try that one again. Now they're sabotaging each other.
Oh, I thought I was going to go for the double. Never mind. Okay. I'm waiting for a triple reset today. I'm waiting. Oh, what a takeaway, Everino. Stop. It's not nice. You just saw them miss the post earlier. Look at that read. Good God.
Well, I'm going to update the rest of the bracket now. Sky, Esport, and Guns N' Roses. Wow. Real deal. Getting into Rocket League. Get into the next round. So VP, Sky, Esport, Triple Pop versus Guns N' Roses. The winner of this against Stallions, like we said. And Dignitas is facing No Car Esports. And No Car just came off of a sweep themselves in a quicker one than this series. So 4-0, and we're still stat padding. Milo is going to get on the board.
Well, everybody be put on notice for Darwin. They are hitting their stuff.
Yes, sir. And there is a lower bracket, guys, so don't worry. Meow Stars can go for lunch and come back even stronger. Food can make a difference. I assume it's lunchtime over there. Close to. Ish. But hey, you get back into your next match a lot fresher, and we'll update you guys on the bracket as it goes on. But hey, let's turn that donut into a breadstick. Speaking of lunch, because Meow Stars, it's good to walk away with at least one.
Yeah, I mean, one for the road. Call it a doggy bag goal. Just something. You got to establish some confidence. You definitely need to recalibrate, as they would say, because it's been. I mean, this has clearly been the largest blowout so far of this series, of the day to begin. It's been one-sided ever since really like minute 2 of game 2. It's as impressive as it's been for Darwin. I do want to keep something in focus, though, is that, yeah, we've seen this team kind of take over, and Meow Stars have been getting pushed through the ringer. But Meow Stars have also played in stretches, like, again, really solid defense, and their offense has been in position to put goals away. Yes, they've missed at times. Yes, they've made some mistakes, but it's not like they came out and played horrible. They were just flat when they needed to be able to get to the midfield and challenge, and in other times were simply being outmaneuvered by the mechs of Darwin. So curious if this team will be able to, right some of those wrongs in the lower bracket, but just solid GGs across the board. Darwin was phenomenal in this game, and very excited to see how far that team at least can go today. They should qualify if that's how they're playing. Man, it's going to be a good day at Rocket League.
Yeah, this group just doesn't feel as cut and dry compared to the other ones. I mean, the big favorites being obviously Stallions, Dignitas, and VP. But even then, we've seen some crazier upsets like TRKF, I believe in Group A or Group B, not making it through. Here's the highlights of the 4-game series we had between the Meow Stars and Darwin Esport, where Darwin, I mean, they brought a lot of experience to the table as an all-French squad that have been together for a few months, I would say, and have competed through the likes of EURLCS, which obviously molds you to be quite a strong team, or at least strong enough to get through the first round.
Yeah. The systems in Europe are going to be studied for obviously for years, and it's been a topic of conversation for as long as Rocket League's been around. But after that first game, it wasn't so much that confidence was zapped. It was we saw one team start to just absolutely take over, and they found their sync. They were absolutely synergized. This game 3 was the start of the breakdown, and it felt like nonstop. We were watching and waiting for Darwin to just take the ball away. Wherever they were at on the field, Darwin were ready to either create a shot out of nowhere or to suffocate the defense in ways that we haven't quite seen this weekend. And it's been fun to watch on our end, and I'm sure very difficult and frustrating on the other side, but it's what Darwin are bringing to the table in this LCQ. And for Meow Stars, again, there were still positives to take away into the lower bracket, but this was a very, very good series for offenses, and Darwin doing what they did. 4-1, 3-1, 5-0, just all around tip of the cap.
Ooh, we got some good talent just under some, well, I guess less official names coming up. Our next match that we're going to be going to is Triple Pop versus Guns N' Roses. And Triple Pop consisting of Osaft, Motion, and Bababa, which I know in the EU RLCS scene, those guys surprised a lot of people in the most recent regionals as individuals, and especially Bababa being the talk of the town on that side of things. So Triple Pop, I mean, it's in the name how they're going to do. And then against GNR or Guns N' Roses, that'll be a pretty good one. Still looking for where their roster is, but I guess we'll make sure all the players are ready to go very soon. Yeah,
this is again going to be a winners quarters finals match. Virtus Pro currently in their winners quarters, up 1-0. Dignitas, no car in their match as well. And we're going to get ready for Triple Pop and GNR. And as we do, we're going to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with winners quarters here for Group C, Day 2. We'll see you then. Hey, welcome back in. Good morning, good afternoon. You know the deal. It's me, Spaceman, joined by Lemon Key. We got another long day of action. We just concluded with Meow Stars, good lord, versus Darwin. Darwin, quite fascinating of a squad to watch. Their offense was potent as ever, and man, they're hitting their shots. But we go to the winners quarters finals now here on Sunday. Triple Pop versus Guns N' Roses for currently the only match that we haven't yet started on the winners quarters. Lemon Kiwi versus Pro just swept their way through Sky Esports. Stallions and Darwin Esport, which is underway, which I'm sure a lot of fans are going to be curious about. We will give you updates as we can, and any idea about what Stallions are doing, obviously we'll try to keep you informed. Dignitas and Okar are currently in game 2. Dig is up 1-0. Keep that in mind. But Triple Pop, Guns N' Roses will be the main match we have here on our side of the stream, and I'm very excited to see Guns N' Roses play for the first time.
You see that venue is starting to fill up because, yeah, there's, as you can see on the sign, if you know how to read, Counter-Strike 2 LCQ is going down on the other stream as well. So it's getting hectic. It's getting heated. Actually, probably literally the temperature is going up over there. So you got to lock in through all the noise that is going down over there. But so far, so good. As like you said, the winners quarterfinal, you have to win either 2 or 3 matches, depending on if you started in the first round or the second round. And if you're a lucky team like Triple Pop, then you only have to win 2 matches. And speaking of Triple Pop, kind of exciting to see Bababa, because I know a lot of people were talking about him in ERLCS, if that's the same one I'm thinking of.
Mm-hmm. A lot of exciting chances for players who have splintered off from the main RLCS timeline, for lack of a better word, and for those who have formed teams here for EWC as the venue continues to fill out today. Nice to see that both CS still having a stay in the venue, and you know, again, we've seen a lot of the conversation of it feels like DreamHack. It feels like throwing back to being like back in Afghanistan, and it's true. It just feels like a massive DreamHack. Great to see Rocket League here with all these setups, but there's going to be a lot of rotating talent from the top side of EU and from those who have been in the RLCS competition before, so keep your eyes peeled. We will try to keep you updated with what we get from specifically the Dignitas stream, but also, I should say, series, but also what we are looking at over with Stallions and Darwin. I'm just keeping my eyes on that because, one, curious about how Darwin will perform, but two, again, Team Stallions, so much going in terms of conversation and obviously hype. People are very excited for this team, rightfully so. Curious how they're going to perform in that matchup. Should be an absolute banger. Dignitas now, I believe, up 2-0 in their series, if that is correct. So we could be seeing another sweep in the winners quarters, but for now, Triple Pop, Guns N' Roses. Winner of this goes on to play Virtus Pro, who has been sweeping their way through nonstop.
And just to talk about the recent showings for Triple Pop, I mean, a lot of hype behind OSAF. Speaking of hype, which I'm probably going to butcher that because I think it stands for like orange juice or something like that. I remember they were telling me about that when he was on Calugaris, which got pretty far.
Oh, what a shout.
In that most recent regional. And then Gritty Goose was the team that Bababa was on. I forgot who was on there, but it had some serious talent. It got pretty far. Motion was on Toad in the Hole. We also got far in the most recent Paris regionals. So it's cool to see kind of the different pieces, the strongest parts of different puzzles come together. So I have high hopes for Triple Pop to try and make it out of this bracket.
It's always wild. This has absolutely nothing to do, but everything to do with the match we have coming up. It is just always wild to go through series by series and just see the variety of talent we have. But I mean, these kids are starting off their careers in esports, and this is one of the biggest events that you can really find in the last decade to be able to showcase what you have to raise your stock. And it's always nice to see that no matter where we go or what's going on, Rocket League will have some kind of staying power, and players want to play. You build it, they will come. They've done just that, and we continue to see more and more of the younger generation and so on get involved with this esport, and it's just awesome to see.
Yeah, and
that's my spiel.
Young indeed.
I'm just
Bababa's 15 years old, so I'm unfortunately double his age. So GG, but hey,
damn,
he's on the field. I'm watching. Now I'm excited to watch him. It's gonna be a really important match. As on the other side, Gunner, consisting of some strong Spanish talent on that side, as Koku is already putting shots on target. And Dantro is also applying pressure, so Gunner ain't messing around.
Not at all. Again, you know what the stakes are coming into this. Understand that it's going to be a gauntlet of a day. It already has been. C and D on your docket today. Everything else tomorrow. All playoffs, top 16. Winner of that one solo winner of Battle Royale style will be going on to play in the main event. They get a day off if they are lucky, or they take that to scrim. We'll see. Into it though, Guns N' Roses, Triple Pop on your screens. And I don't know if we're going to get the same kind of explosive offense we had from Darwin, but very curious how this series' personality will come to bloom.
It's that first game that's everyone feeling each other out. Kind of how our team's really running their offenses. Who is the player they're trying to feed the ball to? And all eyes are on Ozaft. Wow, just muscling through traffic there. First goal for Triple Pop.
There's Ozaft. Nice read. Good fake around the end as well. I mean, it's a pretty easy flip, and defense just went over the top. Don't really know if I should call it a fake. I don't think it was. Either way, though, it worked. And you know what? That's all that matters. Also, defense is there. Nice job as the third man to get back.
Yeah, this has been some talent on the rise for Triple Pop.
Oh, come on.
Especially being competitive in EU is not a story that a lot of players can tell. So it's going to be an uphill battle for the boys on Guns N' Roses. But okay, motion. Showing us some tech, but stopped at the wall.
All right, a little bit more space than they're accustomed to, I'd think. It seems like at least Triple Pop are living up to the name, reset, and having quite a bit of success finding some real estate on the sidewall. One's got to think those greener pastures will at some point dry out. You got to think that boost will come into play, and if it does, if you're Guns N' Roses, you're going to start taking that away. As Coco was circling for full boost, eventually just commits to the ball. I think right decision, takes away a shot. And good ideas from Guns N' Roses to start as they look for another chance to break out, but they're getting bullied and peppered off that backboard and still fighting through low boost.
And I want to see how these teams compare mechanically, because Triple Pop, man, there's some really strong mechanics, especially from Bababa, and that's why a lot of people were talking about him in EU as especially a young player with so much to prove and a ceiling that is still growing. So Guns N' Roses, it's going to be the teamwork that makes the dream work, and also what level of mechanics they can show against some new prospects.
And there's nowhere to go with that ball. Both strikers shadowing the escaping player. You're going to run point. You need a little bit more space than that. Coco getting a bit of it. Works it around Osaft and gets the second touch. Nice extension upfield. Finally, the offense starts to spring as Guns N' Roses find some rhythm here in the corner, and we'll get rewarded with that grab. Boosting the tank to burn and a bit for takeoff. Lassa. Two biting, but heavily off that backboard. Again, taken away, and a long clear downfield allows for a moment of Triple Pop to find some reprieve, but not a whole lot of space.
And Koku and Lassa also competed in EU RLCS, in those Paris Opens and Boston Regionals, of course, but sitting more at the top 30 to top 60 range. So could be outclassed, and Bababa, you need to finish off your food. But Ozap goes in for round two. Motion on the other side. A lot of collisions for Guns N' Roses to keep this out, and some demos to relieve some of these players off their backs.
I'm trying to think of a reference I can make for Baba and her magic orb, for those who know, but at some point I'll figure it out. That's an interesting little challenge. It does work out, though. Works it off the back of the Fennec. Little motion, the little engine that could. But ran out of boost to get downfield. It happens. But Baba, well, kind of hovers around the play. Osaf says final take it and looks just for the extension. They are forcing that right corner, excuse me. And they're trying to get the defense to overcommit. But credit to the defense. Guns N' Roses has not been sending the house. They have not been jumping at this ball, so they will continue to stay fully fledged at that offensive third.
Unless my bracket is lying to me, this is the first match for both teams, because I don't believe Guns N' Roses had an opponent for their first round. So it's an important factor to consider of this being your warm-up game, your warm-up match. There's nothing to kind of prepare you for this, because usually Triple Pop would be at the disadvantage sitting already in this winners quarterfinal being a higher seed. But for now, Triple Pop only lead by one, so I'm kind of tempering my expectations of what this series could be, and if this is going to be a moment where they evolve and show us even more. Zozak takes to the skies. He had the first goal, but he gets clapped down there by Dantro.
We see an all-soft order with a wall dash. Okay, so clearly picking up speed as they tried to force through that second goal. Baba just sending it on a gentle touch towards the net. Should this stand? It likely will. Great save, but still down. Coco flips it into no man's land on low boost. Lhasa had an idea. Still keeps it up. Great challenge. Sends it back. Can we go length of the field? Psycho it, you absolute freak. Nope, not gonna happen here. And still alive. Come on now, give me a game. It won't happen this time, but Baba reads him all the way down the wire. Smiles across the board, and that is a game one triple pop. Very easily taking control. Guns N' Roses had some opportunities, and they look fine. It's just this series still kind of showing us what it's made of, and it felt like we were waiting for the Guns N' Roses offense to, get past that midfield with more than 10 boost.
That's the thing, and kind of looking through Los's history made it quite far in the EU LCQ, or sorry, Koku's resume there. Making a top 4 in EU LCQ is quite crazy, and love the team name, No Balls, Just Chase. So, love that.
That's right. That's the spirit. Hey, as long as you're playing the fundamentals of the game, I don't care what you do, just score. At the end of the day, that's all that matters to me. Again, Virtus Pro updates to winter semis. They go on. Stallions, Darwin. Currently no updated score on our end. I doubt that's the overtime, and I believe they're just continuing on, and so waiting for the update. Dignitas 2-1, No Car Esports. I think they're currently in game 4 at the moment. So we'll give you updates when we get them. Otherwise, we keep it moving. Very easy, simple. And I want to go back to that point quickly that you mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, of like triple pop, and I believe Guns N' Roses, the first, no, Guns N' Roses just swept. That's right. But triple pop, first game, first series for them. And so far, it doesn't look like the nerves are kicking in.
Yeah, triple pop got motion. That's all they mean. Little motion, even.
Damn.
That's all that matters. Triple pop with first game, and not the first rodeo when it comes to LCQs for even Guns N' Roses. Looking at Lhasa, who made a top 12 appearance at last year's EU LCQ. Again, a really tough region, but more known for his 1s and 2s play, which I think is just as important, knowing how involved you need to be and self-sufficient, not having that third. But look at triple pop really testing the limits.
Come on.
And, little motion. Come on.
It's right there. You're absolutely right, Lemon Kiwi. A little motion. Come on, just need a little bit extra. Show me the shimmy. Shakira. That's not it. Low motion. Close. Osaf going to circle back in. Keeps it at least in conversation. Is it Coco or Koku? Doesn't really matter.
I've been saying Koku. I don't know.
Okay.
This is a second out.
Cool. I like it. I just want to make sure I pronounce my vowels. A little motion going to be there as the double commit leads way to an awkward exchange there for the offense. And Guns N' Roses are now thinking twice, 3 times as hard of how they want to approach this swing upfield. They do get it down in free space, but not a whole lot of follow-up there from second man or third. The net's wide open. There's been multiple times now where that should have been in, and it is, as finally triple pop find that opening goal.
Yeah, huge beat from Osaf against 2 players after also stealing a lot of boost from the Guns N' Roses side. You had Koku and Dantro running on 0, so not even able to have the speed to get back in time. So you need to keep your head on a swivel against a triple pop. That first goal took some time, and none other than Osaf to, I think, makes a lot of the magic happen. I think had 2 of the goals in game 1, and motion set up a Babo, who was just getting hounded. All 3 sending it for Guns N' Roses, looking for bumps in the net. Dantro with the setup in the box, but no one there to finish it off.
There was a moment there where Koku was very quick to get out of goal line, which understandably, if you're going for a quick rotation as a team, but doesn't cut from the right corner when they had a rebound, had a chance, trying to stuff it. Questions about the offense for Guns N' Roses. Again, they get looks. Whether or not they take that to full advantage is a different question. Slots it from Lhasa. That was a satellite. What the hell? Where'd this one come from?
Ooh, good demo on Osaf, but all eyes are on Lhasa in that moment. What a placement, too. Like you said, Guns N' Roses, once they start to get momentum going, they are a very scary team to go up against. They send the whole cavalry. Yeah. Look at Dantro, too, already with the reset, faking it against Bababa. And now triple pop, I think I have to give a lot more respect to the mechs here of Guns N' Roses.
you know, they certainly have to give, you know, their respect, at least at the midfield so far. But honestly, if you're triple pop, there's no reason to be pulling your second man back at all. You've been beating them on first touch, second touch, and you've kept the defense basically 3-stacking once they get out with possession. This time, though, just barely sneaks it around. But if you're triple pop, I mean, as a coach, the last thing I would want right now is for this team to slow down. They have been reading Guns N' Roses to a T. They've been beating them on the challenge. They've been keeping the defense jumping. Even at the midfield, when these errant passes go by, you have the third man back in position to get boost and to recover off the ceiling. Let's go with it. Little motion. Gonna go ahead and musty it forward, as Lasso is the only player to score so far for this team in this game too. Nice shot. Good bump. Follow up. Take it away.
And you gotta notice that Gunner are also taking the ball quite low, while this triple pop, man, they got you jumping. They got all three anchored into the net. 2 players on Gunner running on 0, so still needing a mental and physical reset. Now triple pop smelling blood in the water. They're going to try and take a shot as bumps go down in the net. Still, Lassa will bail them out, but costing his life for it. Demoed as Gunner will still race down the field despite only having 2 alive. But here's retaliation. Such an important 50 there from Lassa. That was looking like lethality coming out of triple pop. As Osab will try to do it on his own too.
I thread that ball so well between the 50 and the downfield connection. Really impressed with some of the passing from triple pop. Gotta say though, Guns N' Roses have been handling those quick connections and at least the midfield space much better than they were in game 1. So while questions remain about the offense, specifically the accuracy and placement, at least they're getting out of midfield, and that has made a difference. Double available. Can he get it? Oh, so close. I think it just skimmed off the very edge of the crossbar. It was about to be a 2-1 game, but back into dangerous situations again. Lassa will try to get it out. Will do so. Wins the 50, and Cuckoo already up for it on the ceiling. Lassa working through the corner. Doesn't get boost in time, but gives way to possession for Bababa. And downfield we go again.
I'm not seeing Triple Pop's defense get stressed too much. I know despite Lassa having some nice placements, but a little motion also gotta wake up. Be big motion at this point. There's some plays that really just need that extra love, that extra TLC, and little motion could be giving them the lead at this point. 20 seconds left. And this offense is still developing. Osaf working through a lot of people hounding him, and he's taking boost. Gunner could be trapped here, and this is do or die. Baba's gonna try and just flip into the net. 2 will stop him. Low motion got a full tank, but Danshro will beat him to the punch. Here comes Osaf and the rest into the net. Almost a squishy save from Gunner, and they will land this down for overtime.
Gotta say, really impressed with Triple Pop's second effort on a lot of these touches. They've done a very nice job of getting an extra shot at the net. And the defense, clearly for Guns N' Roses, has been able to adjust. Just took some time. They eventually do. Back wall all the way to the midfield. I lied. They give away possession. Osaft tries to go up to reach it. Long arms on that one, but not quite tall enough. As still, the defense gets a hand on it. Looks like it's low boost here for the boys in blue, but Coco will try to get it out. Delassa, unfortunately, cut down as quickly as it starts, but Baba already back on the play. And this is what Triple Pop love to do. They start to set up, and they spread and start camping out 2 of their strikers on either side of the field. They're able to dominate both the midfield pad and, again, get through the corner quickly, catch their speed, keep their momentum moving, and recover as Babasa will, again, be waiting out. For a little motion now. Next man up. Tries to go for the call. Not going to happen. On deck, Bababa takes the shot and rips it. It was just a matter of time. Triple Pop now up 2-0.
And match point for them, 1 step closer to getting to that, I guess, winner's final, and then trying to qualify for top 16. And hey, it took to overtime to get it, but on the other side, I want to give some credit to Lassa, clearly the best player, both on defensive and offensive fronts. Shot placement, converts it every single time, and starting to notice that trend of how much Gunner are feeding the ball to Lassa, and it's already forced adaptations from Triple Pop to put more coverage on that man and really make sure that if the ball even goes his direction, you're going to try and beat him to the punch, never let him have time on it. And Triple Pop really kept the shot number down from the Gunner side as a result.
I want to give a massive props. I know they're down 2-0, but the turnaround defensively for Guns N' Roses, which really kept this game contested, has been successful, and no question about it, for a team that looked kind of deer in the headlights in game one against a squad that was giving them a lot of challenge, not so much on the ball, but like in just the structure of the game at that midfield. Guns N' Roses did a really great job of adjusting defensively. One, conservation. Two, not being pulled up towards the side wall and allowing space without conceding a space on their own side. And what I mean by that is, like, Guns N' Roses were waiting for Triple Pop to go for those second efforts from the corner, from the side wall, and they were giving that kind of space up, but they weren't initially, taking away chances for their first defender or their goalie to come up and make a play and then overcommit on the ball. They were doing a really nice job of just kind of working through the reads. So excited to see if they can, again, turn things around here, as it started off as a bit of a slow series, but I think slowly we're seeing this Guns N' Roses squad start to figure it out and find more confidence. Now they just got to start scoring.
I'm noticing Koku and Dantra are trying to do a lot off the ball, more in the physical department. Like, look at that, just demos, shoves 2 out of the net, and Bababa buys time for Triple Pop to stabilize. But also, Guns N' Roses did struggle to maintain their own boost on their defensive front, and that's kind of what led to Triple Pop boxing them out for so long. Looks like if Guns N' Roses can just march downfield as a trio, they can look like quite a scary team, but still trying to get organized now.
Yeah, it's, I think on that point, very much just about, can the team find that success? Can they work that effort? Cool. Tough on the catch, though. Had a lot of boost to be able to make it happen, unfortunately. Just couldn't quite keep it on the hood. Bababa thinking twice. Just gets it over. Nice bait. It's lost to the bite. Osaft right there in case. A little motion on low boost, still up there to keep that one away. Swats it out downfield. Bababa works through the bottom of the Fennec and will at least get the defense to bite on something. But back and forth we go. Much closer affair we have now in game 3.
Yeah, not able to utilize that backboard as much. If you're Triple Pop, they're not really going for these infield passes, a few solo plays, but when all 3 from Guns N' Roses are trying to challenge you so close to the nets, usually it goes their way. I mean, surely they're at double-digit saves from game 2 at least, especially when they get boost start. Like, all 3 of them are below 20. So Triple Pop can continue their reign, but still needing that goal. Is a little motion off the sidewall to Bababa. Holy cow, the teamwork does make the dream work.
Just the feather touch. Wonderful pass to Bababa. 3-man passing play. Triple trouble. You know what I'm talking about? Wonderfully done downfield. Such an elegant shot and well placed. Trying to give you an update on currently what's going on the other side. Dignitas did 3-1 against Nokar there, moving on to winter semis. Virtus.pro on the top side of winner's bracket. Again, Triple Pop in this series, you know the deal. Still waiting for kind of an update on Stallions and Darwin. I know that series has been going on. I believe right now it's in, I want to say it's game 5 given the time, but unsure. And if at some point we get an update on that, we will let you know. But for everybody else, Virtus.pro and Dignitas are moving through to the winter semis.
You tell that Gunner are trying to switch things up. They go for these high shots towards the backboard to see if you can get the Triple Pop team to bite on it. They are fully set up, ready to receive anything that Gunner throw at them. But it's only a 1-goal lead, so you're giving a lot of respect to this as the ball lingers in front of the net. And Gunner have not had too much of a chance to boost starve Triple Pop on the other end. And as soon as the ball leaves, Triple Pop are back at full force. Speaking of which, Bababa's running headfirst into the defense, not able to break through.
Not quite. I do like this, though. Starting to see a little bit more of the mechs come out for Guns N' Roses. Again, it's nice to see the adjustment. Evolution over the game. Ooh, cut down. Into space. That's going to be taken away. Right back to a 2v2. And Osap will take his time. Instead of going to the ceiling and giving maybe a little motion a chance to go for a pinch up there, plays it carefully and eventually leads way to what this now becomes a quick counterattack here for Triple Pop. However, still not a whole lot to give. We go back to boom ball. A 1-0 lead's good enough if you get it.
Less than 90 seconds, and Hey, Gunner are not getting strapped, they're not getting boost starved, so there's improvements, but a reverse sweep is what's demanded of them if they want to stay in this upper side. And Bababa, on no boost, just so close, rose up, and few missed calls, or close calls, I should say, from Triple Pop, and the talent on paper you think would execute this at a S+ level, but it is just their first match, so much yet to be seen from them as Osaft and Low Motion collide, and so close for them yet again.
That's one of those ones that just, they're, you know, you don't have to really threat it because the defender wasn't quite in the way. There it is. There it is. We were waiting for that one to fall through. 45 seconds on the clock, and Triple Pop will take a 2-0 lead. I believe Stallions have swept their series. I don't want to say that is entirely accurate. I'm waiting for comms or confirmation on the other side. But they did. They did. Okay, so Stallions come through, and for a team in Darwin who we had been giving high praise to, going into that series, obviously with the sample size we had of our first match, Stallions already proven to be a team to watch.
Yeah. MENA can just be such an aggressive mechanical region. I mean, rivaling the style of EU at some point. So excited to see what Stallions can do against Dignitas. I'm sure we're definitely going to be covering that match because that's will be qualify for top 16. So hold on to your horses, guys. Get the popcorn in the microwave. 15 seconds before the end of Guns N' Roses in this upper bracket. We'll get a second chance in the lowers. And unless they were to get a goal right here, right now on a kickoff, they will have to succumb to Triple Pop. But hey, it's the first piece of evidence we've gotten of Triple Pop and their capabilities thus far, which is still to be built upon.
They certainly have, but lucky for them, everything in this series, in this tournament, is a double elim for now, all of today. Tomorrow, top 16, again, all best of fives. Okay, I think they're just getting confirmation they're going to stay at the same setup. Love to see that. Shout out to all the admins and folks down there on the stations. But again, end of the day, Triple Pop will take the series 3-0 against Guns N' Roses in a... it wasn't a fair. It was, there was stuff. There was moments of highlights. There was moments of confusion. But what I will say for both teams is that didn't quite get in each other's way. And for Guns N' Roses specifically, though it was a sweep, this team from game 1 to game 2 and 3, entirely different squad, and very excited to see if they can again roll that into some momentum going forward. But for Guns N' Roses, one simple series at a time, and certainly did enough to get the job done.
Yeah, Osaft, I think, was a huge carry at the beginning of the series, and then Bababa started to kind of warm up mechanically as the games, I guess as the minutes went on. There was only 3 games. And Low Motion, I want to see him lock in throughout this tournament because we have to get through this whole bracket, this whole group today. So if you do not find your true form, you're going to have to form some plane tickets or some plans.
Form an itinerary,
for
buddy.
what you're going to do for the rest of the tournament. We're going to take a visit to, and why Triple Pop are staying around is because they're going to be facing their next, I guess, the final boss of the group. Virtus.pro will be joining the other side of that station.
Yeah, I look at the winter semis and I say, I mean, your best for a real close series potential, if you're going to look at it like an upset, your best chance, and wouldn't even be an upset because Stallions have already beat Dig before, your best chance would be like Stallions Dig. That's going to be one heck of a match. I am so ready for that. I'm so excited. That's going to be feeling more like a RLCS caliber match. Virtus.pro, Triple Pop. Look, Triple Pop could come out and completely surprise me, but Virtus.pro's defense are not just, I think, like a lot like Manchester City's where they're clean, but they don't waste time. There is an efficient team that gets the job done like they've done before. And for Virtus.pro, they're a couple of steps ahead of Triple Pop. So we'll get into that discussion as we go on, but we're down to winner semis, all best of fives. Winner of these goes on and qualifies for tomorrow's playoff. Loser drops down to the lowers quarters. We'll figure out how all that comes to be, but for now, we're gonna jump to a break. When we come back, we continue on with the winner side, Virtus.pro, Triple Pop, Team Stallions, and Dignitas. We'll see you then.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
play my game. He knows nothing but goal!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Let me hear you shout. Don't give up.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, gamers, gamerettes, and all folks who still need to hit the training packs. I'm Lemon Kiwi, that's Spaceman. Welcome in for another match here on the mainstream. Violent Panda, Virtus Pro versus Triple Pop coming up next for our winners semifinals match, best of 5. By the way, you qualify if you win, so congratulations. If you don't, get another chance in lower bracket. We kick it on down to lower quarters, but Virtus Pro Triple Pop currently on the mainstream. And Team Stallions Dignitas, man, if there was ever a time I wish we could split our conscience and have 4 of our eyeballs on different screens at the same time, I would love to be able to get an eye in on that Team Stallions match. But we will stick here with Virtus Pro.
We're going to do it after this.
Pop. Oh, so you're right.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you so much. Guess what? We'll have all of them, but Virtus Pro, Triple Pop, let's talk about it. Lemon Kiwi, I mean, this is obviously a Sisyphusian effort if you are Triple Pop, but you got to wonder, is it enough of a they don't know what they shouldn't know, so therefore they might have a chance.
Right. Hey, Canadian here, seeing 2 Canadians on my screen. Yeah. Shout out to Talkin' JNabs, Coach JNabs back there. VP, of course, it'll be their first time on broadcast. They were super exciting in NA, most recently in those Paris regionals, finishing top 6 as a squad. And even someone like Wavy got a top 4 in the RLCS NA 1v1 Open. So strong in the 1s, strong in the 2s. You could definitely say the same about Talk, who finished 2nd in the RLCS NA 2v2 Open. So they're good at 3s, they're good at 1s and 2s. They can do it all. And really, playing things that are outside of 3s develops you so much as a player mechanically. Your awareness, there's so much more on you as an individual. So it really develops you as a player.
Look, Triple Pop aren't no names. This is a squad that's had success. We look at Motion. It's been pretty solid this whole year. Made a main event 4 times in EU RLCS. Look at OSAFT, who's made top 4 in EU, and Bababa, and ones I should say for OSAFT. And Bababa is an up and comer. Cuckoo is top 4 EU LCQs. I mean, these are players who have the experience. And Bababa, like we hit on earlier, who has that rep on Greedy Goose, number 17 in EU overall. 2 top 8 performances. Like, that's not insignificant. It is quite difficult to do that back-to-back in EU, let alone have 2 top 8s in a region that continues to grow so fast. So very excited to see if they can play up to potential here against Virtus Pro. Again, 2-piece Talk, Wavy, those who were so curious coming into this, how would VP play, how would they look? You all knew how it was going to be. This is a team that many are rooting for.
Yeah, and already bringing the speed is VP, who just came off of a sweep against the French squad of Sky Esports. While as we did just witness Triple Pop, who kept their butts in their seats, of course, kept it warm. But I wouldn't say like this fiery red start from Triple Pop. Very slow, very measured, maybe not as much challenged from the other squad. But now this will be the true litmus test of going forward now, that qualification spot, especially getting top 16 from the upper side of the bracket here in groups, does make a difference for your matchup coming up on Monday.
Oh, what a cut down. Oh, it does. Didn't mean to cut you off there. I mean, those are the kinds of plays, though. If you're Triple Pop, you're going to have to take that second dribble away from Virtus Pro. You cannot allow them to have that much space. And so far, they have been answering that question. They've been doing a very nice job of controlling that midfield. This 2-piece will immediately take it away. Wavy does get a demo, and nobody will recover on it as of now. I say that, but Talk just tries to send a missile towards the net. However, Bababa was there ready for it, recognizes the play's breaking down, gets his team a chance to get back in.
And I saw Bababa start to lock in near the end of that last series, but he had a mistouch and kind of had to fall back. Didn't have boost in that moment, so yeah. Triple Pop still getting motion. Speaking of which, low on boost, having to abandon the play. Here's 2-piece in the 1v2, trying to muscle through, but Wavy has his back. Midfield, though, getting overrun by Triple Pop as it bounces out. Wavy, an important beat there as the third man has to race back.
Yeah, I mean, like, I got to give credit even on the contest. It doesn't quite work out, but the beats at the midfield have allowed for Triple Pop to really keep Virtus Pro on their toes and forcing them to have to play into the corner, play sharply off the sidewall. It's another instance where the defense is there ready and waiting. Bababa on the bounce, can't get it over 2-piece as both will break out. Boys in blue move upfield. Wavy, first time today on the counterattack where he's had open space to work with. A little motion now. We'll try one more time as Musty's towards the back wall, and the defense for Virtus Pro having no issue handling it here.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot of creativity and depth, maybe even some fakes from Triple Pop to get past this defensive VP. This is they are going to be no slouches. And even with just a solo defender, saves after saves, still a 0-0 game. So Versailles versus Wavy, Talk, layers on, and VP. They really have strong duos that go down and go after the play, but these demos have been disastrous, and Triple Pop will make their way through.
And so much of this was stalling on that defensive third. It was trying to find an open lane to work with. The demo certainly helps kick off proceedings, and a great shot to recognize that you're going to have to beat Talk to the ball. You're not only going to have to beat him on the goal to the upper 90, but you got to make sure that he doesn't come in and pre-jump that read. Nice job by Little Motion to recognize that that was the opening. That was the time to shoot, and he took advantage.
Talk trying to take advantage of threading the needle all on his own. And I mean, I've seen Talk perform in person at LAN. I mean, this is a Canadian superstar now that JNAP has retired. But hey, he's right behind them as a coach. And this is going to be an exciting player to watch for years to come.
Okay, he's never, don't listen to the propaganda from Lemon QE. JNAPs is not retired. He's just missing in action. Okay, he's a Spartan. They don't
snapping.
retire.
He's J-napping.
That's right.
That's right.
He's married now.
He'll be back.
He's wild now.
I know, everyone grows up eventually.
Every pro is getting married now. It's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Hey, the married man meta definitely changes the game. I swear to God.
Yeah.
But
he's supposed to
also
owe
in
his
Rocket
girlfriend
League.
$60,000. Let's keep that in mind. I do want to remind people so he doesn't get away with it. Yeah.
Rocket League, you're like old when you're married, and another esport like buffs you. But hey, how about this buff? Talk goes back to back. Doesn't need marriage to still perform well. So
nope. Talk is just a little bit mean.
He's talking.
Yeah, that was a funny goal.
Apparently. All right.
Yeah, we're yapping. Granted, that is what we do.
That is our job, unfortunately. Okay, what's up? Oh, he tried the bump two-piece. That could have been so nice. This little motion will have to disengage, and VP hold the lead with only a minute left as Bababa has to stretch for this one, get down to Little Motion before the contest comes through, and VP are on full disruption. Need to just maintain what they have.
Baba, read that you did. Pass. No, nice cut down again. Every time, two pieces there. Interrupts what would be an otherwise 2v1. Wavy slowing it, playing patient. Gets it to Talk. We've seen this shot before. Downfield again. Quick connection and rotation for Triple Pop as they waste no time getting out on the defensive end. And this team's looked really solid, though they're still down by one. Talk for the double, and almost good enough. Saved away at the last minute from Little Motion. But again, Triple Pop have looked really good being able to keep pace with Virtus Pro, which I think was the biggest litmus test for game one.
Gotta protect that backboard. Talk is taking full advantage, both goals to his name, and Bababa is trying to do that same impression. Lands down back on Earth. Ozaf, Little Motion, layering through. Talk from the ceiling, steals it away, forces Triple Pop to go coast to coast. As the ball lands down, VP will take game one.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of just individual possession, really, as Virtus Pro have all three players who can do what Talk just did, which is bring it up to the ceiling and hold. And gotta wonder, as I'm sure Triple Pop are more than happy to go over the strats and think about ways in which they can clean up their game. Honestly, it was a pretty clean game one from Triple Pop. Like, you can't ask for much more outside of that Talk goal, which was the only outlier. It was the weirdest one we'd had. Everything else, look, demo, beautiful slot for Little Motion, upper 90 to hit that in rotation, in motion is tough enough. I mean, you had to force Talk to go for a tight double. Outside of that, this was all of Triple Pop just keeping pace, and obviously 5-up cutting down second extension. It felt like Triple Pop were closing in on finding that right angle. But again, Virtus Pro are veterans for a reason, and they're the type of team where when they get out ahead, they're very good at just holding that lead. They're very good at just playing through the game and killing the time. So curious if Triple Pop will adjust anything major going into game two. But for Virtus Pro, again, another day in the office. But I'm excited to see this series hopefully extend. I'm rambling. I'm just very excited for this match.
I know, me too. And these are two very different teams in terms of Triple Pop being together since June, just a little bit of time compared to VP, who it's almost the entire year competing through many regionals. And if you guys were wanting to see some North American Rocket League, well, your hope and your best hope
two-piece
is going to be VP. Oh, two-piece wanted that one. Talk adding on to the equation. And now Wavy gets shoved off the corner. Booze, VP hungry for that first goal.
Wow. I mean, credit where credit's due, the steel guts of Triple Pop for not only double committing, but making sure that they had an extra player to catch up on the follow-up. Almost had a two-piece highlight reel and goes for it anyway. Love the reset, or I should say, excuse me, love the preset of the Fennec from two-piece. Wavy gives it to a handoff, and two-piece beats both defenders.
I mean, two-piece has had a really great career. I've really past couple of 2 years. I know Shopify Rebellion has had their ups and their downs, but getting to Worlds was an exciting time for two-piece. And the rest of the VP boys, definitely the favorites to make it out of this group. And barring I don't even know if it would be a crazy upset, but at least on paper and team chemistry-wise, a lot more time for VP. And it gives you more time to build off of each other. So much synergy is important for Rocket League, as Bababa Low Motion, speaking of that, working in tandem and almost raced down through the net. Now Osaf wants to keep them locked in. He has to get a hand up and slow down this midfield.
Gotta say the difference is just in the touches. I mean, even you see there on the back line, Wavy able to get it extended far out to midfield. Great pass. Seeing much more of pulling that second defender into the play and looking for a quick shot. So Triple Pop doing a nice job of changing pace. Double available for Osaf. Can he beat it? He can, but follow-up won't quite be there. Third man, neither. Again, VP have done a very good job of just winning first touch and extending downfield. They are clean as you can get. That adds its own dimension to the game that Triple Pop are going to have to deal with. Credits to them, though. They have handled that and quickly gotten out into rotation with their team. One more chance. Is that the goal? It will be. Tie game.
You get to see the rising prospect of Ozaf be in the spotlight, representing Germany and representing his team as I wouldn't even say deadlifting, but definitely the one that is carrying a lot of the weight for this team in the goal department. Triple Pop able to go down kicking and screaming if needed, as Wavy just floating down like a butterfly and almost having VP kind of disrupt everything in the net to allow that to happen, but still a tie game as Talk will steal it away from Ozap towards the backboard, though the defense still stands.
I mean, they've given Talk no room on the ceiling. They've really taken that away, which has kept them in this game. There was somewhere in there was an idea, but I wasn't strong enough to find it. So this time, going right back into the hands of two-piece. Again, the ability to take away Talk's spacing, specifically up towards the ceiling, off that sidewall, has forced Wavy to go coast to coast most of the time. Two-piece to play second man now. Talk going to try to stall it. Just plays it back in toward the orange half. But this has been a really nice adjustment from Triple Pop. I mean, just by skating alongside this team, they have shown that they can absolutely go the distance.
Triple Pop got to be careful of getting boost star. There's two on almost zero.
Oh, yeah.
VP doing the absolute most off the ball. Like, even Wavy, when he's out of the play, he's bumping, he's grabbing corner boost, he rotates out. This is a team that could be really suffocating. Double commit right into Wavy's lap as he adjusts, leaves it to two-piece. High placement and a goal. The lead back to VP.
It's mind games. Your bishop moves in the right spot. I'll go ahead and take that. Look at that. Only so much you can cover at so many spaces, and Lemon, you pointed it out that, again, boost is going to be a problem. Management is an entirely different ballgame. But at the end of the day, when you're playing mind games in the box, you're also having to play against two really great strikers. And got to think that VP are more than capable of putting that one away, as they might just do here for a third. A minute 42 on the clock. Some mistakes now from Little Motion, and the defense starting to scramble as they look like they're finally starting to catch up with the real speed of the game and realize that, we need to be able to break out, and if we can't, this one's not going to go our way.
Really nice bait and switch from VP. The way they're rotating in and out, you just are locked in the closet. Triple Pop just trapped, not able to transition at all. Back-to-back goals where VP didn't allow them to leave the orange half. And we talked about the synergy, how much time VP got noticed from the times they were on Redacted. It's an org that took notice of the talent that was blooming in North America. And you are representing quite a prestigious banner when it comes to esports. And wow, 3-1 is starting to become domination here for VP. Hoping to take game 2 and match point soon.
I mean, the combination of Talk and Wavy is not the same obvious level as like Beast Mode and Daniel, but when that announcement came out originally on V1, it was that idea of, oh, I can't wait to see just what this team does in spacing. Same thing for me with Wavy and Talk of, I can't wait to see what these two guys do as they continue to build rep and rapport on the squad. That's open as well. But they bring so much individually to the table, and obviously their mechanics have gotten them their placings in RLCS and obviously have built their careers as of now. But I think these two guys are going to improve each other's game in ways that maybe might be subtle, but yet so effective that VP becomes a real title contender down the line. Very excited to see what Wavy and Talk can do as a duo. For now, though, still eyes swinging back over to Triple Pop as they are down 2. Granted, this team has looked really good in this series, but it's a game of inches at times. And right now, just again, that first touch still in the hands of VP, and it's been enough to make the difference. Down to the final 10, and with it, Crossbar sends it on its way. That is punishment and salt in the wound.
You can tell in the camps, too, that Ozaf has been a vocal player, the one rallying the troops, bringing the energy in moments where they don't even have boost. Like, they're just going to be being beat on rotations, to be quite honest. Like, VP aren't, like, triple resetting on them and pulling off insane mechanics. They are just a slow burn team, and the goals add on as a result. They go now to match point as VP circle around their prey and hope to lock in top 16. The final nail in the coffin soon.
I gotta say, I know yesterday was only day 1 and we've given players more time to play and warm up, but the quality of matches today has been an improvement to say the least. And what we're seeing from a lot of these younger squads, I know that players have history on LAN. I know they have history in RLCS, but there's a difference between having experience online and then playing a pro team at LAN and a last chance qualifier. If you do that and you're playing well, that says so much about not only the individual players themselves, but their ability to play as a team, which sounds so axiomatic, but it is so important when trying to, establish stock for potential next season roster moves. So this is a really important series, not just for Triple Pop to hopefully for them to come back and show that they can compete, but they're giving VP a real game of Rocket League, and that will go a long way down the line, regardless of the results for Triple Pop. So for them, I mean, hats off to a, so far, really great series as VersePro do handle things so far.
You're seeing the differences of approaches of two teams where the RLCS season didn't go the way that you wanted. So do you stick together as a squad to go into EWC, or do you try to reform a different squad where Triple Pop, really solid pieces from teams like Halogera's, Gritty Goose. I know these names sound hilarious, but they actually packed quite a punch in RLCS, while VP stuck together through it all. So this is where the trust is going to speak for itself, and Talk will do all the talk.
Well, Talk goes right back through the midfield. 2-piece picks up the initial possession after that push. Wavy's there, and there goes Talk. It's just, again, when Talk rotates out, it's like count the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds later, he's there. It's perfectly executed, perfectly placed. And now Osaf going to try to win a 1v2 towards the box. Not going to happen this time, but VP will get off with an opening goal. Start off here on our game 3. Again, this series by score, not very indicative of the quality of the gameplay. It has been close for Triple Pop, just unable to find that opening and really break this series open. However, gotta wonder moving down the stretch, what can they take from this win, or potential loss, I should say, as they are primed to be dropping down to the lower bracket. They will not be done. But for VP, I think kind of standard affairs, business as usual. They've been just playing clean Rocket League, which is kind of what you want at this point. You just want fundamentals and no big mistakes.
Oh, nice pass to 2-piece. And of course they execute on that. Like, VP take their time, and this is that chemistry they built over this entire year. Beautifully placed for 2-piece to nail it down. And this is kind of it. The offense, it continues to dominate for VP. Just a minute and 2 goals.
Sorry, I'm watching the replay. Talk caught the ball, got his reset, and just held it on the bottom of the Fennec. So the defender's timing was all off, and then Musty deflected for a pass. I mean, just, again, like individual mind games, individual plays, where though that is the difference between professional level SSL and standard SSL, right? It's just such a nice change to see not only players still pulling that out early in an LCQ, but for the defense to read it and still get beat is credits to the offensive play all the way around. Nice job. This looks fantastic. 2-0 for VP. Better save. And still no goals for TP.
Just right off the crossbar, but hey, through kind of the skirmishes in the box, I like that Triple Pop are gonna be aggressive. Just that little touch, just kind of signal to Ozap, and you're starting to see that trust grow more and more risks. Triple Pop are taking to send a deep second man and really leaving your third man to hold it all together. That gets that goal finally finished, because you're gonna need many tries, many swings at this defensive VP to break in.
Yeah, a lot of different swings with that sledgehammer. At some point, you will start to see some cracks, but it's going to take a couple of powerful shots and some really significant counterattacks downfield, some long drives. Sustained pressure is your best friend if you're Triple Pop. Otherwise, VP have a variety of tools they can enact should they choose to. As Bababa will look for some boost at this time, and will send it right back to his teammate. They'll go for the pop, they will, but eventually, again, there's always a player from VP who are ready for that challenge. Pass downfield, I think, was just a bit slow, and it was. Immediately picks up Talk in connection, but really no extension here from VP, as they will just wait for this ball to come back out. I say that, but, you know, they're just going to go for it if they have space.
Yeah, Ozaf has been a huge setup guy for Triple Pop and tried to get some bumps. Look at Little Motion, even just tackling people into the net, but just can't get some strong shots on target for Triple Pop. Still just being 50 nonstop by the rest of the defensive VP. And it's almost going to take full demos, not even just bumps, to get them out of the way.
I like the idea. I don't know exactly if it would have been on target or if it would have been maybe the best shot possible, but Little Motion did all they could to really stabilize. Couldn't quite get it up the sidewall. They fight through a couple of possessions, trading hands now, vying for a spot back in the midfield. And Taka gets out in front of it, gives it to Two-Piece, who will get beats to it, but still somehow maintains possession over the top of a 50. Credit to Two-Piece. Tak recovers to the corner. Okay, resets it over the outside. And right back into another 1v1 game we have towards that midfield. Controlling possession now, as VP do have a handle on this game, and the pacing has I should say, consistently been theirs to hold. They look like they are more than comfortable to send 2 at a time.
90 seconds, wavy reset. Oh my God, Two-Piece off the crossbar yet again. Talk too high of a touch. Wanted to ground pinch and at least wanted to salvage the moment. Triple Pop need to clear this out. You're starting to see the mechs from VP and the passes that are looking deadly. And if it wasn't for accuracy, this would be a much more one-sided game as VP clash into the air. Only a minute for Triple Pop to respond, and it's at arm's reach, and it's match point for VP. Qualification spot zapped in the 1v1 as Two-Piece sends it away.
Oh, skimmed. Oh, better save. Little Motion. Come on. Gets out in front of it, but Bababa got the save. And look, moments where, again, there is space for TP. They have been able to find gaps. But there's always a hand up. There's always at least 2 crashing on that contest for VP when they get up in the air. They've not allowed TP to extend the play towards the backboard. So we're getting close. We're getting closer and closer to Triple Pop finding an angle, but they're running out of time in this series. 30 on the clock, down by 1. The pass to Bababa. Open space, tough on the catch. Not quite the best angle for him, and not really a great possession for that counterattack, as they'll try once more to break out.
Such a good approach on the 50s. VP stalling out Triple Pop on every push. And here's the final drive. Little Motion off the ceiling. Wants a ground pinch pass to his teammate. Bababa will recover. Pops out in front of the net. The double commit from VP sends it away, as Bababa could keep this up, but has to go coast to coast. Leaves it to Little Motion. Better tank, more resources. Now they're getting demoed. They're reset time and time again. And just by 1 goal, VP will take this in 3.
Yeah, that last 30 seconds is really indicative of again, the difference between pro team and team still on the come up, right? Like, we have multiple volley shots into double coverage, which is understandable. You're forcing the issue. You have no other choice. But at the end of the day, if that isn't breaking down, then what did VP do? When the ball get pushed back into the defensive end, they gave Triple Pop all the space at 0 seconds. They said, it is your job to try to keep this up. You're going to have to prove that you can go down the field to keep this up. And the nerves kick in. Obviously, mechanics not quite there, and a couple of awkward catches. But that's what VP do. They play sustain, and then when they force you to play the game, they're like, you have to come beat us, and it doesn't work. Credit to Triple Pop in this series. I do want to give a big shout out to them, how they played. They were keeping it much more close than the series is going to look. Again, this is a squad that should be dangerous going into the lower bracket. So I hope that they're able to take some positives, some silver linings from this match and go down and make those adjustments. They played really good against a really, really good control-heavy team. VP, however, again, professionals for a reason, and when you have a player like Tak who can pop off, or simply that constant midfield presence of a two-piece, or that constant extra challenge of a two-piece in a wavy, that is a factor of the game that just is undeniable consistently.
And I like that little motion. Just saw little improvements throughout the series. And for the 6 games that VP played, they haven't dropped a single one, and they go into top 16 without a blemish. And I think all eyes are going to be on this team and how they represent North America and kind of how they want to end their, I guess, Rocket League year. And this is a huge prize pool, but only one spot to get into the EWC main event from the LCQ. So after this match, we're going to take a visit to Stallions versus Dignitas, which that is a really hyped up match. There's also a lot of action happening in the lower bracket that we are going to take a visit after we do the winners semifinal, which unfortunately we had to say goodbye to Darwin, Esport, and Chance Never Die, amongst others, which is really sad.
Yeah, again, it's never fun to see teams go home this early, whether it's A and B, C and D, the groups. It's tough to see all this effort be put onto LAN and so close to the dream. And hopefully we get to see more from Darwin. Was really, really impressed with what we got from Darwin today. I know that they come up just short on lower round 2, and maybe if they have a better sign of things in that winner's quarters as they lost to Team Stallions, maybe things are different. But for Darwin, was impressed nonetheless earlier. Unfortunately for them, they do get swept out. Triple Pop to no car. Sky Esports waiting on the loser of... where is the math? The loser currently of Stallions and Dig, if I believe. So, or excuse me, I'm sorry, Guns N' Roses and Meow Star. So that'll also be a interesting one for sure. But we continue on with Stallions and Dig coming up in just a minute. But closing thoughts quickly. Jen, VP.
Yeah, it's great. We had some solid NA talent show up for VP. Speaking of NA talent, we have Dignitas waiting in the wings, and we're going to throw it to a quick break. 5UP, Bora, and Appjack getting in their seats, and Stallions representing Mina. Excited to get to know them, and we'll see you after this.
Yeah.
road to EWC continues in this LCQ featuring Rocket League. We have our second most anticipated match on the dock for Group C, Stallions versus Dignitas, Amina versus NA. I'm super stoked, Sean.
I cannot wait. And as you say, all roads lead to EWC. All roads also pass through Dignitas in Rocket League history, apparently, because it just continues to come back to this central point of apparently Jack and Dignitas finding some rhythm here. And so excited for this one. Stallions, so much to dive into. So let's do just that. Let's talk about this team and what this matchup has to bring to the table. Stallions Dig are going to be our last match of the winner side here of Group C on this bracket. And then we will jump down the lower quarters and give you guys an update of what's going on down there. Triple Pop, No Car Esport against the loser of this match and the winner of Guns N' Roses and Sky Esport. But I do want to say, this is going to be, I think, one of the best matches of the entire LCQ, and there's a reason why, is because not only do these two teams have history against each other, but Stallions specifically, not only representing the MENA region, they come in representing like the future of MENA's evolution. And for Stallions, this is so much more about it's so much more than just a rematch. This is a squad that really their only top podium finish outside of second was in this like the Saudi E-League. But they're like consistent 5th, 6th in Paris. They lost to Twisted Minds. They are a squad that is bursting with potential, and it feels like they are one big win away, as they've already done before. They are one big win away again against Dignitas to shake up all of the standings or the seeding and potentially make Dig's run into the LCQ playoffs even tougher, which we know seeding will be in fact there. So the Stallions team here is, it's scary if you're Dig. This is not going to be an easy match.
Absolutely. And kind of an up and down road for this MENA team. I mean, yeah, some top 6s, but then there was at some point they got second and top 4. Like the results are back and forth. MENA used to be a region that was so top heavy, that was so like Falcons, Twisted Minds, and basically those two at every grand final. And like you said, there's this rise of new talent featuring the boys from the Stallions. And speaking of, quote, new talent, not so new, but a new addition is Appjack, because this Dignitas squad played with Evo through those NA regionals and then added Appjack after all was said and done. And I mean, what a third to be adding on, someone that could play with anyone and play any style and really enable the rest of the team, and such a vocal leader for any squad that he joins.
I mean, one of the Mount Rushmore European players of all time. I know that will be I know that's a take that obviously will get an immediate pushback about. There's a variety of talent in Europe that has that claim, right? But when I look at like the legacy of Rocket League, and I look at how Europe has grown as a region, I mean, if the Mount Rushmore is at least full of a bunch of faces, more than 5, I'm putting Appjack up there because the dude not only has been a veteran and a captain for so long, but he's a LAN champion. He's a major champion. He's a regional champion. He has experience at the highest level. He's been rounding out young talent for a long time. For the past like 3 seasons, he's been kind of the one responsible. The onus of the squad has been on his shoulders to make his teammates better, to kind of carry them through ever since we had like Gen G with Noli, and it seemed like that was the team to beat in Europe. He has been the one responsible for kind of cultivating a culture of success. And you're bringing 5 up. You get Bora to help, who's a young demon. It feels like, one, this team's steady, like from a position of being sturdy, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Like they are incredibly level as a fundamental team on their technicalities, and having Appjack as your captain is one of the biggest boons you can have as a team. And you bring him back to Dignitas, which may not mean that much to many people, but as an endemic introduction back into the system, for apparently Jack, he has history with this org. He knows what it's like to be in this system with these players, and with this experience with this org. That does sometimes go a bit of an extra mile, and so I'm curious if we're going to see a bit of a looser Appjack than we've had maybe in months past. Though he's been as mechy as ever, he has been as consistent as ever. Again, this is just such a. There's so much in between the lines on this match that I'm just really curious how this one's going to look after game 1.
And kind of an interesting story for Dignitas, because they brought Appjack for that LCQ to try and make Worlds, and top 4 heartbreaking Game 7 loss to Gen G, which had Dignitas' old third of Evo. So being beat by your old third is definitely a great for the narratives, not so great for Dignitas, who now want to make the most out of this EWC experience. And of course, still incorporate Appjack, because you know, a new third, regardless of how dynamic and how flexible Appjack is, it is a new person to the roster. So missing out on that LCQ definitely hurts. And now you got to do that rodeo all again, but this time in Paris.
I know for a fact they're swinging their feet onto the table. I know for a fact that everybody is just full send in it. I don't know why though. Very excited. Dignitas, Stallions. I love this setup we have at the LCQ, where we have teams literally directly in front of each other. I want one more open bracket events for Rocket League in the future, if we can just make some manifestations here while we're here. Would love some more open events, open bracket, and to have more of these open stations facing each other, because it is classic MLG vibes, and always great to see some smack talk happen directly in front of you when you're playing in a match. As we get ready for this one, Dig, Stallions, not Zuma's squad, winter semifinals. Let's get underway. Best of 5. Can't wait.
Absolutely. And people like Twiz, despite seeming like new talent, like they've taken a trip to the World Championship, representing Rock Esports. Trook and Nush have a ton of 1s and 2s experience. And like I've said before, it just develops you so much as an individual player that to learn 3s is that next level. And we'll see if the Stallions can punch up to pretty solid North American team, but one that has seen struggles of their own. But the talent is there on paper. Nush tried to go up against 5UP. Twiz will send them right back as Trook hammers down on the net, but it still stands. Nush gets another go at it. The pressure really mounts, and the Stallions, they just kept swinging and still somehow didn't get a goal.
This is when you know the game's going to be good. It's both teams meeting kind of center of the ring and saying, all right, a couple of trading shots, know exactly what you're going to get from the defenses. Only one to really jump so far has been the Stallions, as Dignitas were happy to take some of that opening pressure right up the gut and bully their way back up to the midfield. That one is right over 5UP, though. An awkward mistake for a veteran, as Nush recognizes he has some space for the flip, and 5UP just kind of gets beat.
And that's like kind of one's experience. He finished top 4 in MENA in that MENA 1v1 Open. So kind of to have these quick reactions, to be really the best at these 1v1 challenges, is how Stallions can set themselves apart in these critical moments. First goal for the MENA squad is even with low boost, Nush can do the absolute most. And I mean, almost dunked on Dignitas just now.
Yeah, nice job by Bora to not panic, though. I mean, he played it as well as he could, made sure to keep his car sideways to be able to recover, and stayed with the play, worked through the rebound just off the post. And Stallions get a couple of opening shots here and working out on that woodwork, putting some dents in on the post. Haven't been able to find much off the back of the net after that opening goal. They flipped over 5UP. Credits to the defensive Dig. Now seeing if they can break out up to 5UP's hands. We'll see what he can do with the ball here. From the ceiling, gets it down. Bora's going to take some challenges here, and with it, there goes apparently Jack. Next one up, looking for an extension. Not quite. The Stallions will take their time off this back wall, up the gut into the midfield, and still a 1-goal game.
Yeah, a lot of mechs on display here for Stallions, as I feel like Dignitas are going to rely more on really good infield passes, just that team synergy, how they're enabling each other to keep Stallion on their toes. As here comes Trunk, but no boost. But they don't know that Appjack will still get in his way. Nush tried to scoop this out, but he gets bumped off the play. So Stallions are meeting quite a resistance from this defense. They are still up a goal into the second half, and now make that 2, as Trunk will muscle through the defense.
And a highlight of the MENA region, one of the new exciting squads coming up for a reason, Twiz, able to sneak through and thread the needle. Sets it up on a dime off the back wall. His teammates there to help out, as Truck will punch through the second goal. And MENA currently have a lead. And Dignitas will try now to find their first real attempt outside of that opening minute. Since then, it's been mostly waiting for that offense to kick into the second progression. This time, though, the defensive Stallions happy to play solo ball as they have before, working around apparently Jack. And down to the ground we go through the 50, but Bora will win it this time. And back to midfield we go.
And when your scrim partners are the Falcons and Twisted Minds, like, of course, Stallions are still going to be a well-respected and I would say a team you have to fear mechanically, and just who their partners are going to be for kind of developing them as 5UP. Oh, I thought he was going to go for that and just decides to receive it down low, takes the quick shot, and Dignitas respond.
I mean, it's a beautiful touch by Jack. It gets it right back to midfield. 5UP was already in rotation to meet it. You're going to have to play Mina at their speed, right? Like, Mina comes in, they're the faster team, but that doesn't mean that Dig are not capable of either skating alongside or competing. It's just about, can you simply make the right play at the right time? I don't need to over-explain it for the pros. They all know. It's just, they got to make the plays. And so far they have. Credit to Dig. Great defense, leads to great offense. Chain dash off the wall. 5UP trying to extend it. Couldn't get the second touch, though. That's okay. Bora, next one up. One of the young guns now on this roster who's been cultivating his career with apparently Jack as a mentor, which is, again, something that a lot of players wish they could do, and certainly has helped raise their gameplay as Jack goes for net. Hits it off the post. Follow-up shot, not quite there, but Digger threatening for a second.
Almost double commit from Stallions. You had 2 in the air, and still takes time for gravity to do its work. So then you almost had some gaps in the net. Stallions still keep it out as Trook recovered pretty nicely. Back down to earth as Appjack takes one down low. The bounce red. Maybe wanted that one a bit higher. Speaking of Dignitas, they're on their way to a defense that stands. As Appjack can't follow through. Now Twiz is going to test the waters, trying to get underneath, sets up his secondary. No cigar for Stallions.
Thought about it. Realized not quite the angle. This time, though, still kind of hunting on no boost. Jack looking for a pad. Careful control from 5UP. Very, very well played. And around another. Upfield, buys his team time. It'll not show up on the scorecard, but a very important moment for 5UP defensively to give his team an honest chance back at the midfield. Down by 1, 23 to go. Pass to 5UP. A little bit slow, though. Surprised he didn't get more power on that shot. Bora does extend, as Trook was happy to put a hand up in time. And now down to the final 10.
And Twiz is just always involved in the play. He's always attacking. He forces Dignitas to make a decision quickly as Trook wanted to maybe pop that out. Doesn't make contact with Appjack either. Full tank, the full send for Dignitas, but getting rid of the ball a little too far away from Appjack there. The Stallions reset Dignitas, making them cost boost as well. Twiz trying to escort this back to the ground, confirm the win in game 1, and it goes to the Stallions.
And look, if you take away the 5UP, I guess, caught up field, which really is less of his mistake and more of, damn, you got caught out of position. It was the speed of the play. If you take that away, it's still a 1-1 game. And for most of this is Dig reestablishing their team play at midfield. This is outside of apparently Jack kind of circling through a lot of open space in the midfield. This is Dignitas being able to skate alongside Stallions, and Stallions had to fight through those solo challenges off the backboard. Though they did get the solo plays to work, it was very much relying on, we have to chip the defense apart, force them to play outside the box, and then maybe get a shot on low boost. They did, but Dig absolutely kept this close. Had a couple of open looks there from apparently Jack, where, again, if things fall their way, maybe it's a different game. Right there, you think maybe he slots it, would have been saved either way. But the takeaway is that these two teams obviously have history against one another, clearly seeing it on the field, but it is a difference of margins. We are literally splitting hairs, and it feels like we are in for a very good series.
Yeah, Twiz kind of seems like a wasp on the field. He's just always challenging and attacking and creating chaos, because you don't always want a challenge. You want intention behind everything, but it forces Dignitas to always be on their feet in the way that they were just driving downfield with the ball. As soon as that ball left Appjack for even a second, Stallions disrupted it. Even Twiz makes contact midair, good bump, as Trook will keep on trucking, but Dignitas clears, so we're back to square one.
Like that in bump. The physical takes a play out of Reddle's playbook. The original initiator of the demo. The one who invented it, actually. That is the rule. We made that, and we talked about it, and we signed the paper, and it was real. Nush, trying to force it through. Great challenge by 5UP. Been much more consistent since that opening blunder. Downfield. Try to catch it, send it on its way. And we'll see Stallions now take this from their own back wall with plenty to burn there in the tank. Reset by Nush, coast to coast on this one for Dignitas. Just simply keeping 5UP around that midfield line as the second man is going to be enough to allow those counterattacks to open up naturally. As again, Bora will go ahead and kick it out to the midfield, and apparently Jack will take his turn.
And Nush, I worry about how much time he's getting on the ball if he's able to air dribble, reset all the way almost to the backboard, and he's stealing boosts as soon as he lands. Like, Stallions are productive on and off the ball as Truk flicks it high, gets rid of it before Dignitas could have a say about it, as Bora doesn't have enough boost to reach this one, so Stallions will catch him out of position, but Truk can't win that against 5-up. Now the demos will relieve Dignitas's weakness, or defense, I should say, and Stallions keep the pressure on.
Yeah, they just can't quite hold on to possession here. The defensive dig, it's a couple awkward bounces they've had to manage. They do corral it there. Jackson get full boost. Looks for Bora, has him on the pass, but took a bit of time coming back down. And 5-up will have to just play sustain now on low boost. Stay contested, he does. They do lose the grab, which allows Nush to once again go for a challenge. Now Bora's chance. Haven't seen too much of the young one in this series. It's only been one game. But waiting for this offensive Dignitas to really start to open up and allow for Bora and Appjack to find more space in that offensive third as they do now. 5-up working around all the way to the backboard, trying to stall as much as he really could. And Jack can't get the touch, does get beat. It should be an open double. I say that though, Truk wasn't up anywhere near it, and 5-up rotated perfectly back in time.
Yeah, some good fighting there from Dignitas in that midfield, not letting someone, or even just Bora, flip reset to the other side. Stallions not letting any play develop from the Dignitas side. Still somehow a 0-0 game, low-scoring affair even from game one. Stallions lead our series. Nush runs out of boost. Truk got a full tank. He has to squabble against Appjack. He comes right back. Try and score on this one, but Twiz escorts it into more open space.
Yeah, they need more of that. Whatever 5-up's doing, those cutoffs, they need more of those. Interception was excellent. And Appjack starting to thread that needle just a bit more. Again, closing in on spreading more of the field and really Dignitas coming online. But Stallions, so efficient at solo plays, chipping away at this defense. One after another. 5-up, been playing excellent on low boost. Patient off the back wall is Appjack from the ceiling. Just going to try to get this one towards the midfield. Can't play it over the next defender. One will crash. 5-up has to just play defense here. And so close between these two teams.
Stallions are winning a lot of good 50s, dangerous cross in front of the net, but this goes awry. And I mean, Stallions, they really do commit all three to deep enemy territory. This allows them to have such a more lethal offense, forcing 5-up to have to anchor the net so much more. As Truk shoved off, Appjack needs a good win, and it's just stalled out. The continuous layering that Stallions have in the midfield. Now another battle in front of the net. 5-up is stuck in that net as Truk wants the second touch, and he gets help. Twiz will get the first goal for Stallions.
Look at this little bait and switch. I'm going to throw my shoulder, you're going to take the shot. Perfect fake. Crossing pattern. Nowhere the defense can go except diving towards the corner. And Stallions slowly solve this puzzle of the Dignitas defense. And now, almost. I was thinking Dig had a chance to let's capitalize on a power play downfield, but fortunately they're going to have to try again from their own side.
Stallions definitely feeling like they're leading in the shot count. We don't have access to the stats. Zol trying to tuck this one to bed. Is Nush trying to get involved, but this really has been the Twiz and Truk show. And look at that pass. Of course, doesn't connect, but it does have Dignitas racing for possession.
Nice.
This 5-up just right down the lane, but even as soon as you're in the orange half, Dignitas can't maintain any kind of control.
5-up's been putting the ball in play. I mean, obviously there hasn't been as many chances for this Dignitas offense to get a line double it. And Truk slams two aces down back-to-back. Stallions on the heads of 5-up.
And 5-up has had to be that backline pillar for Dignitas, like a lot of the time sitting in the net. And as soon as he wasn't, look how quickly the play flipped on its head. Like Stallions, the counterattack, the retaliation is so fast, so deadly. Appjack low on boost, 5-up can't win the 50, and that's been a big issue. You're always meeting resistance. You're going head to head against the Stallions on defense, and there's no clear-cut winner on the Dignitas side to continue ball control at this point. 2-0, shutting out Dignitas here in game 2. Be the Stallions going to match point.
I know it's a disappointing series for Dig, for those who have been watching Dig, and just because, look, they're down, obviously, people are going to be harping on it. it is not like Dignitas has been playing bad. It is also not the case that Stallions have just been clean clocking this team. They've obviously played a bit better when it came to some of these solo efforts upfield from Trook. I mean, that play ridiculous, just absolutely absurd. But it's a relentless war of attrition. It's at some point, obviously, the defense breaks down. You're playing Stallions on their speed. You've been doing it. Stallions are still going to win. But Dig they're getting their looks. Like, they are getting their punches in between 5 up at midfield, between apparently Jack has been working in that space, at limited space at that. I mean, Bora, who at times has been silent, but it's been more because of the pressure and the aggression that we're seeing from Stallions on the field. I guess the only takeaway I really have at this point is, if you're Dig, my only look, and this is why I'm not a pro or a coach, but my only look on Stallions is we need to start isolating, whether it's Trook or whether it's Twiz. We need to start isolating at least one striker and just start going for those demos. I know it's easier said than done, but there needs to be some attention brought over to the striker, because right now it's just it's a death by 1,000 cuts, and they are just not able to stay alive long enough. So there has to be a change, or else they're going to drop down to lowers. And right now they're facing a 2-0 deficit.
And 5-Up has been playing a lot of the defense, so I look for a strong second man on Dignitas, where Appjack seems to be that spark plug, but I'm not seeing Bora as involved to be an optional passer or someone that could try to work off the chaos that Stallions create off of 50ing every chance that they get, as Twiz doesn't get the touch. But man, this net is being attacked. Bora at least maintains some boost to try and clear this out, but Stallions just won't let them be free. But Nush, that third man, kind of overextended, and Dignitas almost had a free net until Twiz rotated back.
Well, Jack last alive. Yeah, not for long. Still did as much as he could. And Trook, I think, is now 3 goals in the last minute or so. And this was everybody up. Jack did what he could. Bora caught dead center of the net. Stallions, choose where you want to shoot. Takeaway, I think, really, 11 Kiwi is, again, if we're going to, put some copium on it, or hopium, I should say, is that the Stallions score quickly, but they score quickly, right? You get some time, maybe a chance for Bora to make some magic happen.
And I think that's where the 1s and 2s experience can really shine. If just how you're approaching the 50s, like, as much as I could say Dignitas can bail each other out, you just got to approach those 50s a bit better. And I mean, I'm not the pro, but that's also an open net, so maybe Stallions could approach defense as well, but they have just been so aggressive and so confident that sometimes your third man gets demoed, and that's where Bora has his impact for the first time this game. Love to see that.
Nush just whiffed. You're going to get an opportunity. I mean, again, the 50 win by Bora, it doesn't have to be straight mechanics. It can be off-ball offense. A 50 win is massive at midfield. Although touch not going to be there, but if you're going to get a miss out of Stallions, again, they can play at that pace. You live and die by the blitz. Take advantage of the window. And they do. Dig, get themselves on the board. 5-Up cuts in quickly, goes over Nush, looking for the double. 5-Up had it off the crossbar, follows in for Bora. There's the bull we're looking for, that extra effort upfield. Dignitas take the lead.
And you break down the gears of this machine, and look what happens. One demo from Bora led to the first goal. Another demo caused chaos. Dignitas score off of that. So it's the physicality to break down those rotations from Stallions. As now Twiz go up high for this one, looking for the second man, and already getting shoved by Dignitas, who I think have a much needed the second wind in their lungs.
No, very much. I mean, again, you can keep pace with Mina as long as you want. At some point, you're going to have to slow down, because it's just, even Mina teams get kind of ahead of themselves. But for Dig, it's about creating opportunities, and that's where we're looking at Bora. Well, obviously, 5-Up's been doing that in this series, been able to stay alive upfield, for lack of a better term, and been able to cut down a lot of those interconnective passes. But we're waiting for a player like Bora to crash the net and pick up that rebound, for somebody to put away those extra chances. Dignitas have to create more opportunities for themselves, and when they do, they have a real chance to at least park bus in the middle field and control the orange side. Apparently, Jack will try to take possession from here, flicks it over, and Trook recognizes the quick play right back down to the center of the box, burns all of his boost to get it out, loses the 50 to 5-Up, who again has been excellent in that second man spot. Jack on the pass, but nobody was there. Bora hesitating. I'm not sure if he didn't either like the look or was too concerned about overcommitting.
And Dignitas, the moments that they choose to demo as well, when Stallions are rotating back into their offense, once they collect boost and return bring more firepower. That's how Dignitas are able to break out, but there is an issue of Stallions trapping them at times. These long clears doesn't seem to be costing Stallions too much. Their third man is being more aware of the demos that can come out of Bora, as Truk, again, solid with the touches to the side. You're not making any mistakes that Dignitas can take advantage of.
It might be easier said than done, but that's a moment where I think Bora should just be cutting in. It's tough to make that read, obviously, in motion. Oh, wow, what a save. But again, that second striker needs to be a threat at all times, and they're just missing that from Dig, though they do have the lead for now. Bora upfield. Tries to get a hand on it, not gonna happen. Nush redirect Twiz. Oh, stop it. Double, baby, come on! Just squeaks around the upper 90 as Dignitas survive a threatening opportunity. And now apparently Jack tries to get it upfield towards the backboard. Twiz will slow this one down in the corner. 5 up, center of the box, but nobody else there. Bora, what a beautiful 50. Hands on the ball, but no shot from Dig.
As Bora is able to buy some time in the midfield after Appjack just slammed into the net. Still have 5 up, and you have Appjack back on defense. Stallions, I mean, they are so lethal on this offense, and there's so much speed behind this ball, but save after save, Dignitas maintain the lead. This 5 up with a big win sends Stallions back from coast to coast. Truk tried to cut him off on rotation, doesn't get the bump, but is back for boost and back for vengeance. Appjack don't love that touch, and Truk smell blood in the water, and 5 will lead them out.
Yeah, it was a nice job by 5 up to recognize. I mean, Appjack's been kind of caught on low boost twice now in this game, and Stallions have been happy to take that away, so careful about those awkward clears off the backboard. The first killer touch is always going to be difficult. Nush moving right downfield. Gets 2 touches on it. Bora looking for the pass. Extra commit here for Stallions. Redirect is there. Nush as well, double commit, and this is going to get dangerous, and it will. They can't clear it out. They can't get it away, and Stallions tie it up.
The full commit from Stallions, sending the house, and they profit. And look, the gap between the 2 defenders. Stallions, it pays off. 13 seconds now to see if Stallions will sweep one of the better teams out of North America, MENA or North America, who will make that qualifying spot through the upper side to the orange half we go. Appjack out front and on top, Dignitas will take game 3.
Do you believe? That was not even close. In love after love. Stallions, what are you gonna do with a second left? I think I hit that note closer if it's not day 1 of 11 hours or day 2. Dig within just a beautiful recovery. Come on. You gotta believe, folks. You have to believe that things are possible in this world. And if you don't, go see Spider-Man. Dignitas, get us back in. They slowly do it. And look, what was the change?
Let's go.
What was the change? The change was simply 5 up again, being a presence upfield, but they were starting to isolate the strikers on the other side, and the relentless pressure from Dignitas. Their offense was much more efficient upfield. Bora was more aggressive. Bora didn't look like he was second-guessing some of his rotation. This is the difference. We need to see more of that from Bora, and when it works out, again, this Dignitas defense can keep them in the game against the speed of MENA.
Yeah.
They looked really good.
For me, what I noticed was a huge increase of physicality, a lot more demos. I mean, that one from Bora onto that third man of Stallions opened up the net. There was nobody home. That's the first goal. Second goal from Dignitas, another important demo in the box that caused kind of confusion on the Stallion side, and the red carpet to the second goal. And then, of course, Appjack, right place at the right time. The way that he's able to work that space and be productive on the front lines. If it's not getting demos, it's going to be receiving a pass like that. And that just barely tilts the scales in Dignitas's favor to stay alive in this series. But will Stallions be more aware of these demos that can come up from behind? We'll see how they adapt.
I really like the approach we're seeing from 5 up and Jack specifically, because Bora's job is to get comfortable. They're trying to get him involved and feeling like the environment is up for him to decide how he wants to approach it. Jack is the steady underhand. 5 up is consistency upfield to give you a second chance. Bora, the more comfortable he gets, the more aggressive he's going to get. His second challenge is another example of it. In times earlier in the series where he would leave off, now starting to get an extra hand or two on the ball, which could make all the difference, as we'll see if Stallions can find any success on their first counterattack of the game here in Game 4. If you're joining us here today, welcome in for Day 2. It's Group C and D, all best of fives. Teams trying to qualify for tomorrow's playoff bracket for 16 teams and only one slot available for the main event. And this is the winner's side. You win this, you're in, you lose, you go down to lowers. Truk looking for at least a redirect, but instead plays it slow and has a pass in front, but 5-up is too smart.
Yeah, and Bora has really changed as a player just in this series. Like you said, just having more of a presence in the offensive third, allowing Appjack to play a lot deeper and kind of in Stallion's face, which I really love the change up from Dignitas. And I mean, it was Stallions, though, building threat level on their offense. See what Bora can do now as he adjusts. No boost from either side, and Appjack is able to recover, playing tighter to Bora's side, so allowing them to build more momentum quicker at this point. Now 5-up will be part of that equation too.
Oh, whoa, okay, Bora, all right. I like what I'm seeing there. Appjack, second, third, reset, pass, almost trying to stuff the box though 5-up does crash in, and at least keeps it contested. Low boost for Truk, and 5-up's gonna go and chase. There comes the follow-up from Bora. Appjack is ready for it, gets a hand on it, and it looks like it's gonna be 5-up's ball, and it just almost sneaks in, but Bora crashes there in time and picks up the recovery.
A lot of composure from this Stallion side, but wait, the backboard exploited. 5-up placed on a lot of power, and somehow Stallions keep it 0-0. But Appjack into the air, Bora steps up, and somehow Truk lands just in time. Save after save. Now Stallions are getting boost starved. Twiz is demoed, so Nush has to buy time and just escort this out, and Truk will help.
As Achieves would say, don't limp it in. Just take the shot. I know you're worried about the squishy save, but you got to slam that thing. Moment for Dignitas where they absolutely could have gone up 1-0. This time, stretching the field back towards that midfield line. 5-up will over. Escape into the corner. Does not get the full grab. Misses the touch on the ball. Bora getting out. And now the other one back is 5-up. Going to kick that to Bora. Will do so. Recovers. Right back to apparently Jack. Going to slow this one. Does so on the pop. Around 1. Ceiling. No reset. Back to Bora. 5-up gets the call. Apparently Jack goes out for boost. And back to Boomball.
Dignitas can take their time with this. Sometimes you do just have to send it in deep and rotate back for a better opportunity. Quality over quantity. Now you're missing out on the defense. It's time for Stallions to look alive, and they're still battling through the midfield. Now 2 going up high, kind of mixing up some wires, but it ends up in Twiz's lap, and he sends it home. Stallions finally get a lead with less than 2 minutes to go.
You're right here. Yeah, it's right on that angle. There's just no way to get out in front of that if you're 5-up. You're too far behind the momentum with the ball. Stallions take advantage of the space. They had one good look on that counterattack. They get it, and just a bit off. What else is new? Unfortunately for this series, Dig an inch away at times. So often from really turning this thing on its head and sending us 5. Have hit the post a couple of times, have missed at other chances. Gotta wonder if they're gonna turn it around here.
See that Appjack is just lurking, cutting off rotations. Stallion's not even paying attention to him. All eyes are on Bora and how he carries through, dribbles across, but as soon as they're in the orange half, Dignitas are resetting, giving up so much space. Not the best touch for 5-up to get a long clear, but one that maybe Dignitas can stick closer to. Appjack keeps a hand up, now needs some progression.
Nice.
Finally, Dignitas crossing. No transitions have come easy for Dignitas.
And they really haven't. Though they're still creating opportunities. Nobody's there. It's tough to read anyway. Tough to say whether that would have been a clean shot regardless. 5-up. Gonna try just to buy time. Appjack is already upfield. Looks for the bump off the back wall. Double, not gonna happen. 5-up tried to slam it in. Bora recovering. Appjack waiting. Follow-up chance, centered, played, 5-up, not going to crash. Bora will, though, and plays it down to the ground. Restacking now as Stallions triple commit into the corner. Dignitas getting closer and closer, but they just can't find the wedge.
Nush sends it deep. Truk stealing boost, and Dignitas will just have to make do without it. Now Bora will lead that charge. Appjack on his way. Third man stepping up. Dignitas, you got to up the ante. You got to get desperate. 10 seconds, send the house. What do you got to lose? And 5-up finds the equalizer.
makes up for the double that didn't. Look at this play from 5-Up. Look at the mind games. Had to choose one spot. And 5-Up didn't miss. Made up for some of those mistakes earlier. 8 seconds on the clock. Dignitas have an answer. Appjack has a 1v1. Oh, Appjack. Oh, baby. He's the captain for a reason, folks.
2 game-winning goals from this guy. 4 seconds left, but this does feel pretty cut and dry at this point. The clutch power from Dignitas to come back from an 0-1 to tie, to take the lead, all within a blink of an eye. Strook will keep it up towards the backboard, though. Missed touch from Bora. 5-Up bails them out, but Stallions needed to pounce on that. But there's 2 without boost. Now they're team bumping, and that's over. We're going to Champions Field.
Yeah, we are. Come on now. This is a good series, folks. You can see a big sigh of relief from Jack, but that is indicative of how things have gone. It's been, I need you to go, preferably if you're I being Appjack, I need you, 5-Up, to go make a play and not just double it, but I need you to just win the challenge. I need you to get something through so that I can do what I do and Bor can do what he does. It's just, once you start making plays, your teammates can make theirs, and how quickly things turned. This was a team that was absolutely stymied for most of this game, and by most, literally 90%, completely locked out of any second effort. 5-Up, gorgeous 1v3, gets this team back online, and then apparently Jack gets Trook with full boost. Shook. The dude was absolutely nervous in that 1v1, and Appjack is not going to miss that. That was beautifully executed down the line, and for Dignitas, that was the kind of win that can absolutely turn this team around.
Reverse sweep on the cards for Dignitas, who flashes of brilliance, and right at the finish line, right as the seconds were counting down. And Stallions, you could tell that the nerves are getting to them. They're not having as much freedom in the air to get these really crazy passes going in front of the net. So they have to reinvent the wheel. They got to dig deeper. And Dignitas, they just got to keep trusting in Appjack, that new addition that they got deep into that RLCS LCQ for a reason. But Stallions knocking at the door already.
There they are. Maybe they get a little taste of their own medicine as Jack sets it up on a dime. 5-Up almost puts that one away. And the contest back down leads way to a easy look for Bora. We'll see how far it goes. Right into the hands of Twiz. Picked up or knocked away. Appjack, the pass to 5-Up. Back to Appjack. The 1-2 give and go, but the defense still has somebody in position, and with it, the stall out for another 0-0 game.
And the boost steals have been really critical. I mean, Stallions are running on fumes, and Dignitas just couldn't manage to break through quite yet. Now they have to rotate out, take another swing. Stallions are not making much space during this window of opportunity. But Trook will at least help transition. No, Dignitas are so united on this front.
Look at the speed of Dig. Look how fast they're playing into the box, off the post. I thought if 5-Up maybe stopped a bit earlier, he might have been able to send that into the back of the net. But again, it's asking a lot in that moment to get out on that rotation and cut it short. But the Dignitas speed this quickly, their pace has not slowed down since they started figuring it out in game 2. And it's a reason why they're so out ahead right now, as they just try to hold possession here. Fighting through low boost, flicked by Nush, and 5-Up takes it away.
And you had 2 crossed up there on the Dignitas side, and Stallions, I feel like, could have changed since the series started. Even Twiz isn't having the best first touches, and maybe he's starting to hesitate. And Appjack, that's not a great touch. But again, 5-Up, the rest of Dignitas salvage these moments that Stallions could have exploited.
Yep, Stallions are starting to make some mistakes now. Not as accurate as before, and waiting for their shot to come through, and eventually it does. Twiz over the top, plays a rather free ball off the ceiling, juggles, 50s. And then Twiz comes through for the security. That second man in position in time. That is what you need from Bora, right? Like that kind of second effort, immediately on the ball, on the point of contact. Don't give the defense a chance to respond. No reaction whatsoever as 5-Up has to play a 1v2 now. And I don't know how long it's going to last. It won't for long. 2-0.
And the floodgates just opening. Can we just talk about that first goal? Like, Twiz got bumped midair off the ceiling, fell and still got the second touch. Stallions are now running them down off the kickoff. And Dignitas, it's time to wake up and smell the coffee. Plenty of time, but Stallions really found their stride. I had already started to talk about Twiz, and I was wondering, is that all we got to see? And then he kicks Dignitas in the dirt. But let's see the retaliation now of Dignitas.
The one thing you don't want to do if you're Stallions is start sending more than just two, like the house. You don't want to start playing overconfident. Their speed has never been a problem. It's just been about some small mistakes on the back end, technical misses. You could give an angle to Dig. This time, though, trying to force the issue. And if you go up 3-0, it's probably GG's. But Dig just need to work through the progressions one read at a time. Second man upfield, gets it to 5 up. It's a bit too flat on that look. Pass to Bora and cut down by the defense. The Stallions recognize that it's always going to be an infield cut. The open center box, is going to be the angle for Dig, and they just won't give it up.
All three of Dignitas were ready to pass to each other, and somehow Stallions intercept and predict every play. And now seeing tuck this one to Ben. Nush gets there in time, and Trook counterattack. Here he comes into the air. Twiz in the wings. Appjack gets in the way. Nush can't win against 5 up. Twiz is the last man back. Nush rotates, and Stallions have stabilized.
That's tough. I think that was a right idea by Jack, but maybe just let Bora take that ball. Bora was kind of awkwardly taking possession here. I know Jack's doing the right thing and trying to extend play with full boost, but in that instance, let Bora take the ball. He's already low upfield. Jack has more to give on the back end should things go wrong. That's the moment where it's tough to say what the call was in those communications, but absolutely needed a little bit more from the captain in that moment.
Let's see if he can step up to the plate. He's had 2 game-winning goals, so I'm gonna let Appjack rest, okay? He's been kind of the GOAT so far, but doesn't really matter if you don't win the series. Even 5 up, I want to see him on the same side of the field as where the play is happening. Close that angle, but I know Stallions are so quick on their feet. It's hard to stop a tidal wave. You just have a raft, but Appjack, he's got 5 up, already pre-jumping for this one, and somehow Stallions keep it out, but it bleeds over, and Dignitas get their first one.
It's amazing what happens when everybody gets a chance to create some space, some offense. Bora finally full boost, able to get it in, crossbar down. Again, the way to win this for Dig is it has to be everybody connecting upfield. It can't just be a solo effort. You won't win that way. Twiz, buy as much time as he can. Right back down to the ground. Wins through the 50 on a low chow on that. Trook, nice job into the corner. Wow, what a read. Splits the defenders in the process, steals the boost out, and allows for a shot here. Off the crossbar, follow-up from anybody on Stallions. No, Jack flicks it in front. Another 15 seconds gone off the clock.
Stallions just need to kill these next couple plays, 40 seconds, and they'll see top 16. 5 up versus Twiz. Twiz wants some wins, and Trook will be involved. To the opposite side we go. 5 up, doesn't get that touch, but Appjack will bail him out, but not before Nush beats him to the punch. But really not to carry it through or to dribble it, but just take a shot. Appjack ready to receive. 20 seconds. You keep resetting. Dignitas back to square one, costing them crucial seconds to try and come back onto Champions Field. They wanted to reverse sweep, but at this point, Dignitas are seeing the lower bracket. And I mean, what an effort to just kind of patch up the issues that Dignitas had after it looked like a relentless offense from Stallions in the first couple games. Stallions will be our second team in the top 16.
Look, Stallions commit to what works. They don't stray too far from it. It was still quick defense leads to quick offense. That was really what broke down the midfield against Dignitas. Dignitas had been able to weather much of that storm in the early half of this series. They looked good. They come back. They fight through that game 4 to qualify for Champions Field. They give themselves a shot. Too much hesitation, one small mistake from Jack, but really it felt like there just wasn't the same level of synergy, the commitment we saw from all 3 when they were upfield together and feeling like they were reading the ball, reading the plays as they were earlier in the series. A bit quiet from the striking side for Bora, and I'm sure it's about a comfort thing, getting him involved, and more about rounding this team out and seeing what they can bring. But still, questions for Dig moving forward. They look good. When they're playing good and they're playing up to speed, they look good. I mean, 5 up, we can look back to the examples in games 1, 2, and 3. He was an enforcer upfield, constantly creating power plays for Dig Appjack was perfect in a lot of his rotation and being able to just monitor the situation and allow Bora to slowly move up. And Bora was just kind of being right place, right time, wasn't asked to do too much. But the problem was that he was also a bit hesitant, and you could see it there in that game 5 where he had no boost, was trying to take the ball, awkward as well. Jack says, I got you, you're stuck, I'll get you. But in that instance, sometimes you got to let your teammate kind of drown in that moment, because otherwise you give up the back end and you've completely left the net open. It's just they're like 1 or 2 steps away from getting Bora online, and when they do, it's probably a different squad.
And Bora's been that wild card, the question mark, sometimes the answer and sometimes the liability. And he's seen improvements, and 5UP has chosen the right moments as that third man to step up and finish up a play in moments where you're like, Dignitas are taking a lot of risks, but it's in moments where there's a couple seconds left and they need to find the equalizer, and 5UP has given them that chance along with Appjack. Just unfortunate that they couldn't find the right stride on Champions Field, so they'll have to do so and take that last sprint against Guns N' Roses in that lower bracket. Triple Pop versus No Car will be the other matchup. Those are 2 qualifying matches to get through the top 16 through the lower bracket side of things in groups. But so far, Group C will be sending Virtus.pro and Stallions.
Stallions are a terrifying team to play. Dignitas gave them the best look I think they have in a long time, granted how Stallions played them last time. I think this is a improved dig. This is a confident dig, but the difference, if it is marginal between, you know, the dig we got in games 3 and 4 and the Bora that we needed in game 5. Again, when you get to Champions Field, all mistakes are magnified and everybody's exposed. Everything comes down to simply, are you executing? And they weren't. Stallions absolutely were. 3-1 in game 5, back and forth series, a very, very good one. First game 5 of the day, did not disappoint. VP, Triple Pop, Stallions, Dig, all of our winner side completely done and dusted here on the C side of the bracket. Virtus.pro obviously swept through. Dig, Stallions win 3-2. They move on to the playoffs, and now Triple Pop and No Car Esport will play in the lower quarters for a qualifying spot. And Dignitas and Guns N' Roses, which should be a walk in the park. That should be one of the easiest plays, like just from a pure team play perspective. That should be Dignitas 3-0. No doubt about it.
And our next match will be a Triple Pop versus No Car. And then we'll do Dignitas, Guns N' Roses. It's absolute cinema here in Group C. And don't worry, if you're fans of Genji, M80, Lanimals, PCS, Stride, and others in Group D, we'll be covering this on the second half of the show. But for now, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we'll get back, we'll get all 3 Pops in their seats and No Car as well. And we'll see you there.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Hi, folks. Welcome back into the Last Chance Qualifiers here for the EWC Last Chance Qualifiers Monday's playoff bracket. Don't know why I need to reach back on that one. I'm Spaceman, joined by Levin Kiwi, and we got ourselves lowers quarterfinals coming up. We just concluded winners semis with 2 teams moving through. Versus Pro, Stallions qualify for a said playoff tomorrow. Lower quarters, Triple Pop, No Car Esport, Dignitas, and GNR, otherwise known as Guns N' Roses. We're going to start with Triple Pop and No Car, who, again, we saw Triple Pop earlier in their series, 3-0 over Guns N' Roses in that mode. And now we get into a situation where if you're Triple Pop, you must ask the question, is it enough? Because you are 3 games away from qualifying for said playoff, but it only gets harder from here on out.
You're going up against the French boys of No Car Esport, Matt, Mozzarella, and Eugen. And if there's one name that stands out to me, it's Eugen over in EURLCS. A lot of people were talking about this young player. Super, super mechanical, and used to be a big carry on the Gentleman's squad when he was there with Seiko, and most recently competing also with Magnifico, with Atomic and Nico. It was a really nice time watching him on that squad. Matt has bounced around a bunch of different teams. Mozzarella has always been a solid talent, so I think Triple Pop are going to have their hands full.
Yeah, they absolutely will. Every team at this stage of the game is going to have to bring their A game. There's no doubt about it. You're going to get the best of the best. If you're trying to qualify for a limited spot nonetheless in playoffs, knowing how hard it's going to get, you got to play above and beyond, even playoff caliber for a lot of players as we get ready for our lower quarterfinals. And that means that one team can move on and then the other will go home. We're going to end somebody's EWC experience here in this best of 5. We'll see how it goes as No Car and Triple Pop get underway for game 1. And Triple Pop come into this with a lot to prove, but also a team that I think still too young to maybe know what they shouldn't, and hopefully they can find some success.
And Mozzarella, also a super young player, I don't think has been to a major, but has LAN experience and more experience in 1s and 2s, but definitely getting up there in 3s. And obviously, if you're with the talents of Eugen and Matt, the French squad are feeling right at home there in Paris. I'm feeling right at home as well in my current home. So I'm stoked to be up early watching them as a Triple Pop. Yeah, maybe I've had not the cleanest of starts, but they're in the lower bracket, and this is a really tough opponent to try and stop to get top 16.
It absolutely is, and certainly calls into question how clean the approach will be from Triple Pop. At times there was some movement from Little Motion that seemed relatively off-kilter. We'll wonder or not if it's just about getting warmed up into the day, as Mazza will go ahead and sky it towards the ceiling, plays it off the 50, and gets it into the orange half. This time, for Triple Pop, again, controlling a lot of the midfield, which got them success against Guns N' Roses. It was more of a one-sided affair in that one. But that's going to be at least a baseline of where you need to work from. You can't afford to give so much space at this stage of the bracket to anybody as they work through that last touch and hold 2 members back now off the backboard.
And Matt is facing his former teammate of Ozapt when they were on Calogaris in EU. So that's always fun. I know Matt has teamed with so many different players, and somehow on that team, Matt was the quote veteran at 20 years old. Ozapt a few years younger than him. So I know, right? 20 years old being still old, but that's crazy. So what's crazy also is this game is still at 0-0. So tempering our expectations of who could come out of this. I don't know who I would predict.
You know, it does feel like one of those matches that just is going to be up to by game 2 or 3. We'll have maybe a clear understanding. Personality's not quite been established as of yet. I do know that Matt's been sitting on a full tank for a while now. And yet, no touch on the ball. Finally gets around to it, but again, resources here for No Car to burn. They just have not been able to break out. Credits to Triple for getting up this far. And we still hunt for that first good look at the net.
Eugen doesn't have a lot of boost, going to leave it to the cheese man himself, but off to the side he goes. Ozapt and Eugen feeds it right to No Car that take full advantage.
Yeah, look at this play downfield. I mean, a bit of a missed touch there. Tried to play a little bit slower into the corner, send it away from harm, but unfortunately it was sharply redirected right back to the center of the net. Not much the defense can do. And for No Car, you're just going to punch that through if you're in the right spot, and they were. Eugen up on ball. Matt fights through a challenge. Power play. And No Car take the lead to begin.
We're seeing the styles and how they clash of a lot more teamwork coming out of No Car, setting each other up for passes and getting in position to be able to receive those opportunities. While I feel like in the last series, Triple Pop depended more on the solo capabilities and going up against a lower team, that's something you can get away with, but eventually did get stopped. So Triple Pop are in this position for a reason.
Yeah, when you run into Virtus Pro, you can only hope that good things come of it. Again, you learn a bit, silver linings. Looking for the double rebound. There it is, Eugen. Right in time as No Car take advantage of the space on defense to commit on low boost power play, and No Car recognize it.
Yeah, Eugen is so quick to the punch. Triple Pop really not able to get things in motion. They've had kind of an up and down day, and what's tough about the LCQ is, yeah, it's relentless. Only one team makes it to the main event of EWC, but you have to get out of groups all in one day, so you have to find your true form here and now, or your Paris journey is going to end short as Triple Pop find themselves yet on defense again, and now dead in the water as those have seemingly demoed as the ball crosses in front of the net, and Triple Pop are busy chasing.
Yeah, first man has no boost now. I mean, you're getting stuck. You're low on resources. As OSAF tried to get out off spawn and did, eventually things start to break their way downfield.
Little motion. I love that setup, and almost got the bump on Matt. Either way, somebody pushed Matt out of the way, and Triple Pop showing flashes of that teamwork that I wish we saw in their earlier series, because Little Motion was still trying to find his position, his place as at secondary behind a very mechanical Bababa, and even Ozaf ended up being the MVP, and now Little Motion is just in the spotlight shining.
There we go. Every now and then, here comes the engine. Great recognition, gets up on the pop. Starting to see some scoring open up here for Triple Pop as finally everybody getting involved. And No Car had a 2-0 lead at one point, now quickly to a equilibrium at tied 2-2. 52 seconds on the clock. And the defense pushed back for No Car. Another quick challenge around the bend. Baba will try to just play with it here. And we'll race down to the other side. Oh,
okay, just try to beat the defense to it, but the fake completely exposes them, and No Car take the lead. Love the mind games, and only 40 seconds left. Look at Bababa slam into the wall. Kind of hilarious.
I am laughing. I hope I didn't come through, but I was having a great time. It's been a long day.
Really has.
Let's keep it going. Big demo.
Okay.
Come on, punch it through. There it is. We got ourselves a real game now and a series. No Car and Triple Pop going back and forth. Set up, downfield, the demo. Good slot.
The pathing from Ozap, you see in the cams front and center, he is the vocal energizer bunny of that team. 3-3 in a game one, and this is the lower bracket. Only one of these teams will survive the LCQ past groups. Now it's Matt again against his former teammate, now with Eugen by his side. Ozap in low motion will just keep this out from the post, and on the other side, Triple Pop will have their bases covered.
They do run into each other, but they are making it work. It's scrappy. It's scrambly. Still, nobody's hand on the ball. Eugen wins another tough challenge from the corner. Little Motion trying to go the length of the field now. Coast to coast and post to post. Catches it. Oh, Motion. Oh, it hits off the post. So close, so far. Overtime, game one.
Hectic game one, and it was No Car that were leading the first half and seemingly having a really relentless offense behind Eugen. Now Matt try to keep this at base, slow down the transition, but Baba's still getting organized, and Eugen senses that weakness. A little awkward as No Car still get organized. Here comes Matt. Eugen right there, but Baba in his space. Triple Pop chasing like cat and mouse, but need a strong clear, and it's Ozap that has to give it to them.
Oh, he's doing it, though. I mean, this play downfield has been beautiful. Baba started it. Osaf trying to finish, but he has a little bit of motion from the young commotion. Little motion. What a touch. Triple Pop take game one. 4-3 in overtime. 35 seconds deep in, and it was just well-placed, well-executed from the young one.
Little Motion showing up in this series when previously was a little quiet. Still trying to find himself on the rotation, but didn't he get like all 3 goals? Might have been a hat trick. So Little Motion had such a huge impact for his team when him and the Buds had to work at a deficit, against a deficit. When No Car got the first 2 goals, it was looking quite scary for them.
Man, the resolve of this team again to not so much reduce this game down to just simply not knowing what you shouldn't know, but to stay in that fighting mentality of every single rotation, every single counterattack is an opportunity, right? And you're not going to get many to catch the defense off guard, but they never stopped fighting is kind of the sentiment I'm getting at here. And when they were down a couple, they fight back and forth we go. They force into a tie, and they win that overtime by everybody getting a touch. The defense was scrambling for the last 10 seconds of regulation, and this has been a triple pop performance that will highlight their day should they close out this series against No Car, who are a very good team, as triple pop are asked to outscore their mistakes. 4 goals in game 1, not an easy thing to do.
And both teams didn't bring a coach to this event, so it's all about them to compose themselves, talk to each other, find those improvements, because there's no timeouts in these best of 5s. It's just that minute you have between games to load into the next one. So Yujin, though, I really like the looks that he's shown us. Wanted to slow down that ball for Matza to pick it up, but Little Motion, he is active today and he is on it.
Yeah, he's definitely turned it around from that series against VP. It was a couple of questions whether or not it was getting too fast or just simply if he was off his game. Everybody has a bad series here and there, but much more efficient from the field now. And crossing pattern looked excellent, but Osaf too smart. Maza trying to get it through. Not going to matter, though. Yujin will secure it, and they'll get themselves the lead.
Man, No Car were getting the shovels out. Like, they were digging deep. They even had their 3rd man start to approach that offensive 3rd, and No Car really upping the risk, and it's paying off. Triple pop. When their backs are against the wall, it's really hard to stand back up from those moments, but Little Motion and Ozaft have been a nice duo on the offensive front, but now forced to play some defense yet again. Ooh, kind of some mix-ups from No Car, but Yujin will bail them out. This almost sails in front of the net. Ozaft tries to help Triple Pop organize.
What a read. Bababa again, able to cut down the play. Picked up by Maza. Shut out. Nowhere to go with this one. Ricochets awkwardly. Little Motion going to try to redirect it, but gives it right back into the hands of the defense. Matt going to take the call now, and back again into neutral hands as that 50-yard line remains a traffic jam for both teams.
Pulls out with a nice setup. Little Motion crossing, I guess, either got bumped off. Not sure what happened to Little Motion. I thought he was going to take a shot at it. He'll get round 2, though. It's now a skirmish into the corner. Yujin has to take the ball high, not as much boost. Approaches the 50, beats 2. Ozaf, the last one, has to get out in front. Now gets overwhelmed by 2 from No Car. It'll take a moment, though, for the setup. And this crosses dangerously in front of that orange net. Little Motion keeps it out.
Ooh. Thought somebody else was going to crash in. Doesn't happen. Motion just gives it on a pop back to Matt. A good play by the defense. Took advantage of the space upfield. Osaft gives it away. Oh, no, that's a mistake. Don't know if he was expecting more power behind it, but a bit lackadaisical for the defense here. An inexcusable giveaway with all that boost. And Maza, with nothing in the tank, was able to slot it.
Pretty fearless of Matza, too, to just throw his body at it, because No Car like to play a deep offense, and one that hasn't really bit them in the butt yet. Triple Pop not quick enough on the counterattacks, if any really attacks at all. I feel like No Car are leading the shot count as Little Motion tries to cut off No Car from escaping. Kind of a mistouch there from Little Motion, leaves it to someone who could do more, and Ozaf still stopped at the line. Little Motion adding to the firepower. Another shot from Ozaf, and still Yujin gets in the way. And now a 1v1 towards the net. Little Motion just can't stop the bulldozer.
Yujin had him beat all the way down. Just had to make sure he controlled his possession, the control of the control. Did just that, and you're right, Jen. The bulldozer that has come out quickly into this game. We thought it would be a bit of a back and forth affair after that tight overtime. No car come out and they score. All right, we're seeing a change of thing. And then just one after the other, one mistake on defense, then a complete takeaway up midfield. No car are slowly finding their rhythm in this game, which is a scary sight if you are Triple Pop.
There's the low ball. Matt playing front blocker, getting bodies out of the way. Through the smoke. It was kind of chaotic. Eugen can't find the boost, can't bump a Baba, so back to square one. No car go, but Triple Pop still has not crossed that threshold. Not a single goal yet, despite what we had, six goals or something. I don't want to make the joke, but a bunch of goals last game.
Yeah,
so,
at this point we're at like 5 already. It was a high scoring affair.
Surprised Triple Pop are really stuck right now.
Well, they're looking for that corner. They've been kind of testing it a couple of times and working at center box.
Oh.
There it is. There it is. They were looking for that. They were trying to stretch the defense. You can see them moving, volleying back and forth. They needed either a demo or somebody to burn their boost and make a mistake defensively. They needed somebody to overexert. Eventually, they do get a demo that leads way to an open net. And good recognition that once they had that angle, that opportunity to go ahead and take the shot. Hey.
Okay, Eugen Ozaf off the kickoff. The mind games. Eugen said, get out of my way. Double doesn't hit for Matt. And Eugen had to fall back for boost. Matza not going to take the risk, but little motions on his tail is looking scary. Zozaf pops it up. Baba stretches up high, but the defense from Nokar has just been really, you can't even touch him at all. Triple Pop, not a single goal yet, despite some good opportunities. Double commit though, Mayo things up, and that's not on target.
Yeah, Baba has to force this. No other choice. Got to give his team time. Almost slots it. Oh, just a hair off the upper 90. Follow-up shot. What a dagger. Little motion. I know you're down by 3, but Chris Paulson cut the lead to 30. Good Lord, look at this shot.
Yeah, just for Baba to kind of abandon that, get everyone's attention, and it feeds right back out to Little Motion, who has now, I guess, become the MVP of Triple Pop, from a hat trick now to the only goal there, but we're looking at a tie series here very soon, unless all the lights turn on the Triple Pop camp. And so far, Matza and Nokar are not letting Triple Pop see that blue half too much.
Maybe some magic. Second opportunity. Hold on now. Into no man's land. 20 seconds. And that entire attempt goes by the wayside. As it looked like they were having a real swing downfield. Hold on, little motion to the ceiling. Hold on. Do you have motion? He does. Double. Not there. 10 seconds to go. Follow up. Osaft trying to sneak it in. It'll be a 1-1 series, folks. We continue on for at least 4 games. There's a massive spider on my wall that's crawling around. That's
oh my God. Well, you have time to kill it.
4-1. Or I test the hypothesis and I become a superhero. We'll see.
Time for your Spider-Man arc.
That's right. Or I just die if it bites me. That's also the option.
All right, time to burn the house down, I guess.
Exactly. 1-1. Triple Pop, again, looked really solid in that overtime game 1. No car, however, too fast, too quick, too many shots. And Triple Pop took way too long to get on board.
Yeah, really nice for No Car. Just how they've really hounded Triple Pop in the box. Like, really getting in their face, sending their strikers in deep, and for Triple Pop to not find a way to have a punish to counterattack, because really No Car is so committed, and they get goals every single time unanswered. That last one from Low Motion didn't end up mattering too much at the end, but the confidence blooming on the No Car side as they've really found the play style that has worked for them.
And again, back and forth we go. There was a moment in our discussion in game 1 where we said, still waiting for both teams to get online, but there was a moment where we talked about waiting for the series to open up and show us its personality around game 3 and 4. Now each team has a game under their belt. That's a good thing. We get ourselves into game 3. One must ask the question, what exactly does this series have in store? And if you're Triple Pop, how do you answer the mistakes you made on Forbidden Temple with something other than sustained defense? The answer so far is back to what works for No Car.
Really weird pathing here for Triple Pop. I mean, Ozaf kind of abandoned the ball to get the full tank, leaves it to someone else, a little confusion on the back end, and then there's just an open net. So Triple Pop, weird start there, but that's all okay because Nokar usually started off with the first goal, I think, every time, and Triple Pop still ended up coming back in game one.
There's the flick, though. Oh, great read. Patience on the goal line is a virtue. Upper 90 closed for service as Eugen escapes downfield. Gets a demo for his efforts. His teammates will try to recover with possession here, but not the best touch. However, Matt does make it work. Off the crossbar. Back into contest. And a nice shot from Eugen. Again, just to scream it down into the corner.
And it's tough for Triple Pop to be in the right place when Nokar do look awkward on the ball. Like Eugen's able to get a second touch, or there's Matza right by his side to keep the play going. And look at that, Matt and Eugen putting a lot of firepower behind it, and Triple Pop can't get there in time. Make it 2-0 now for Nokar.
Starting to panic a little now if you are Triple Pop, just because the defense hasn't been able to stop the pressure that Nokar have, specifically at the sidewall, who haven't played sustain at all. And now you're getting beat on the back end. You're getting pushed back and beat. So your offense has to respond. It's the only way you force some respect back at the midfield, but also to give your defense a chance to breathe. I mean, really, you need an opportunity to stretch this game out. And so far, it's been a very short field. Nokar are happy to take their chances one at a time. Another 2-0 for them. See if Triple Pop can maybe find one before, the last minute or so. Osoft's going to try to take it from his own wall. Gets a bump, sends it on its way. Good shot. Mazda there for it. Follow up. A bit high. Covers. Centers to nobody. But still, extra attempts here for the moment as Osoft once more gets a good read. A mistouch from the defense. Mazda completely whiffs, and they get blessed with a goal.
Triple Pop also get many attempts at this. And off of the mistake, like you said, the drop down from the defense, Triple Pop get the punish, finally. I'd like to see some higher shot placements, though, from Triple Pop, just so you can get it on the first attempt. But hey, off the demos, I've left as the last man. But man, he addresses that kind of critical situation well. And he's able to win a lot of these 1v1s to keep Nokar at a lesser score than they could have been. Because now everyone's getting in each other's way, and Triple Pop have to abandon the play.
Similar plays here for Triple Pop that Nokar's defense has had no problem dealing with. Barra's going to have to extend this down through the 1v1. Loses the challenge. Possession for now. Eugen holding control. One to beat. Osoft got him. No, did not. Shut up, Spaceman. I'm sorry, Spaceman. Mazza, downfield. Bababa. Must sees it forward and back to Boomball. But much more shadowing on these rotations from Triple Pop and not so much getting beat anymore as they were earlier.
And Bababa's not as flashy as I remember him to be. And, you don't always have to be that. You just need those strong touches, those strong clears to get your team out of dodge. And it's been more eyes on Ozap than low motion. But even Ozap finds himself as the last one back. So Triple Pop just trying not to let any more open nets happen. Patch up those holes in the defense, but the swords are out for this corner fight, and Nokar able to feed this out in front of the net as Matt 50s it up, and Bababa gets his boost stolen. So it looks like Nokar are going to overstay their welcome.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to. They're getting Eugen up involved as well. Right around the edge. Beautiful save. Dangerous situation to be in. Follow-up shot high off the backboard. Eugen gets the corner again. Blocked away. Defense from Triple Top doing their absolute best. To keep this one alive and clear it away just in time. A nice job by Triple Pop to sustain all that pressure. Now, motion. Looking for the double taken away. Boys in blue still holding onto the ball. And they'll get control for now.
Nokar great at closing those tough defensive angles that Triple Pop are trying to use. Low motion. Last one back surveys the field, and Triple Pop just can't afford another goal, but Matza just won't let them breathe. It's so suffocating to go up against these French boys from Nokar. And look, Eugen is still diving at the ball, and it just floats in. And that almost feels like the nail in the coffin. I know there's 52 seconds, but Triple Pop, it's so hard to get anything going against this defense.
Yeah, and when you look at how these goals were weighted in this series, or if you take into account how these goals have been weighted, a 2-goal lead feels like 3. A single goal can be as momentous as an entire breakdown. Unless Motion has an answer, you're looking at 45 seconds of do or die. It is only game 3, but series starting to swing in favor of Nokar as they'll take momentum and an edge. Got to go up 2-1. There hasn't been much of a response from the offense, specifically looking for those solo challenges upfield and then extending into team passes. There's the first real one we've gotten in a while. OSAFT looking for the push, gets a couple, both commit, they have to, and they'll get punished on the other end. That's a tough one. 4-1 in game 3. As for now, Nokar are 1 game away from qualifying.
Yeah, just Triple Pop had to really invest and take the risk and have someone downfield full commit just to get that goal, because then you reset back to a kickoff and you go from there. But Nokar just spit it right back at them. And with 15 seconds left, it will be Nokar going to match point. Remember, guys, this is a lower bracket match for top 16. The loser is done in Paris, and pretty much the RLCS and the Rocket League year is over. So this would be really surprising to not see the talent of Triple Pop go forward, but they have a lot to talk about between games.
Much to talk about for sure. Questions that remain for the offense about adaptability, any audibles we want to call. A team that is very capable of making those changes in between games, and again, is young enough to know what they shouldn't know yet in terms of playing with that aggro. But they are running into a squad that is just fundamentally more connected on offense and simply better at scoring. You can cut it that way because it's true. I mean, it's just been consistent 4-goal games back to back. And for a team that had been pushed to an overtime for Nokar, they put up 3 in game 1. They lost in overtime. They've now come out in games 2 and 3, Lemon Kiwi, and scored 4 goals every single time. Outside of that game 1 for Triple Pop, they're looking at 1 goal, right? It's like it's been just a really low scoring, low shot affair. Triple Pop very much struggling to get back to that rhythm they had initially. So if you wonder if those first impressions are now gone, is this the Nokar team we expect, and is Triple Pop now running into their match?
I think Nokar just looked like the more confident team, just the way that they are just individually throwing themselves at the ball and constantly testing the resilience of Triple Pop, which they themselves are some strong talent. I mean, like I said, OSAFT and Matt were teammates, so they kind of know each other's weaknesses, and I feel like OSAFT has been the guy that is trying to do it all, and not in a bad way. He's trying to be the defensive... Oh, that was bad. There was already a team bump, so you don't want to be on totally the same page where you're running into each other, but this is not a good first look for Triple Pop.
No, it's not. Nice benefit, though, again, is knowing that you have a full 5-minute set to play through. But granted, your backs are against the wall. It is time to put up or shut up. This is the moment. You're in the lower bracket. If you lose this, you are done. And for Nokar, I mean, they have been scoring almost at will at times, but putting up 4 goals a game is going to be tough to beat no matter who you are. This Triple Pop will try their best now defensively to get out, and they will. Baba able to get it downfield, screaming into the blue half. Maza kicked off the play. Around for a little Motion, who was able to open up scoring in game 2 for this team. Since then, though, has been held at bay, and Maza more than happy to let it bounce forward. So waiting for more players outside Little Motion to find more success, specifically OSAFT as well, as they look for more scores, but still being kept out at arm's reach.
Need to see more trust from Triple Pop. I mean, they're air dribbling across the field, and I'm not seeing like a really close secondary to layer and keep the play alive. And now it bounces back, and I constantly feel like Triple Pop are stretching back to keep the defense alive as well, as now there's a demo and an open net, and look at that. The Baba is dead in the water, and Nokar start up a goal yet again.
Yeah, some small mistakes again. Well, you can only scratch it so far when the demo is there, but when everybody's pushing up and the pace of play changes in that second effort, that second dimension of defense, Nokar have all numbers up. They're going to keep the speed alive there. They get the demo, and at that point, you've already been beat. Maza looking for the redirect, leaves it on a fake, backboard off. Nobody else around. OSAFT going to get out. OSAFT, excuse me, going to get out and keeps it on the ground. Just tries to be a little bit of a 5 up here, but this time, no goal.
It's like Matt seeing some activity there, but there's more energy on the Triple Pop side. Now it's about having a strong push downfield. These clears are nice, but Ozap doesn't have boost. You need someone with the immediate pickup. You just have to be punchier. You have to be quicker because no car. They got home ground advantage. French boys are in Paris. They are going to be comfortable. They are going to be confident. We'll have the crowd behind them if they get to that point. So Triple Pop got to show them how it's done. Try to pull off an upset or at least force Champions Field. And Triple Pop finally on offense, but who's going to be on this immediately? It's Ozap, just more playing disruption than playing offense.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it, is they are just trying to play disruption, but they're just getting beat. Like, you get the ball downfield, you don't have your second challenge there, and then you're already falling back on rotation, playing footsies in the corner. Like, it's really too easy for No Car to reject your counterattack and send more pressure towards your net. We'll see if anything really forms here for Triple Pop, but still not really the angles or the opening they're looking for. And another chance where No Car can very easily take this one away.
Okay, let's see what Bababa can do. Oh, Zap, that's a critical miss, and that was for the equalizer. Less than 2 minutes to go. You just got to shake that one off. Go in for round 2, but Ozap and Bababa are getting crossed up in the corner. Somehow they do recover. Ozap is back to kind of lead this back to another offense, but No Car, not going to let this go for free.
At some point, Triple Pop have to have an answer. They need to start scoring. Again, you only get 1 or 2 looks at it. That's got to be it, and it will be. A little motion, patient as ever. It will sneak it under. The last challenge. We have a tie game.
Oh, Eugen tried the bump low motion. He dodges that, and that allows him to recover and get the follow-up from the skirmish that happened in the box. And I like to see Triple Pop just not only be more aggressive, but be aware of the aggression of No Car on the other side, because it was a demo in the net that allowed No Car to get that first goal. So going blow for blow now. We have an equal game. We'll see if Champions Field will happen or if No Car will end it once and for all as Eugen patrols. Now Bababa will take the mantle. Waits for his moment to shine as Bababa knows this is got to take it one step at a time, but he doesn't have a teammate now.
He doesn't, and I think that was a tactical decision to play it back down to the 50 because then you get the boost, and it's just about being able to rally that now and converting it downfield, but again, back on their own defensive side, being pushed forward. His little motion will try to send it downfield, does so. Eugen gets back control. Has a player ready. It's Matt off the sidewall. Can No Car take advantage? Long clear. Little motion, not a lot of boost to extend. Bababa waiting underneath patiently, but Eugen goes directly up the gut. Over 1, reset, over 2, and carefully controlled, necessary off that backboard.
Eugen heads back with a full tank. Matt slows down the midfield and almost inspires them to go and swing at this net, hammer it home. This is for the win and for top 16. Little motion builds the wall, and Matt wants to take it down brick by brick. Bababa versus Matza, 50 that stalls down low. Eugen, the double to end it all. Not in front of Ozaft, and not now. It's overtime for the win for No Car, or Champions Field for Triple Pop.
This is what champions are made of, the moments that live in your head forever on LAN. If you show up and perform, it can change the entire dynamic of a tournament. Just about executing. Maza, Eugen, and the play into the corner, looking for the center. Won't get much. Good defense from Osaf to, again, stall and fight through that 50. Kept it flat. Back of the midfield, popped. Osaf underneath. They're trying to force this one directly up the field, but it's just not working.
Oh, that's dangerous. A double commit. All 3 of Triple Pop just trying to salvage this moment. Any mistake could cost them their Paris lives as Matt wants to defeat his former teammate with the demo. What a pop-up. I can't believe Triple Pop saved themselves. And Low Motion has to be the hero that could, as he was the MVP in the past. He takes it to the ceiling after grabbing boost. Small touch for Bababa, but it's how he recovers that matters, but just can't seem to carve his way through this defense.
Yeah, great pass. Nice job. Good recognition. You had the space back there to go ahead and boom it down. Gives your team, again, time to get boost. Still fighting through some challenges at the midfield. Careful, though. Water falling down. It's a tough 50 to read. It is still maintained. Matt circling. Follow up. Eugen. No. Almost punishes and a chance. But No free touch. Triple Pop could not find the angle.
Oh, Eugen does steal it away, has time. The backboard, the shots, and not on target. Slow down to a snail's pace as Little Motion evaluates the field, and he is surrounded. Now coast to coast we go. Eugen races, demos as Triple Pop just try to get back on their own 2 feet. They sail away to the blue half, and No Car ready to receive.
And you got to look at boost control now, trying to fight for those resources and keep No Car low as they extend. Eugen trying to double it again, 4th or 5th time now in this game. He's had a look. Osafs didn't get it over, and they'll go to the corner. This is a chance now for Triple Pop to extend upfield and to stay upfield. Whether they do the latter is the question. And so far, the answer is no. Again, pulling back so quickly, how much they've worked to get that ball upfield before they eventually have to rotate and get second man to come pick up the scraps. Eugen around another. Baba, not the best touch. Again, cleared away. Little Motion in the corner. And the defense still denying all extra touches.
Oh, wanted more of a bounce off that corner push. 1v1 into the net, and what a gap close for Eugen. Triple Pop, the pressure mounts. Matt, though, sends it to the backboard, and no, it doesn't play through until now. Holy cow, Triple Pop have forced Champions Field.
I want to go back and see that play if we can on the replay, because that looked like an in-air assist between 2 players to send that one home off the backboard. The follow-up that comes down at the nick of time. What a fight. What an absolute fight from Triple Pop through this series to know that you're down at regulation point, and then to know that you have not had a whole lot in terms of scoring, to show on the other side you had to play essentially perfect defense. You keep this team within a goal or two. You deny 4 goals a game that you had for the last 2. You come into this, block it away at 0 seconds, go into an overtime, and here we go. Look, 1, 2, 3. It's just, that's the perfectly in sync Triple Pop. When they're playing well, they can do stuff like that. At the end of the day, in crunch time, if you're making those kinds of plays, there is no reason you can't win the series. No Car just as good, but we are really in it now.
And Ozaf has looked like that player that never gives up, never surrenders. Like they are sweating over on the right side. He's always being vocal, even when they're getting beat down. Like, they got swept by VP, and I still saw that guy full of energy. And what a play and what a goal at the end to keep his team in this tournament in a 2+ minute overtime. Champions Field, after No Car looked like they were the better team throughout this series, they are facing a whole different beast.
They are. You're gonna have to be extra special in this game 5. Back to back, the game 5, and missed an open look. Regulation spot on the line. Win this or into top 16. You lose, no chance. Not even a bit of cash prize. You do win this, you get some money. Great shot. Mazza was ready for it. Better redirect. The defense way too smart. Ababa's had some massive clutch plays today, especially there on the defensive end. But pressure, No Car sending everything they have right now on this push.
No Car liked that deep offense to look for those bumps. If Matza wasn't redirecting, he was going to slam someone out of the way. Eugen collects. Demo, Ozaf missing. Defense weakened. Triple Pop managing to get back on their feet. But No Car just feels like they're playing with their food and trying to find any boost they can. Ozaf now, second time he's been demoed. Like, what's up with that? No Car constantly are resetting Triple Pop.
At some point, those demos will start to connect. It will start to make a difference. So again, for a team that's relied on so much of their ground game to play through low 50s, Triple Pop going to keep that in mind. Osaft can't get it around. Mazza will get the boost here, and that's a demo in the net, but a long clear gives Triple Pop's defense a chance to breathe for now. Mazza over, looking for the double, comes back down sharply. Backboard, third man, still denied. Can Baba recover? No, it's still kind of caught in traffic. And again, every time the defense is working and working and working, Triple Pop still have yet to be able to show that the offense can get downfield.
And Triple Pop just have no midfield presence.
no.
They're just observers to this point. Eugen working his magic, and 2 in the net, right next to the post. Matt looks like he's mini putting right now and gets all of Triple Pop hopping for it. The fakes aren't working for No Car as they cross from the right side to the left. A high ball, the fake. Matt, not a powerful on-target shot, so Triple Pop will keep it out.
Yeah, they're getting them to jump, though. The defense starting to get a little nervy. Low boost, awkward rotation. Triple Pop somehow still survived their relentless assault. Mazza from the ceiling can pick and choose how he wants to approach the backboard. This time goes for a reset. Baba on no boost. How many times have we seen this? Flicks it anyway, though. Finally, the offense gets upfield for a shot. Osaf is going to have to very carefully let this one come back down. Helpful from his teammate. And can extend all the way upfield. Buys time. Follow-up not there. Why are we challenging that? Luckily, your teammate spawns just in time as you played down to the final second. Bababa up. Backboard. Available. Second not there. Mazza, great patience.
Man, Eugen has been on this ball more than anyone else. You might as well put his name on it, but not netting any goals yet. Time is of the essence. Baba with a big 50 win forces No Car to reset. Take their time. Matza's battling someone in the midfield, and that's a position that Triple Pop want to be more firmly in charge of. Make those transitions a bit more seamlessly, as Baba not the best approach there, and it makes things difficult for the rest of the team to make a play off of.
I don't mind Baba going for this. It's just, again, if you're doing it on no boost, it's a risky play, man. If you get beat once, it's GG's. This is an entire different counterattack. One towards the net. So if you're going to send it consistently with Baba taking that challenge, he needs to path a little bit better towards boost. It cannot just be full pads. You can absolutely find plays as a second man on what's the golden path into the net. Defense scrambling to get back. The demo helps. 2 demos definitely help. But still a challenge here from Eugen. The fact that he keeps this alive for this long allows Matt to sneak up. So what looked like an open look and a chance, really, for this squad as they move downfield. Musty pass, not going to be there. Triple Pop still do not have an opening.
It was like the second time, too, that Matt, 180 to play, and it's just costing seconds and seconds. But when you're not up in the lead, doesn't really matter. Matt disrupting the net. 1v2 for Eugen. Wins the first. The bounce, though, keeps the ball out. And Triple Pop are on the chase. But Bob wants to add some power. Counterattack in motion, but not threatening enough.
They're getting it closer and closer. They're shoving the line. They're keeping the defense back. Allsaft almost had it. Ababa gets caught. He needs to play this. He has to play it to the corner. No other choice. Little goes up for it. Okay, takes it away. All 3 commit. Awkward, but works. Osaf, reset, juggle, carry, bump, little motion, flips forward for boost. Baba kind of made an awkward challenge there. I think they're starting to feel some nerves. 0-0, hold on. Skying towards the back wall. 5 seconds to go. Eugen. Still alive.
0 seconds, 0-0. We're going to OT for Champs Field. Surely Matza keeps the train rolling, but Triple Pop want to end this in overtime. It seems somehow this is still up, and Triple Pop are fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah,
and Matt will reset things back to OT on Champions Field. The winner goes to top 16.
Overtime for a chance at the playoffs. Couldn't ask for much more than that. This is what dreams are made of at a tournament. Baba can make up for some of the wrongs here in this game. He's able to skirt it around and find some boost. Lord knows they need that more than ever. Right back into the hands of the boys in orange. Up to the sidewall. Little Engine, the only one currently towards net. Gets Baba to bite, and Engine will go ahead and clear it away. It's going to be off target, but it gives his teammate time to move up, and they do. Right back into the hands of Baba, but never mind. He misses the touch and a demo. Surely, this is the look that No Car have been waiting for, but they still can't clear it out.
I mean, Ozaf was hunting. No Car barely had time to grab a full tank before the challenges started to come through. Triple Pop aggressive. They smell blood in the water off the ceiling. Ozaf measures and also tries to fake through. Triple Pop not able to help him out, but we continue in the blue end. A lot of battling. Ozaf shoves him off. Who is next? But Baba with the beat, but Eugen waits carefully, but he can't solo play his way through this. Not yet. No Car, they were up on match point 2-1 against Triple Pop. And look at this comeback, but look at Matt off the ceiling to Eugen, but not on target.
feel like at some point this team's going to get caught without boost. OSAP, though, ceiling, bumped off, no extension. Nice play by No Car's defense to go for the physical bump. When they have, it's worked. You're just going to sky it. Worried about some of the rotations here for the defense of Triple Pop. OSAP again will win the challenge. Fighting tooth and nail between these two teams. Who's going to make that first mistake? Bababa finally has a full tank. Can he extend it? Yes. Fighting against Eugen. Eugen still gets a touch on that. That recovery is absolutely ridiculous. Shuts down the push, but the chances still fly forward. Extra look. One more time for Bababa. Maybe this is the angle he wanted all game long. OSAP, the bump was there. They don't crash. They had a look. It's still somewhat centered, but Bababa keeps it in play. They just can't find the window. It's so close.
Oh, that was so close. OSAP is playing so well. Triple Pop being just as threatening. Racing now back to the orange side. Matza waiting to find the gap to see if he can get this to Matt. And all three defenders of Triple Pop hugging that post as Matt gets a decent beat against Bababa as Triple Pop are running low on boost. Matza crosses from one side of the field to the other, trying to center out this ball. But man, Triple Pop are just not going to let this happen. The composure, the resilience is just speaking volumes.
They can't live forever, though. That's a big bump. That's a big bump. It's open, baby. And that's the title right there. Get him to the qualifying round. You just needed something to break their way, and eventually it does. Almost 3 minutes of a tight overtime, and they qualify for top 16 into the playoffs. And that is what dreams are made of, a heartbreaking defeat for Triple Pop. They played so well for so long, but just could not find the opening, and it's tough. It's a devastating loss, and I know how hard these guys worked. I really, really hope we get to see more of them in the future, but that was an impeccable series from both teams, and hopefully they can take that away.
And Triple Pop, I mean, these individual players were really strong puzzle pieces from different EU RLCS teams that surprised everyone in the Swiss stage. And OSAP going up against Matt, they were part of Calogeris and one of those teams that started to punch up against the top of EU, which is not a feat that a lot of people can say. And the way that they were forcing Champions Field, the way they went to a 0-0 overtime, they gave it their absolute all, but No Car ended up sealing the deal, and still the French squad able to continue playing in Paris is the dream that stays alive, and they'll be the third team in Group C to be joining Virtus Pro and Stallions as we wait to see between Dignitas and Guns N' Roses who will be there with them.
Man, that's one of those series that's going to stick with you, and for a lot of young talent, especially in Rocket League, but in any esport, when you have this experience with this kind of series where it's so one-sided, it's so back and forth, the pendulum is swinging each way, and then you get really into a war of attrition, a real good game. It obviously stings. It's going to be an overtime they're going to be thinking about for months, but it also ends up either propelling a squad forward and making them all better. We've seen it with the likes of Moist back in the day and Team Queso at times where they lost a close game in similar fashion. It can either build a team up or break them down. And I have a feeling that the way that defense showed they were playing in those really tense moments, those clutch moments where they had to make perfect saves, this team looks like they can be elevated to the next level. They can play up to their opponents. I think that loss might end up helping them in some ways and get them even better for the next go around. Obviously, it sucks, but this is a team that is definitely one to keep an eye on for the future, because even when they were stuck and pushed out of position, their defense was pretty immaculate.
And I know there was so much talk about Eugen and Bababa, especially young mechanical players that were entering EU and really trying to shake up the top teams or be the next prospects that everyone was trying to scout. And honestly, even from this match, I would throw OSAP into that conversation. He played such a good series and kept many plays alive and defensive touches across the board. And it sucks to see a Triple Pop end this way. That is a really difficult team to try and qualify against. So hopefully they keep their heads held high as their LCQ run ends, and No Car will continue.
They will, and man, did they have to earn it. This was a exhausting series, and I think for them, something I want to point out for NoCar is we focus a lot when teams qualify for playoffs, which obviously are tomorrow. And I know for team C, brackets, excuse me, C and D today, you don't get that day to kind of rest and relax. But when you're in this spot, these players have the experience to play deep into a bracket like this, to play in this kind of tournament. They know what's on the line. They know they need to go back and play scrims and watch VOD, etc. But also take the time to savor that win. Take the time as a team to sit with that experience and to recognize that you overcame that hurdle and you fought for this victory, because you have to also celebrate when things go right in order to know how that experience comes to be. And we can see here the full 5-game series. It was really a tight affair game one, and then one-sided as hell. Slowly things started to work back in game 4, and then that overtime there in game 5 was enough just to split the difference between the two. But I hope that NoCar get both time to rest and a chance to just really enjoy that win, because they had to fight for that.
Yeah, and they'll be playing again tomorrow with the other 15 teams that will be joining them in playoffs, and meaning getting through also in the lower bracket. Not to be the glass half empty person, but that does affect your seeding and your matchup going forward. Yeah. And to give to get the last team out of Group C, our next match will be Dignitas versus Guns N' Roses. So Abjack, Bora, 5UP better show up, because this Spanish squad of Koku, Lassa, and Dan were no joke. And this is going to be a grueling lower bracket. So excited to get through that. We're going to throw you to a break. We'll get some butts and some seats, and we'll see you on the other side.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, one, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Hello, folks. Welcome back into the conclusion of the C side of the bracket here for EWC's Last Chance Qualifier Rocket League Edition. I'm Spaceman. That's Lemon Kiwi joining me for the action today. And we have one more match to get into. It is the Last Chance Qualifiers in the lower quarterfinals between Dignitas and Guns N' Roses. The last match here for Group C. And with that, the last best of 5 to decide who from this group will be moving on into the playoffs tomorrow. Lemon, I think you and I are kind of on the same page with this one. This should be a Dignitas sweep. It is not all shades Guns N' Roses, but we're talking levels to this. Come on, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's weird that Dignitas are even in this position, but man, what a good series. If you guys want one to go rewatch from Group C, it's Stallions versus Dignitas in that upper I guess semi-final. Dignitas almost reverse swept, so that's why I'm thinking Dignitas have found the form they were supposed to be in, of just being a lot more physical. Appjack, I mean, 2 game-winning goals to even put them on Champions Field, so I look towards him to be the ultimate anchor, the person that keeps the team together, because Guns N' Roses, the only way I see them winning this, which is there is talent, absolutely. The Spanish boys, they're no joke. The only way I think Guns N' Roses win is if we do not have Dignitas from Game 3, Game 4 of the last series. Like, we get an off-kilter Dignitas.
I mean, honestly, just from a pure showing up on the day mechanic, same thing. Dignitas have 5-up, and 5-up today, even when he's been a bit off on his accuracy, he's been a tempo setter. He has been the one to kind of dominate the midfield. Just simply aggression should be enough. This should be enough for this team to win. And I gotta imagine, if you're Jack, you know that obviously a big series here, and you don't wanna get yelled at, as Jordy will hold him accountable for it. As we get ready for it, let's get underway. Check your predictions now. Let us know what you think.
Do it.
What do you think?
And Dignitas also brought a coach, and on the other side, Guns N' Roses have not. Maybe they brought some good music, and you know, sometimes just figuring it out with your friends, with your squad, is all you really need, especially when you just know each other the best. But clearly Dignitas, that coach has made a huge difference. Mainly talking to Appjack and how he's able to rally the team as well, is how they came back in Game 3 and 4 against the Mino team of Stallions. So expecting a Dignitas to be joining them in the top 16, but Guns N' Roses, they could be playing upset.
They could. This would be an upset. One of the ones of the entire tournament, without a doubt. They're starting to get physical and 5-up. I think they know the assignment they need to take in this matchup. But here we go. Last chance qualifier in the quarterfinals of the lower side for Dignitas and Guns N' Roses. You win this, you're in. You guys know the deal. One team through. We've already had one champion earlier, No Car versus Triple Pop. If you haven't seen that series, just go watch Game 5. I mean, it was fantastic. But now we move on, and apparently Jack's got a solo upfield for a double. It will be cleared away, but for Dignitas, I mean, they have to come into this just knowing, obviously, clean, cool, calm, collected, business as usual. This is a squad that should have no problem handling volley of shots and multiple looks of the net.
And we didn't get the best first impression of Guns N' Roses because we saw them get swept by Triple Pop, only putting up 1 goal, and it was in OT, I believe, or to force them into OT, which they then lost in that sweep. So Guns N' Roses, there's talent, but it didn't get to find a good first look in their first match. But, you know, they've worked through the lower bracket. They've now defeated 2 teams before facing Dignitas, so they're warmed up.
They are. They've at least had the experience today of having a match under their belt, which does go quite a long way, as all teams will now be tested at what they've learned in the bracket so far. And with that, defense has to be stout as it is here. Keeps a shot away. Apparently Jack good for at least 1 to start. We'll see what Dignitas bring to the table. A little bit, I think, more reserved and patient as they find their footing. Not as quick as they had to play against Mina, which is nice, but also it means that, again, it's just going to be a different speed of the game. And as I say that, what a gorgeous catch from apparently Jack as he was there ready and waiting.
And he's really had a 180 type of day. I mean, right place, right time is how we continue to describe Appjack from the 2 game-winning goals he had in the previous series to, unfortunately, the Game 5 loss, but kicking off this game in good fashion. Koku gets shoved, and Dantro just gets a shot on the net, and Dignitas nowhere to be found.
Okay. Well, that's a bit of an interesting play from Bora. Curious if... I don't know if he got chipped on that or not. I'm not going to speculate because I'm dumb anyway. But Dignitas makes some mistakes. Bora, questions. We get it going off the opening kickoff. Again, 1-1. 5 up, downfield, straight towards the net. Bora will follow suit. And the defense will buy themselves an extra chance to get to the midfield.
Someone like Koku on that Guns N' Roses squad started to ping radars when he got top 4 in the RLCS EU LCQ with the No Balls Just Chase squad. Not with the rest of this trio, but they find themselves behind yet again as 5 up will get the lead back for Dignitas.
Yep, and that's kind of what you're going to expect here is 5 up being in positions to not only create tempo to facilitate, but also if he's constantly moving in and out of rotation, constantly playing upfield. Those are the challenges you should expect for Guns N' Roses. Their defense is going to have to be alert at all times. Nice little solo effort upfield for Koku. Extend the play now, stretch the defense. Velasa has some angles off that backboard, but back to the midfield.
Dignitas kind of are really good at freezing this defense. It kind of got all 3 of them watching. Dignitas forced back on defense, but the transition is what helps inspire this team. Now chasing away Dantro is also stealing boost around the field. So if Dignitas are not careful, they're going to run out of resources as Koku now against Appjack. Couldn't fake it against them.
Certainly give them a run for their money. And I like to see that. Just about trying to control their control at midfield. Koku kind of gives it away. Tough read off the sidewall for 5 up, but still extends it downfield. Pass right back in the center lane. Dantron towards the ceiling. Both teams kind of taking their shots and falling off and giving each other space, just seeing what we're getting here. Dignitas just trying to play very easy, simple Rocket League. Don't need to do too much when you have a 3-1 lead.
Another goal for 5 up. I mean, he is seeing a lot of activity in this series. It was a lot about Bora and Appjack being out front in that last series, and mainly Bora being that wild card, that question mark, and how he improved in the series really elevated the entire team. While as 5 up had to constantly be back because Stallions had the most relentless offense that we've seen on broadcast yet, as to be Mina fashion. So 5 up had to be that backbone, but now we see him be a striker, and man, is he hitting. Okay, not that one, but maybe sets up Appjack to get the 4th one, and now we're just stat padding at that point.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that you can then play different levels of the game almost where you get into these situations. So if you want to stat pad, you can. That's a great touch. 4-1. Appjack, a little easy floater, a little flick of the wrist. But you're right. This is about stat padding, sure, but also like now when you've established we're gonna win and we've clearly set ourselves apart in game 1. Then you start to get creative. Then you start to get a little bit loose and see really where your mechanics are at in the series. So I'm curious if they're gonna send a little bit more towards Appjack's way and let him start feeding a bit.
And these are just great reps for Dignitas. For me, the question is how clean can they take this series? Because I had kind of a similar vibe for GK in the other groups. They're a good team. They've seen inconsistencies, but now showing up to an EWC LCQ after the season doesn't go your way, how can you bounce back from that? And Dignitas, game 5 loss, but they started to see some signs of life, and now I want to see this being done in 3, or that raises more questions, and maybe I want to see also Guns N' Roses just go out guns blazing, because that would be also sick for the Spanish boys.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're in this spot, it's unfortunate to go back to that combo we had earlier of, what do you have to lose? It's game 1 series. You understand what's at stake. You understand the caliber of the players you're playing against. You're not expected to win this series, but you come in with the expectation to play well and to try to win, obviously. And I think if you're Guns N' Roses, I mean, it's tough for a younger team to look at them and say, pull everything out of the hat, because how deep is the back, right? But this is absolutely the time to put all the fear on the back burner and play with the utmost confidence. Find your teammates. Be selfish with the ball when you have to. Be selfless when it looks good. And we'll see what they can do going into game 2. Quick GG's all the way around. 4-1 win, and Dignitas 2 games away.
It's them being able to find that form, and now that they've got a couple matches under their belt, there's always something to build off of. There's always room for improvement. So now it's how close to perfect can you be, and kind of how you can really get the most out of these reps, and really official reps, because scrims and matches like this are going to feel different no matter how seriously you're going to take scrims, and kind of how that's going to help you build up towards the challenges you're going to face in top 16. Unless something crazy happens a series, which I know that was only game 1, but there is quite a difference in these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, there is, just flat out. The players know it, obviously. The game state is indicative of that separation. But with that said, you control the controllables and everything else be what it is. If you know you're going to be challenged on everything, if you know you're going to be taking a volume of shots and a relentless a team like Dignitas at full strength, mind you, knowing that they're also fighting for qualification, get scrappy, get physical, go for some bumps, some demos. The way they were at least starting off in that game 1, you could see them trailing behind 5-up off kickoff and trying to bump them off in the corner. I want to see more of that. If it kills you, all right, then you adjust. But there's really nothing to lose. And if you can get Dignitas uncomfortable, if you could force them to have to play scrappy, anything's possible.
Already, like off of kickoff, Guns N' Roses are shoving, and Lassa was like the last one back, and even he's confident enough to step into the arena. So Dignitas testing the waters. Even 5-up is stealing boost, shoving Koku to the side, and it gives Dignitas a chance to sense that weakness and to get this offense rolling. Bora, a shot right to the back of the net is how we kick it off.
One of these days we're going to get Bora to smile. Until then, he's cool, calm as a cucumber. Look at that. What a touch off that left front wheel. Didn't even need the reset. Just has to play the momentum, as Chiefs would say. It was all of the center mass. Find your angle. All the way down to the ground. And it keeps on going. Nice little 3-man passing play upfield. Oh, it's a beauty, but the defense still there. Not enough, though, as Dantron is there in time. And we got ourselves a game 2.
And this Guns N' Roses team, I don't see them as having that MVP, that pop off, that quote zen on the team that just really deadlifts. It's been so much about infield passes, teamwork, and just how they support each other, just like they did in that previous goal. So good effort from Guns N' Roses. Dantro trying to receive that pass, a little awkward. The timing was off. Now he's just trying to disrupt Dignitas's answer to that.
Yeah, disrupt as well. An important part of the success for Guns N' Roses. Just throwing things at the net, seeing what sticks. Another quick bump. Aggressive on Bora. And I think if they come into this knowing that, obviously, like 5-up and Appjack, maybe in order of priority, are the biggest problems for them. As 5-up goes for the double, gotta think, if you're Guns N' Roses, I mean, I'm going to start isolating Bora. If he is the quote-unquote weakest link of the team right now, or the player maybe most unaccustomed to the team structure, I would go for downs, go for bumps. I'm going to isolate as much as I can to keep their striker at bay and give me a real chance to force a 3v2.
Appjack surveying, trying to combine here with 5-up as Bora patrols in the midfield. As soon as he sees Dantro with that pickup, he heads the fences, and no mistouch from Appjack. 5-up just barely getting some air, and he was ready to get shoved there from Guns N' Roses. Speaking of which, Koku heads back full tank. And now it's up to Dignitas to see if they can take back the lead, which doesn't seem to be too easy this game.
It doesn't for now, but I'm also of that mindset, which I know you know of, like, it's a matter of when, not if. When are they going to either break them down, or when will we see the first shot really land? 5-up, there it is. Yep, absolute missile.
Yeah, and he's become speaking of missile, I mean, he's become a weapon in himself. Like, he was what I would describe the backbone to this team, and Bora and Appjack were this duo that led the charge. And all of a sudden, as the series went deeper, 5-up was the one who stepped up and executes almost every single time. I've been so impressed by his blow up. Or now that just more that he's in the spotlight. Look at that. It's just like a 1 mile per hour goal after that demo. He gets back-to-back goals.
Yeah. 5-up starting to hit a bit of a flow state. Finally hits a double. Finally puts away a double. I'm kidding. Playing so great today. He's been the enforcer for a lot of today. I mean, just straight up, the best, I shouldn't say, the most consistent player for Dig through facilitating, second touches, and it's allowed Bora to, again, kind of choose their spot, and Appjack doing what Appjack does, which is being a utility player on all sides of the field. Again, another big takeaway, and now the pressure is on. Guns N' Roses are in the lower bracket here against Dig, and they recognize that, but unfortunately, the offense just hasn't quite caught up to speed, as they are down 1-0, about to be 2, and their backs are against the wall.
I love the guts of Appjack to still try and go for dunk opportunities as soon as he senses like Guns N' Roses feeling awkward on the ball. Like Dignitas will keep poking and prodding and even demoing. Like now Koku is missing. The defense is still trying to restructure. Blastus having to take to the skies and use all his boost just to get him out, and that's great space. Still got 2 minutes and an answer that looms, but Koku is not getting enough help. Appjack sends it right back, and wanted another dunk, but 5 up is the cherry on top. 4-1 for Dig.
Is that a hat trick for 5 up? I think. Yeah, I think he had Bora, 5 up for 2, and I want to say 5 up got the 3rd. All right, it's a GG's game 2. At this point, you know, minute 45, get wacky. For Guns N' Roses, fundamentals do matter at the end of the day. Having a system of an offense and defense does matter, but also get wacky. Right now, you got nothing to lose, and you have all the time in the world just to try stuff. There's a good pass. 5 up cuts it down again. There goes the follow-up. Cleaned away. Coco not going to be able to get out successfully. Appjack fights through the tackle again and maintains this Dignitas pressure that has worked all game long.
And there's just threats from all sides, not even just who's on the ball, but who's also coming up from behind. Because Dignitas, like, as soon as they leave the play, they'll take boosts, they'll bump you. Like, Koku has been a victim quite a few times. And now he wants to be the hero. He'll receive now with a full tank, and the rest of his team, though, is disengaging. So this offense isn't going to have too much kick to it, not too spicy. It's been really hard to approach that orange half with everybody in tow.
Just off. Blasted playing on the ground. I'll wait for traffic to clear. They're getting picked apart slowly but surely. That's the 5th. And that will be a GG's. It is not looking pretty, but Dignitas are just doing what Dignitas do, and everybody was worried about it. I mean, look, this team, they might take a little bit to get online, but never, ever, ever doubt the composure of 5 up and Appjack and how they can facilitate that environment for Bora.
I was going to say, is it a Brazil in 30 seconds? Ooh, that would take...
It might be.
It would take Dignitas having to go sicko mode or maybe an open net. Lhasa is being put in a cage right now, and Koku just comes out of nowhere to save that. So I don't think it will be a Brazil, but it will be a heartbreaker of a game 2 for Guns N' Roses. But this was kind of a low-scoring team, and it was what form of Dignitas were you going to get today or at this point of the day? So far, it's clean.
Yeah, the question has always been what form of Dig, it's actually said, what form of Dig are we going to get? And is it a Friday version? Is it a, a top 4 version of Dig, which is different from a podium finish version of Dig? This one very much more of a clock in for work, do what we have to do, make sure we clean up what we got, and just don't play dumb. Like, at the end of the day, the takeaway for a lot of teams in any esport is no dumb mistakes. When you know you have a game plan to execute and you know that you're in a situation like this where you cannot mess up, you have to just come out and play your game, and they have. 5 up has not changed pace. Appjack has not changed, and Bora has had a chance to at least go for a couple shots and found one. So it's been the same Dig we expect, the same Dig coming out and finding success, and for them, just keep things going.
Yeah, no stops on this train for Dignitas, and consistency is something we wanted to see, and consistency is what we're getting, and everybody is firing. Not just this one star, it's not just Appjack, it's Bora, it's 5 up. Everyone is looking good in this series. And, they did give up a goal. If we want to start nitpicking, I'm just kidding. But we'll go into game 3 now with heads held high for the Dignitas, smiles across the board. As Guns N' Roses, we did have, let me say it, I'ma say it, we had a reverse sweep one time on broadcast. Why not another one? It would be the most hilarious thing. Not for Dignitas fans, but...
Yeah, I mean, listen, anything's possible. I think that last one, though, I mean, we saw a little bit more from... we saw more from triple pop, good lord, than we did at this point from Guns N' Roses, and it's just the levels to Rocket League, right? Guns N' Roses is a very talented team. It is no doubt about it. They're here for a reason, and they had a really nice series earlier, though it was a sweep against Triple Pop, who was a squad that looks like a young Team Queso. Guns N' Roses also realizing that there's levels to this, man. There is just differences, and you're playing a pro team, you're playing a squad that has this experience in these environments, and that means that at least it's an open book for Guns N' Roses. They can really write their own history here, regardless of what it ends up being. You have a chance to show us what you can do and how you handle these moments, or how you look against the best competition.
Looking good. So you got to maintain that energy, because this is now not just winning the series, but the stamina of, I guess you would be done here. I was going to say, yesterday was like some of the teams that had to go through like the lower bracket from the very first round, had to play for like, what, 8 hours straight? So not sure how long these guys have been going for, but clearly Dignitas have been able to maintain that energy throughout, and if anything, get better and better as the seconds go on. Still a 0-0 game, though, as Asa's going to get some looks towards the net, and 5UP swats it away.
Well, Jack's more than happy to take that free ball all the way to the backboard. Nice job by Coco to immediately punch it out. Shuts down the extension. Bora underneath, goes for the flick, hits the post. Follow up just a bit sharp, and a little too wide from 5UP. But they'll keep this offense up. And if I'm AppJack and I'm in those comms right now, I'm saying keep feeding Bora. This is the series where when you have a bit of a distance between you and the opponent, I want to get Bora as warmed up and as confident in his own shot as I can before top 16. Keep feeding him the ball.
Keep doing it. Bora is making magic happen. Always a good time to practice mechs, too, as AppJack continue to support his team. 5UP blasts one back, does disrupt Dantro enough to kill the ball and kill the pushback from Guns N' Roses at that moment. Defense, though, if you could take advantage of Dignitas being too eager for that first goal, that could be how you strike gold early.
Good Lhasa. All the way to the ceiling, following suit. Coco going to try to play it way down into traffic. Actually works through the tackle quite well. Entronics now, next one up, and unfortunately rolls away from it. I think it was a misflip, which leads way to a Dignitas counter downfield. 5UP, a little bit too far ahead of it on that one. And that is close, but again, no cigar. 2:18 now, as Guns N' Roses have bought themselves half a game of stable defense. Now just up to the offense to respond.
Still a slow burn for Dignitas, who have had Guns N' Roses boxed out in this blue half for quite a while, but it only takes one to steal a game at this point, because 2 minutes are left. Bora coming in with a lot of heat there. Jeez, and Guns N' Roses only can watch, as it feels like Dignitas are also dominating the aerial space. AppJack off the ceiling. Secondary gets out of the way. There's demos off in the distance. 5UP will rejoin, and Dignitas still search for the first one.
There's explosions in the distance and a rattling of skulls as we wonder which victim is next. What a pass from Bora. 5UP. Can he stabilize towards the back wall? Yes. Double almost there. Better save from Lhasa. Gets up in time. Bora again a bit high, but actually plays it pretty well. At least gets the defense to bite. Entronics now trying from the ceiling. First real good look from the ceiling for Guns N' Roses in the last minute. And their defense has kept them in this game. Can the offense win it?
Getting into dangerous territory, though, that if Guns N' Roses get the first goal, there might not be enough time to build up a response. So hold on, Dignitas may just have to start putting up more risks. AppJack playing with his food, 1v1 against Lhasa as a 50 straight down. 5UP with the pickup, not the double he wanted off the corner after some bumps and some pushbacks. As Dignitas, it's definitely a slow burn, but I'm not seeing a lot of burning.
Yeah, it's burning fumes. You know? Again, it feels like we're waiting for when, not if, for Dig, and they're slowly letting the offense evolve as the game goes. But this is still the best chance the Guns N' Roses have had in the series to put one on the board, extend it. Gotta think it might come here. They're able to kick it out. Picked up by 5UP. Lhasa has to get up quicker. He has no reason to stand on that ball. He got no reason to sit down on that ball. Bora comes in for the cleanup, and right there, a small indecision. Lhasa has full boost. If Dantronics is not going to go for the challenge, you need to get up there and get a hand on the ball. And instead, he lets 5 Up get so much space towards the goal line, and the rest might be history.
Well, Dignitas had us on the edge of our seats, that's for sure. And, you know, they just got to conserve energy for tomorrow. You know, one last try for Guns N' Roses as they're still keeping the ball up. Koku on low boost. Lhasa to get the second touch, and Dantro towards the net had to get Dignitas to save. Clock in, clock out type of day. Dignitas confirmed top 16. They'll be playing tomorrow against some stiff competition. But though coming through from the lower bracket will affect their seeding and their matchup. So we'll see if they'll still have that same firepower tomorrow.
Yeah, look, this is a Dignitas roster that's going to have a lot of eyeballs on them going into the playoffs for top 16. Clearly a squad that is capable of keeping pace. The best example we have today is keeping pace with Mina, as they did earlier. The only question was, could they get out of their own way? And when they were scoring, could they keep that confidence? Could they keep the polish on their game into a game 5? So far, the answer is no. They struggled very much against Stallions earlier, but when you have to come out and just play the game and do what you do, like clock in for work, unfortunately, Dig do that, and they needed to absolutely come out and just play their game in the series, make sure they secure top 16, and give each other a chance to warm up more. I know it's a bit of an overkill of a statement, but the more chances you give Bora to feed him the ball and give him a chance to go for shots, allow 5 Up to feel more comfortable in this offense. It's all good for Dig. All practice is good practice at the end of the day, and for them, it's just another series they just get under their belt.
So VP Stallions from Group C through the upper side, and Nokar and Dignitas through the lower side. Big heartbreak for a team like Triple Pop. I think that was the biggest, quote, upset or just question mark of if they will be able to make it through, but the rest pretty much as expected. Group D, by the way, is going down as we speak, as we're a little bit behind schedule, so we're accelerating things. So over there, some favorites are PCS Stride, Genji, M80, even next to new Esports, and they are currently battling through the uppers quarterfinals, and we're going to be joining wherever we can once we get to a break here after these replays. But I'm excited to see the competition that comes out of that group. And you guys could also argue in the chat of which one is a group of death, because we always have to have that conversation every time there's a group.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know. I think we'll have to look more to those groups specifically, because I don't even know what group of death would be standing out at the moment. But what I do know is that top 16, it's going to be, tomorrow's just going to be full of like incredible games. It just nonstop. We thought yesterday was going to pick up. It did as we went on. Today has been nonstop great games. We had a couple of great game 5s, a couple of great qualification matches, and now a chance here where, again, we see Dignitas punching their way through the top 16, and that top 16 tomorrow is going to be absolutely mind-blowing. Cannot wait to get to the playoffs. But yeah, it's still a long road for many teams still to get through. We still have more matches, of course. But again, I hope for all the squads that came in today and this weekend who unfortunately fall short, do walk away with the notion that if you made it to like quarterfinals or a winner side, or even round 2 lower quarterfinals on the lower side, I hope they can walk away with knowing that that is a successful tournament. Like, you're a young squad, you're still learning, but being able to make it that far in qualification, especially to a qualifying match, if you fall short, you still made it that far. That is a very big win.
And that is it for Group C. Group D, we're going to see some more wins. If you guys like Rocket League, stick around. We're going to see you guys after the short break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but goal!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Let me hear you shout. Don't give up.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
The road to EWC continues here at the Rocket League LCQ, and we have one final group. There we go. Got my eyebrows going. It's been a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
But we have 4 more teams to send into that top 16.
Sorry.
Back to you.
Yeah, top 16 for sure. We got more bracket to get through. Of course, PCS Stride, Lanimals winners semifinals, Genji Esports, M80, same side of the bracket. We've concluded A, B, and C. We got D left over. Lower quarterfinals still waiting to get underway. Lowers round 2. Ruthless Unity waiting for the winner of Next to New Esports versus Nap on Money. And 3 Leprechauns down there, currently up 2-0 over Les Fennic. Everybody else still playing their matches, but we do have winner semis to get underway. And with that, PCS Stride, Lanimals, this is the match I believe we're taking a quick eye in on, and the one we will be watching, of course, Rise. Interesting year, man. Like this, I think it's the first time in 5 years he won't be participating at a World Championship, which is surprising to say the least, but this is maybe the next World Championship. This is the next closest thing you're going to get, and certainly questions about the longevity of this team, because we have 2/3 of Moist right back, 2/3 of Queso back together, Rise and Joyo, which is always wonderful to see, but is it enough to get them into not only top 16, but enough to get them into a podium finish here for the playoff bracket? That is going to be a fun question for sure.
Yeah, and solid talent on the Lanimals side. I like that they just picked the name Lanimals, because that is what they are, and this is a busy venue, and you have to stay focused and locked in. And Joyo also teamed up with Raziers on KDOP Corp. I said that right. KDOP Corp in the EU LCQ, finishing top 4, not getting that spot though. And yeah, Rise, Genji, the ups and the downs, best finish being top 6. But again, EU being an incredibly difficult region, and they have a difficult opponent, because on PCS Stride, you have Atomic and Dorito back together since the G1 days, and accompanying AJG, who also had some synergy with Dorito on Team Synergy.
Yeah, it's been a nice little mix of very familiar faces across the board. Again, welcome to an RLCS scrim. I'm excited to see what we get out of the 6-mans, and you know, we know that the physicality of AJG, I think AJG's second man, specifically when we looked at like the likes of Rise as he plays on ball, off rebounds. Rise, AJG, very similar in a lot of regards. I look at Dorito as a kind of a marquee player for this match, specifically his physicality to kill off a lot of counterattacks, specifically taking Rise out of the play, and shutting down Braziers for some of those backline supports. This is a squad that can meet the pace of a team like Lanimals and kind of physically overwhelm them at times. And it's going to be up to the likes of Joyo to establish the offense beyond the sidewall. Like Joyo, sidewall, ceiling, that's his best strength. This team's going to have to play the entire stretch of the field to keep the physical bumps and the demos and the aggression from the likes of Dorito and AJG away from that front line. So there's a lot of different kind of moving parts between these two teams that'll make it an interesting match for sure. But again, this is like a proper RLCS scrim, and I'm very excited to see how they both look.
Especially on LAN, you already have a couple matches under your belt. PCS only dropped 1 game to Rexstar Esports after their first match. We can forgive that, as Lanimals sweep. They're looking clean. But one part that's missing for me is Joyo's not wearing a headband. Has he grown out of it? I miss it. The headband, part of his look at LAN.
His hair is back to a normal color, like Joyo.
Oh yeah,
you were on such
he's
a good
grown up.
streak. What happened? Yeah,
I know. We're going to game 1, best of 5, by the way.
Yeah. Let's talk about the actual fact that there's a real darn series on our screen, which is, of course, the fact that we will be setting one team forward. Winner semis, game number 1. Winner of this moves on. Loser, will drop down and I believe slot into the lower quarters. So should they do that, good luck to everybody moving forward. This is going to be a real fun best of 5. Let's go.
And for the Joyo and Braziers to be in the second LCQ, well, wake up and smell the coffee, because the boys on the other side, PCS Stride, already setting themselves up for success. Atomic just shoving everyone out of the way. Rise can't put a hand up. And hello, welcome to game 1.
One of my favorite memories from 2023 RLCS was having G1 and G2 play each other because it was the Battle of the Atomics, and whoever won
God.
had to keep the name. And you know, we all know how that went. And this one continued to be just one of the fun memories for Atomic, as who had a long storied career. All these players really who have seen the highest of highs in RLCS, maybe not the absolute pinnacle, but have had the experience to play against caliber of Rise, Raziers, Joyo many times. And AJG and Dorito are no slouches when it comes to establishing their will downfield, as we've seen before. Dorito going to go ahead and try to poke that one through. And right over the top, AJG gets a look. Atomic at the midfield, and Rise ready for it. Good God.
Yeah, and AJG ready with a dribble. He just kind of went uncontested all the way down the field. We're all just observing, frozen in place apparently. And look at the pressure that is mounting. Is there a team on the other side? PCS Stride are just running the show in the first minute.
They're certainly having their way with it. Joyo goes for the squishy save. Easier than quite literally power sliding around, but by that point, the play was over. And this time, waiting for Lanimals to show us, in fact, that they are the Lanimals. Lovely shot of the field. Look at that. Ain't that gorgeous? Here's Dorito.
The grass is growing.
How you doing? It is growing. And Raziers is up there. Go get him, Raziers. Joyo, take it away. Keep the ball up here so we can watch. Thank you, Joyo. Dorito. Raziers! No! Wow. I mean, that's something. Here we go. Rise on your screen. Back to Dorito. A demo. Fought for the first goal.
All right. I think we didn't miss anything. Now PCS Stride, they're finally going to get tested for the first time. And even on low boost, PCS Stride will still be involved in every single play. And what they're still able to be productive with is quite impressive. Rise trying to receive this, but not without interceptions from PCS Stride. And look at the clapback. I mean, Atomic was coming in swinging for that one.
Can he swing harder? A little Mike Tyson action. It's a little something. You know what I'm saying? Atomic.
Yeah.
Dorito. Ooh, 1-2 give and go. I like this play. That was my Mike Tyson, for those who are curious. It was not good. Now kiss. 242. That's right. Joyo, I think, held quiet in this game. AJG will, I guess, try to get this out, but unfortunately kind of sent it laterally. And with that, again, not a whole lot of first man options here for Joyo and Raziers. Rise will take control from the ceiling. Right down, baby. That's going to be the 1-2 punch. And we're back to the Team Queso days.
Good to see those mechanics warm up, and especially Rise calling off Raziers as he had just a better angle, better look at the net. And PCS finally getting shaken up. Their cage is rattled as we get a Stride going from the other side this time. But hey, Atomic, quick off, kickoff, and Rise just sandwiched.
Absolutely horked on. What is this? Kickoff win. Atomic. Great job. And look at that flick right there. Rise stood no chance. We got ourselves a real darn good game here. All those watching at home, this is Group D. Same setup of the series, same rules for qualification. Atomic, been fantastic to start, and PCS absolutely making Lanimals work for it. These online warriors having to prove that the name means something here. Raziers, right back to Joyo. Haven't seen much of him on the full distance of the field, and that's credit to Atomic and Dorito really for locking down both left and right sidewall. Hasn't allowed Joyo to do much. As Rise will go for the challenge and right back to midfield.
That's the thing. Sometimes Lanimals start out as cubs. Everybody has to grow up someday. And I know, right? What's the GIF or GIF, as the kids say, the pen with the fire on the paper? Yeah, that one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know why I broke my brain. Yes.
We're so locked in, guys.
Yeah, oh my God, it's been such a day. What a time. Joyo, please. This has nothing to do with the game, but everything to do with it. Wild that this is the map 1 still. Kind of throws me through a loop. I'm so used to Midnight Field and a variety of rotations that have happened over the years that seeing this for map 1 always kind of breaks my brain. But, you know what? I don't hate it. It's a change of pace. It's AJG.
I don't mind it.
Always jump goofy. Backboard. So close. 3-1. Please, Lanimals, do something on offense.
Oh my God. What can Joyo do when his teammates got demoed? Now Dorito is pushing him around. Somehow PCS Stride are the bullies on this field, and these are players that have competed in so many different regions. Your style gets developed so much, taken in information from so many different players. And look how it's really energized them for this game one. And Lanimals have been not too productive on their end with just the physicality and now an open net.
Well. Wowee. That's a 4-1. It's PCS. Game one win. Relatively simple, I think, for PCS. Again, not too many shifting looks for Lanimals in this game. Much to be desired. Curious what will change, but PCS, consistent.
I wish I got to see kind of which game PCS Stride dropped in that Rexar Esports, because if anyone had a blemish, it was the boys in orange, because Lanimals took out the Leprechauns pretty swiftly in 3, but everybody needs a warm-up, even though you had one already. PCS Stride, love to see the way they were firing, and yeah, leads in half, but 4 seconds left. PCS will kick off our best of 5 up by 1.
Gotta believe. You gotta believe. A pinch. Seen more and more players choose that gold explosion. Oh, is it decal? I see a little more animal love in Rocket League. And that will do it. Nice demo, just in case. Here we go. PCS Stride will take game one. Very convincing fashion. Didn't look like I had to work too hard. Were able to make most of their reads in real time against Rise and Joyo. Braziers couldn't get much space. And it's really, I mean, over the history of Rise and Joyo's career, this is one of the times where they look the most contained. You don't really get that option often. So the fact that PCS did so easily, credit to them for controlling this game.
Atomic with a K, man, was he ever excellent in this game one. Atomic, Chronic, one with a C, one with a K. Thank God they're not all playing each other or on the same team. Ooh. So PCS Stride, I mean, we're firing on all cylinders. Nothing more to report there. But speaking of animals, I was just thinking about when you said that, Stallions, the way that their logo reminds me of Falcons, and they're in the same region. They have to compete against each other. Stallions versus Falcons. That would be a really fun matchup. I'll have to go and check out the Mina VODs.
Yeah, it's actually interesting you point that out, because their logo did look familiar, but I wasn't able to place it earlier, and I was too busy thinking about Zuma's team from COD. So I was like, oh, Stallions. Like, yeah, this is 100%. Yeah, that makes total sense. So, again, Stallions are going to be one of the fun teams to watch in top 16. There are so many good stories going into tomorrow. Like, genuinely so many fun matches to come up. And one of these teams, maybe both, will get a chance to go and compete. But AJG, good lord, man. Let's just get out of the way. Oh, no, so close from Joyo. Raya's going to pick it up. That was an awkward touch from him. But, again, much more Rocket League to be played. Let's go.
Absolutely. And this is for that qualification spot into top 16. And I have no doubt that whoever loses this can make it out as well, because there's 4 spots per group, double limb and whatnot. But it's just what kind of seed are you going to get? Because you definitely want the best matchup you can, because top 16 and there's only 1 spot for EWC. Yeah, good luck, like Spaceman said. But I'm already seeing more energy from the Lanimals. They're just all over. Total coverage on PCS Stride. But you also need to path your way towards some boost, because you know how important it is for Atomic to get in the air. Speaking of which, he leaves it to AJG and gets the attention of Lanimals.
Definitely felt like it was an acclimation period for game one. Rise going to try to kick it back, and he will. No self-serve. Atomic leaves it on a dime, and AJG more than happy to go for the fake and the bump off the backboard. Love the differences we're seeing from PCS to start. Extra bump from Dorito. That's where that team gets real mixy. When they start to clear off house in that goal line, they can shut down a team before they even get a chance to look at the ball. Rise. Not quite the angle he wanted. Still kept up, though, as Lanimals will go back to midfield.
Ooh, yeah, don't want to have any more open nets. Lanimals quick to rotate after stealing some boost, rotating out of the play, and PCS don't have AJG part of this, so Dorito just kind of tempers expectations of what to do next. And I mean, he's still trying to be aggressive against the Lanimals, but Joyo finally has some space to work and just can't get the reset or much going as PCS put a stop.
Give Joyo more space like that. Allow him just to open up, and those mechanics will flourish. One of the most dangerous players on the planet. Just an absolute freak. Rise throws it into the corner. Kicked away by AJG, extended downfield by AJG. Will chain dash off the wall, but Raziers beats him to the ball. And gets it over the second man, Dorito. Nice up for the 50. Rise is already there to meet it. Rise. Joyo, no, bit of a flashy play, but still no good goal there. 2:37 and counting and looking for our first.
Yeah, PCS Stride have been so good at dodging the bumps that Joyo is clearly going for to open up the net, and he steals boost, but it's not like PCS Stride are really getting trapped. If anything, they fire right back, and it keeps Lanimals on constant watch behind them. Look at Rise now being that front line, bounce back, and maybe just needed the direct shot. Couldn't find the gap, though. Joyo will still struggle against this defense to see if they can keep momentum, and here comes Lanimals to maintain that.
Well, Rise going to extend it as much as he can. He's been kind of required to buy time for Joyo to get out on boost. Put him in a position to score. Razier is going to follow it for the double, at least challenges. Makes it interesting. Joyo has space to work with. All the way down for Raziers, was looking for the pass. It was there, but the defense read it all the way through. Minute 46 to go. AJG trying to extend. Last time upfield, it was a chain dash through the wall that got him into position for a bump. This time, it's Joyo looking for Raziers, but the defense once again will swat it away towards the goal line, and AJG will pick up possession. On the ground, goes for the flick over one, but Rise is there once more, and Joyo will circle back. Here we go again on the counterattack. Is this the one that goes through? Not going to happen this time.
It's a lot of dribbling across both sides of the field, and it's just no midfield stalling at all. So it seems like the rotations are solid enough for the defenses to stand tall. But Lanimals, it's better looks this game too, for sure, compared to game one. A lot more awake. But PCS Stride have definitely met a more even match as sailing on by. Some bumps to open up the net. AJG yet again a threat, but PCS Stride still can't score.
I mean, they're certainly for Lanimals, they are controlling their possession much more, and they've been able to keep PCS back on the back foot, which has helped the pace of the game. Oh, Raziers almost got cheeky with that one. Great takeaway, though. PCS not wasting a lot of time on that second effort, crashing out of the box. Still waiting for that first big opening. Raziers sneaks it around the center. And Joyo will try to, again, keep this play alive. The swing through once more for the counterattack. Joyo, right down, beautiful angle. Both defenders go. Razier centers it. Rise follows on low boost, and Atomic has to play this on a decent catch. And decent is the operative word on the way. Oh, it's slots in for Dorito. No defense back. Joyo can't believe it. And Dorito with an absolute missile.
These are some insane high balls from PCS Stride. Even game one, they thread the needle with 16 seconds to spare. After Lanimals were starting to reset off the ceiling, I was starting to worry how much space and time they were letting Joyo get to pull off some of these mechs, but PCS Stride, miracles on the defense, miracles on the offense. Can they hold on for this final drive here for Joyo? Rise has no boost, Raziers doesn't either, and you can't keep this up. PCS Stride with another.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, there's been a better offense, at least in terms of the system, has been better. It's been more in line with what we would expect from Lanimals, but they have not been able to break that second tier of the defense, that next level that usually gives the likes of Rise more space to work with at the midfield, that allows Joyo to have those mechs from long distance. This time, it's just consistency, and a lot of what works for AJG, Dorito, and Atomic is quite simply being able to weather the storm right now. They had a game one that was more about pushing pace. This one, being able to temper that aggression has worked. They're up 2-0. Again, if you lose this, you're not out. You go down a lower bracket. It does get harder. You go down lower bracket, get another chance. If you win this, you qualify. For PCS Stride, would definitely be an impressive win if they're able to, like, if they sweep this, it would be an impressive result, no doubt about it. And a very confident win for them, knowing the competition that's on the other side.
I didn't see Lanimals, at least on Liquipedia, have a coach, so I'm excited that they get another fresh pair of eyes to help them stay composed. Yes, there are improvements on the Lanimal side. It was 0-0 for so long, and Joyo was getting mechy with it. Love to see him kind of get energized, but PCS Stride finally bled over, and they are on match point in this upper bracket. That's going to be a qualification spot unless Lanimals lock in here and now.
Man, you look at this team, you know, it's easy to compare Rise and Joyo to years past. Different situations, different circumstances, different people, different players. But in these moments what you would give to have someone like Vatira who can isolate and just completely break a defense down on solo plays. That's the difference maker, and Rise remembers exactly where that team came from. He just needed a little bit of space, a little bit of musto to get this one forward, and he does. 1v3 from Rise.
A missed attempt from Atomic, and Rise, we spoke about missiles before, and he just came in like a rocket, just followed through on the punch and knocks out the defense. In the first 30 seconds, make it a second one. Just really shaking things up just right off the kickoff.
Well, good 50 from Rise, and luckily Raziers is back there. Are we getting 5? Are we getting a brand new game? We might be. I gotta believe. I want it. Oh, interesting. Rise cuts it.
Oh my God.
AJG, salient as ever. Cerebral read and keeps this one out. Still a 2-goal game, but nice kickoff there from Lanimals.
You wonder if that's what the coach was trying to start talking about. Like, clearly they've prepped this in scrims and works out to get an extra boost at the start of the first minute. And there was a lot on AJG to handle kind of by himself on the back lines, and thankfully he got something done to not allow a third. So you'll have to keep your eyes peeled on kickoffs going forward. Now the demos remove Raziers, so the defense weakened, but haven't lost hope, clearly.
Ooh. It's a bit choppy, but AJG is ready for it. Contests off the back wall. Actually does a great job being able to slow down that ball. And Dorito will try once again, just to send it center of the net. I was hoping maybe Atomic could creep up a bit more, but this time it'll lead to a demo and possession for Joyo. It's absolutely annihilated, but recovers quite well. Extends through one. PCS now on the back foot for the first time in this series. 2-0 lead to them. Great shot. Better save. Atomic falls through. AJG next one up on deck, trying to doomsy dish it around. But the defense from Lanimals will not give it anything away for free.
BCS starting to respond with their own demos, but Wade and exposed backboard double from Rise. Raziers with the finish. No, the bounce was too hard to read and too hard to handle. Lanimals will go in for round 2. It's Rise and Raziers deciding who's going to pick it up. Good pass to Raziers. It's a high ball, and Dorito has a handle on it.
I think if he gets a better catch on that, maybe Joyo gets a chance to follow up, but just not the cleanest touch. Still a good effort. AJG tries to sneak it in. Ground game working so far as Rise will go ahead and rip one just in case. A little slap shot towards the net to keep the defense honest, and Joyo follows suit. The wing is exposed now. Raziers understands that and kicks it high, so the boost has to get burned, and Dorito goes ahead and gives it away. Joyo once more off the ceiling, trying to follow and plays through the 50. Should get boost, he will. Dangerous spot to be in if you're PCS.
Good physicality from PCS. Stride not needing the full demos this time, but just getting a player out of the equation. So Lanimals have maintained this lead since they scored both of them in the first minute. Maybe a third. Raziers gets the double he's been working towards. And PCS Stride have really met their match now.
Yeah, I avoided the demo in the process as well, but did a very nice job of making sure he got upfield to finish the play. 3-0. Remember, upper semis, excuse me. So both these teams do have a second life to give, but we were starting to question if Lanimals were just coming out flat or if there was something else going on. It seems like they've really woken up here in game number 3, so we're at least going to Coliseum.
I was going to say they weren't really working together, but it's low-key the solo plays that have worked out really well for the Lanimals side of things.
Like there was just it was like, you know, in Space Jam when they steal all the energy from the basketball players.
Yeah.
Who took the powers? What happened?
Soul's gone. Soul's regained though. 90 seconds, and not seeing PCS Stride come up with an answer anytime soon. It's not been the same Atomic, Dorito, AJG from before, and AJG's been the one that has been a victim at times in this back line, not giving enough possession to Atomic and Dorito to make their usual magic happen, and this may just go to 5 if Lanimals keep firing like this.
I mean, if they're playing like this, it gets back into that conversation of a typical RLCS best of 5. If we were watching like an RLCS regional, we would be sitting here saying, oh, Lanimals are woken up, we're probably going 5. At this stage, given this caliber of the teams, the players, what a redirect. Joyo, come on! That is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. They are the same person. bar for bar, height for height, literally look exactly the same. Oh, Joyo. My goodness.
I love watching him play. I'm glad that he logged in after game 1, and now we get the Joyo that is reaching that form that we were excited to see. Why they called themselves Landimals? It's obviously because of Joyo, how this team comes together, the different pieces, and now the defense holds down the walls. AJG's coming off the ceiling. PCS doing the absolute most. To see if they can shake things up, and it's a dunk from Atomic. Okay.
Come on now. Need something. Now let's at least breaks up the monotony just a bit. Second effort, brilliant. Follows through, flips forward, completely controls the goal line. 4-1, but Coliseum waiting on the horizon, and with that, we can start to open up the conversation more, Jen, about is this now the standard for Lanimals? Are they finally playing at a full 3-man offense? Everybody's contributing. Is the system online? And if so, how do PCS adapt for game 4?
Just got to watch for those kickoffs. It'd be more of a 2-1 situation, I think, if those kickoffs didn't absolutely fry PCS stride on the back end. AJG had to quickly adapt when Dorito got 50'd by Rise in that kickoff, and there was a lot to learn from those moments that took too much time for PCS Stride to figure out. So they'll do so in game 4 as Lanimals pick up 1.
One of the things about Rise as a player that he's always brought to the table is obviously his shot calling is a tenet of his gameplay. It's what allows his team to continue to evolve over a season. But when Rise is seeing things on the field, and he calls that out, especially between games, when those adjustments come in, usually this team finds success. And I'm always curious, every time we get a chance to watch either those post-game conversations or between the coach and the team, when Rise is spotting stuff, he's the most vocal on the squad. And it's been really the case for every single team he's been on, even back to Oxygen. He is incredibly good at knowing where the gaps are and where the team needs to make improvements, and then therefore where the dominoes start falling on the other side, how they can start exploiting the defense. And it's just been a bit of an uphill battle for this kid over the last, I want to say, like 2 years or so, trying to find that stable ground at that roster that really clicks the way it looked like BDS was going to back in 2023.
And looking at how this mini break happened between the games as we enter game 4, originally the coach was talking a lot more to Joyo, maybe trying to get him inspired and a lot more confidence, as another kickoff could have went awry and AJG was kind of more spaced out back to receive it. So Joyo was able to lock in. Now it's up to Rise as well to elevate himself even more, despite obviously a one-sided win for Lanimals.
Nice 50. That's Rise feeling confident from the ceiling, all through, muscle it forward. 2 go down. 1 does beat it. Braziers. Back to Rise. This could look dangerous. It might be. Rise reset off the crossbar. Follow-up going to be bumped away. Joyo actually had to look at it, but credits to the defense. PCS right there to shove him out of the lane.
And Razier's just far forward enough to be involved, but not too much, where the play and the ball could have sailed past him. So good presence from Lanimals across the board to really own that offensive third. And now Razier's heads back. Got to be careful with that bounce. And Joyo bails him out just in case he were to be challenged in PCS Stride. It feels like you're always facing numbers. You're never in a 1v1 situation. It's AJG. Oh my God, how is that saved? And Joyo quick to scoop that out.
He's still there. Oh, they're trying to cherry pick it. Dorito right back into the swing of things. AJG tries to cut it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you, John. I don't know how that thing was saved. Crossbar off the post. I lied. Same metal, all one spot. Rise, once again, trying to bully it forward. And back and forth affair we go in Coliseum. This is a entertaining game.
It really is. I swear that ball was past the goal line, and we all hold our breath, as even that previous game ended 1-0, and it was the last 15 seconds. So hold on. Are we seeing Champions Field or not? PCS Stride have outscored in quite a bit now, as remember, they were on fire at the beginning, but Gotta fight fire with fire sometimes, and Lanimals are here to play.
You know who scores this? Forky.
Atomic
double. It's right off the crossbar. Bang! No. Joyo. Whoa! Joyo literally went postal on the goal line. How the hell did he save that one? Tries to wave dash in front. Still alive, though. It centers out. No. Atomic picks it up. Right downfield. Flicks it forward. Is it on target? It is. Atomic punishes. And we got ourselves a game.
Just flashy plays after flashy plays. Joyo with the nose down save. Another miracle defense from Lanimals, but Atomic is sick of you. What a carry downfield with everyone racing behind him. Lanimals will be in the shadow for now as we enter the second half. PCS Stride hoping to confirm that qualifying spot in 4. As Raziers unfortunately drops it to Dorito. PCS Stride trying to own more of that real estate below these aerial challenges and 50s from Lanimals. Here comes Rise.
Oh, dangerous spot to be in. Open space and a hesitation on the catch for Rise or Joyo. Raziers, though, again, just trying to force the issue upfield. Start to close in on that offensive third. More pressure now for the boys. Everybody's committed. This is open. You just got to put it away, and they do. Joyo's not going to miss that one ever. They got a tie game and a defensive mistake from PCS.
After the double commit, and AJG almost gets back in time, but seems like you really have to play flawless now to go up against the Lanimals. It's been clutch after clutch, and Lanimals defense is sustained for so long. I think PCS Stride would have been in the lead by now if it wasn't for some crazy goal line saves. But Atomic, he's been the shining star on this team, but needs some support. And PCS Stride don't believe it yet.
What a clear. What a clear. AJG just trying to get on top of it. And blocked away by Rise. Second effort, still good for the Lanimals. Showing up at the right time on Coliseum. And he's deleted. Joyo. Rise gets a free look at this, I guess. Possession here for Lanimals for now. Atomic back to the midfield. Works through the tackle. And AJG will sharply catch that, but kind of gave it away at the same time. Unfortunate. Looked like a counterattack was open there. Oh, interesting ground pinch from Joyo. Like the little change up there, throwing something different over the plate.
And it's not taking too much creativity from the Lanimal side. It's just solid mechanics. A lot of good solo plays. And PCS Stride, I think they're going to need some team play to kind of carve their way through this defense. It's ironclad. Like, Atomic is a clear first man, but is it Dorito? Is it AJG? Who could give him another option? So Atomic has Dorito in the wings, but Joyo gets in the middle of it.
Starting to see more of those powerful clears downfield, those rip shots. Joyo throwing it towards the backboard. Oh, AJG careful. Bumped his teammate, but got out. Has to play through the 50 to make sure he isn't just kicked back into the net. Dorito pulls this laterally. Raziers is going to challenge, but the giveaway to Atomic is a beautiful play by PCS to break up the grind. Right back to the midfield. Into the corner for Rise. Once again, he'll escape, but Dorito shuts it down. Individual plays now starting to blossom, and is where the mechanics matter the most. When the team play breaks down, the mechanics have to step up. Joyo gets a free look at the net because the bump was there from Raziers.
Yeah, I have to get a look at what happened to AJG here. Oh yeah, Raziers running him down. Atomic rotating out of the play, and before you know it, Lanimals could be confirming Champions Field unless something happens in the next 13 seconds. And if anyone had the kickoffs, it was Lanimals. As Dorito has to go coast to coast with the full tank. Joyo sticking to the ground. Dorito with the reset. Now stalled. Needs some speed, some firepower. And Lanimals just own the left side of the field. And PCS just can't support each other enough. Joyo gonna land this down. And we go to Champions Field with a reverse sweep, question mark, on the cards.
Yeah. We got ourselves a chance for at least the second one of today. I think we had a chance earlier that did not come to fruition. But if I'm looking correctly, let me look at my notes while we have a moment. We had a couple of matches back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a real chance today to kind of throw a wrench in the playbook. But this was a gorgeous shot from AJG. Somehow that save comes out, and then this stall from Joyo, like, had 3 boosts and used all of it right there to kill the momentum. It was an immaculate defensive effort, but it was not enough, as we saw eventually down the line. The space was afforded, and Joyo and Rise stretched it out.
You can see some just better connections amongst PCS Stride, and solo plays were so sick from Atomic, like at the beginning of the series, but now you need to dig deeper, really find more depth in that offense. Because now it's pretty obvious Atomic is the star. So as long as you cover him, what can AJG and Dorito do so that Atomic can feed the ball to them or set them up and try to change things up? Because now Lanimals have you figured out.
Yeah, we haven't seen AJG be able to fill that second slot much since game one. And Dorito, who usually gets aggressive and physical, has not found really much off the backboard, let alone the fact that there hasn't been a lot of ground game because of how quickly Rise and Joy are getting up with the ball. Raziers as well, I should note, for the facilitating. So if you're Dorito, I think a lot of this comes down to being able to play in that pocket and recognize that some of your bumps and demos might have to come a little bit on pre-jumps through the midfield, cutting off that rotation, but also maybe a bit slower, as it looked like. I'm checking the replay. It looked like he had the save, but I don't know if it was just too much of a shot. The power was there. It was only 41. Nope, just misflipped. Okay, got it. Just wanted to confirm.
Just calling that out.
Just want to make sure I wasn't losing my mind.
Okay. Lanimals with another quick lead. Remember, it was what they had, like back-to-back goals in the first minute. Then things started to quiet down, but PCS Stride never really found an answer. I'm really starting to worry if it's ever going to come. Is this kind of a one-dimensional offense, or what more can we see from PCS Stride? And it's maybe less about their offense, it's more about Lanimals building themselves up on the back end.
Why is Dorito committing for that? It might work. I'm gonna shut up. No, it didn't. So why is Dorito committing for that? Like, I understand you're cutting off the tempo, but you have no boost, man. Your teammate's already up on the side wall with 70, 80 in the tank. I was thinking earlier as this kind of drive was getting going, to answer your question, it can't just be solo plays for PCS. Obviously, it was a three-man effort in games 1 and 2. But right here, again, fundamentally, they have to be stronger, especially on the counterattacks. Good pick up from Atomic. This is a chance, though. Over the top, he's got Joyo B, but Joyo burns it all just to go up for the contest. And one more extra look for AJG. Fortunately, goes nowhere.
How quickly PCS Stride were to counterattack and recover from that initial save, and Joyo's still meeting them halfway in the air, being in their face. And you just can't build any speed off of these plays if you're PCS Stride to kind of punish any rotations, because fundamentally, Lanimals are on top of it. Ever since that game 1, they shook it off. They're just on top, and PCS Stride, Lady Luck not on their side.
Yeah, absolutely not. Though you do get a second look at it. High Noon. Who's the next victim? Bump. No follow. So close. Right back into the play. Dorito can't skirt around, though. Center box. Joy's going to have to pop it up. No choice. Raziers looking for the clear. Still a playable ball here for PCS. And Dorito playing the catch. No pinch. Joyo following. Joyo going to try to doomsy it. Nice save from AJG.
PCS, man, they have only scored 1 goal in the last 3 games. And one of those games that netted them a win because they shut out Lanimals, but it's been a lower and lower scoring affair for PCS Stride, and this is not how you want to go out to the lower bracket through a reverse sweep, but shows us kind of how much evolution there is to Lanimals as the games go on, and it's not affecting them mentally. As Atomic, the net opens up, and he just needed a better touch there.
Guys, that's got to be cleaner. That's the look. Bump, dribble, cringe, 2 in a row, put it away. Just misses the touch. Rise on no boost. Center back out to Dorito. Gets beat. And still the defense from Lanimals, pulling them out of these tight situations.
How are these saves continuing to happen? You even demoed Raziers. You had them lost. PCS have them trapped, I should say, and now they still can't take advantage. It's still in the blue half, but PCS Stride are running out of gas. They have no boost, and now they're all reset, stolen everything they need, but can't get this ball centered in front of the net. They are chasing away the defenders, but possession is now being fought for, and momentum is killed.
They find themselves in a bit of a gridlock here. Momentum not on their side. Raziers has all the space in the world to work with. It's a tough situation to be in if you're PCS, but a play from AJG could completely flip this game around. Devoid of any look at the midfield, AJG trying to extend. Has one there to beat, but Joyo beats him to the ball. Joyo helps out, and a goal. Rise doubles up. and gives some insurance over to Lanimals, and Joyo lets him know.
Rise and Joyo have been mechanically so insane as the games have gotten deeper and deeper. Just the solo plays and how they kind of know their own capabilities and what they're able to handle individually to know when they need to step in and when they need to space out and be an option. PCS Stride completely shut out, and I don't even blame them. Like, this defense seems impossible to score on, even when you keep Lanimals trapped for a minute, 2 minutes. You boost starve them, you demo them. PCS Stride at this point tried everything. Haven't even had enough time on the ball to produce fakes. It's really tough. 30 seconds left.
There's a pop. You gotta commit to this, and you gotta execute. If this is your swing up field, the next 10 seconds matter the most. But Joyo will again swat it away. Cleaned off by Atomic. Oh, what a read and a win from Versailles, man. How much time did that kill off the clock? Right back down to the blue half. This is it. Upper semis for Lanimals. It took a reverse sweep, and it works out. They do get the reverse sweep. For a team that looked so flat in the beginning, an entirely different squad and much more pumped up. They will qualify for the main playoff bracket tomorrow, and a dangerous team to watch, no doubt.
Yeah, Lanimals just coming out of hibernation. I swear to God, the bounce back. Got to write a book about it. From getting 4-2'd and just ran over from PCS Stride that ran the entire game, to then more of a chess match in game 2 where PCS Stride only won by 1 goal and then shut out Lanimals, to then the coach stepping in for Lanimals, getting everyone confident, getting everyone composed, and then it was the fire back from Lanimals, 4-1 and then 2-1 to Forest Champions Field. Crazy stuff, and it's not over for Lanimals. They're just going to have to burrow down to the lower bracket to face whatever challenger comes out of that. But that means also Lanimals will be qualified to the top 16. PCS Stride, will be dropping to the lowers. So what a day it's been.
Yeah, there's still a couple more matches to go, and it is a marathon for these teams. But again, every win counts. And nice to see some good vibes from Rise and Joyo and Versailles. Congratulations to them. The other side, though, a chance to rebound. And I think the question moving forward for PCS Stride simply is that drop-off from games 1 and 2. Beyond just simply being outplayed, not about mechanics at all. It was the system of the offense, the system of the play, of the gameplay. PCS, completely different squad in 3, 4, and 5. And definitely needs to address the binary options they have there, right, between hot and cold, because they were kind of getting dominated in the back half, and it just led to nothing.
Oh my God. Clutching my throat. Second man inconsistency.
Show me Salim and Rencore right now. I want to see.
Oh my God, yeah, I just saw that video too. So Rocket League not going to get the mitts out, I think, until deeper into LCQ. Hopefully none ever. But hey, PCS Stride are now officially going to be facing next to new Esports, which is, I believe, Eris's team. And they just came off of a sweep, so that's going to be a heater. But I believe we're going to be doing Gen G versus M80 first, which so many bangers in Group D.
A lot. So many. And as the thing, it just keeps getting better and better and better as we go. And the fact that this is only one side of the qualifying part of Group D. My brain's getting there. Still got a couple matches to go, and the competition will get better. But I am short-circuiting, actually. The competition will get better and better and better. And I can only imagine how that will pull more out of Joyo and Rise and Versailles as we get going. Because we're entering that territory of this is now 6-mans. We're getting straight into our LCS scrims. And the fact that only one team can survive and qualify for EWC in general means that we're going to get the very best of the best at the very end of this LCQ. Love to see Rise pop off with that. I'm telling you, man, COD was the blueprint. Just keep the setups the same we have right now in open bracket and let players talk more smack.
How can you not play better when a guy like Rise is on your team? And he's not just the yapper. He also is dominating as well on a solo front. So Rise having a really great day. So is Joyo and the rest. So Lanimals march on after a reverse sweep. Love, really interesting series of how the coin was flipped there. And Gen G and M80 will be next on the menu. That was a series.
That was a series well timed.
I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, unfortunately, it was a little disappointing for PCS for how complete they looked at the start. But for Lanimals, really no surprise the way that they made adjustments and then would go on to play and win. Now questions PCS, as we've hit on multiple times now, is PCS simply do not go up 2-0 again and then kind of zap yourself of all the momentum. It's just an entirely different team. Granted, winner side, so they get a break. They get a chance to come back in the lowers. But running into a tough squad nonetheless, Lanimals will move on. PCS Stride get a second effort, and we will see exactly what that will look like as we get a quick update on the bracket. By we, I mean me. Gen G Esports and M80 currently in a long series, 42 minutes and counting. We'll get you an update on that when we can. PCS Stride next to new Esports, waiting for the winner of Leprechauns Rexar versus the loser of Gen G M80, and that's where we sit currently.
Correct. All right, well, let's go to a break and get our next semifinal ready to go. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Welcome back, folks, to more Rocket League action here on your screens for the EWC Last Chance Qualifiers. We've concluded a winner semis over here in Group D for just the Lanimals, 3-2 winning it in PCS Stride. Unfortunately, could not close it out. They will move on, though, down to the lower bracket, specifically lower quarterfinals. PCS Stride next to New Esports versus 3 Leprechauns. And at the moment will be the loser of Gen G Esports versus M80. So a couple of more matches to get through, about 3 more best of 5s on the docket, but all of the matches from here on out will be qualifications. And with that, it just means that the pressure mounts once again as we have our next one up, Gen G M80. So much to talk about.
My God, the M80 jerseys too. They're bright. They're waking me back up after that, but I think this is going to be a banger of a match just because PCS Stride and the Lanimals one ended in a reverse sweep in favor of Joyo's squad. It was the first team in a Group D to enter that top 16, and if you're lucky enough, if you guys stick around, we may just show you that playoff bracket depending on, you know, graphics. But focusing now on this one, I mean, Gen G consisting of course, the Bear himself, Magic Bear, and he's brought on some very mechanical players alongside him. I know Frosty was the talk of the town when it came to upcoming talent in the scene.
It's kind of the way we want to mold this, though, is that you essentially remove Cheese, you move on from Justin, you keep Magic Bear, which I think is a good choice, given the mechanics of the player, how much he's grown in his role with Gen G. He's clearly a tent pole for how you can build around a good roster, and then you surround him with other young talent that, one, can bring out more of what he does best, and two, give yourself a chance to be a little more flexible, because the tough part when you bring in veterans around young talent is that there is certainly like a rigid way they do things, sure, but there's only so much a system can change when players have been playing for so long. So for Magic Bear, it's a nice chance to kind of reset the entire field for him and have a new 2.0 attempt with Gen G. Love to see Greg there as well. Shout out the GOAT. But I'm curious what this young roster will be able to do and how much Magic Bear can take what Greg has obviously instilled in his team for the last 3 years with Magic Bear on the roster and kind of filter that through osmosis to the rest of the squad. It will be a big question. But for M80, I mean, again, no pushovers, and got to expect them to be able to handle most of what Gen G have.
You even got Gen G at Mobile One Racing fans in this, quote, mini crowd. Hey, and the support, I'm sure, keeps the vibes up along with the coach behind them. And even having Evo, who I know it's a heartbreaker to have to leave Dignitas after Appjack stepped in, but getting further than them in the RLCS LCQ, I'm sure kind of helps the vibes for at least Evo in the squad. But this is the LCQ that really matters, a huge prize pool going up against M80, who I would say have a couple of surprises. Goffs and Vorse especially came in through some of the most recent EU regionals, through Toad in the Hole, for example, for Vorse, and Goffs was a standout on Team BSK, and they got deeper than a lot of people expected. So watch out for these guys.
I got a feeling this one's going to be a blistering series. I think we're going to be in done 4. That's not English. I think we will be done in 4. I'm thinking M80. Don't ask me why, but I think it's just the PTSD from knowing Gen G for too long. Granted, things can change. I'm always down to be surprised. But again, you win this, you qualify, you lose it, you'll drop down to play 3 Leprechauns, who again won their series 3-1 over Rexar Esports and then swept their way through with lower round 1. They've been down there for a bit, but have had a lot of success. For PCS Stride, of course, they are waiting to play in the lower quarterfinals in their qualification match against next to New Esports. And again, this is all about qualifying, so every single match is the most important. And for playoffs, we will conclude today with Group D and have all of our participants for playoffs tomorrow.
And it's that inner circle squad between, was it Vorse and Goffs that got top 6 in EU and really just shook up the entirety of the group stage. And that's the type of format where these surprise teams can punch up. And I think that's why you ping the radars of people like M80 to get that duo on this squad and incorporate Mech as well, who was more known for his Pirates on the Boat days, but is also an up-and-comer. A lot more of a resume on Goffs and Vorse for recent times, but Gen G on paper should be the favorite team, right? But we'll see.
Yeah, these days, wow, what a shot from Magic Bear to open up the game. Let's say these days, you never know anymore, but shaking the head, gotta get the rust off quickly, as Magic Bear very quickly found success. Good setup downfield. Good to see Frosty on land. It's been a long time coming. And for Gen G, much to prove for the team in terms of resolve, right? We saw earlier with Foot Esports where it seemed that Cheese and Justin at times were a bit scrambly. Hopefully, Greg's been able to get that out of Magic Bear and keep him composed as we get underway.
You have three very confident mechy players on the Gen G side, and you just don't want to get in each other's way trying to be heroes and go for clips and stuff like that. And on M80 side, I want to see a really well-rounded roster as Vorse keeps this out. Wanted to recover and transition, but Gen G just slapped him away, and you're forced to make now multiple saves at the goal line, which is really stressing M80.
It's definitely kept their pace up a bit and forced them to adjust some of the defense, specifically in the wing. Right back off the backboard. Should be an easy read, but no. Evo, I think, realized either he couldn't get to the ball, but unfortunately still should have tried, as he parks Bus too far back inside the net, and one that ricochets off the post.
Nice placement from Mech. Showing up, I was kind of wondering how he was slotting in on this team, just based on experience alone, very much a newer player to the scene. And he's already cementing his place and having an impact. So tie game is Vorse with a long, clear midfield presence for Evo, and this defense stunned and low on boost, but still able to make the space.
Oh, Goffs might have beaten there. He did. What a touch from Goffs all the way downfield. You had to feather that one, and it's a veteran play from the young one. Ooh.
That's a synergy that works out so well for M80, and a lot of teams in EU have been underestimating these boys, and this is how you kind of squeak in a top 6. I think it was Regional 4, so excited to see what the future of these guys are like years down the line. As Gen G years under the belt, and Frosty finds his moment in the sun.
Hey, shout out production for that camera, by the way. In rotation. Look at this beautiful setup from Evo to Frosty. Gotta give credit when that cinematography kicks in. Lovely work. Tied up.
It's a back and forth affair. Tug of war. You're already seeing some nice passes materialize for Gen G, as Vorse bumped off the play, and quickly as Mech to take the mantle, and Goffs is shoving the net. So liking that M80 are being aggressive, but does it bite them in the back? You almost saw Magic Bear turn the whole play on its head before rotations came back.
Speaking of flipping things around, so is once again this offensive third where M80 have dominated. The defensive Gen G has not been as tight as they've shown in series past this time. Relying heavily on Magic Bear to find clearance. Will give way. Green light for the shot. Goes ahead and rips it. On the ground, though, has one just in case. Scoffs. Right around the bend, and Mech will get up just to chow as Evo tries to extend. Has it. Frosty underneath as well in the give and go, but right back again to the midfield. We're just going to trade possessions for now and see who eventually breaks that defense down.
I'd like to see M80 slow it down a little bit on these possessions. Like, you're just slamming into the wall, and there's not a lot of intention behind what to do at that level of speed. So sure, slow and steady can sometimes win the race. I know there's cars, but we're not racing, but we're racing for the lead so far. Magic Bear just dribbling across right into Mech's face, and the defense will not really be shaken too much. There is, of course, touches, and everyone, I mean, this ball is bouncing everywhere, and there's no clear possession for either side.
That's pop from Evo. Great pop from Evo. Magic Bear continues the assault. to try to keep the cavalry up in transition as they do. Frosty, excuse me, is going to escape out of dodge. Or say right underneath, but Evo in a spot to create a play. That's the one we're going to go with. As Magic Bear picks up possession and backflips away. Actually, might have worked out for him. Now can Chal. Teeing up his Evo. Centering, following, but Versailles is there.
Even through the demo, like Gen G were hesitating, and maybe slowing it down is what the intention was there, but see if the tempo change will favor Gen G eventually, as Evo, good win there, and Frosty keeps the backline occupied. Two players kind of crossed up there, but Gen G couldn't take advantage of that moment where M80 couldn't fight back.
Somebody fight back. Oh, nice save. Double commit. Crossing pattern. Frosty hits it to Evo. Bit shaky on the rotation here. Hasn't been the cleanest approach. However, it does still get the job done. They'll get downfield, but Forse will pick it up. And try to do a juggle of his own all the way off the backboard. Mech working in tandem. Leaves away to a Frosty 1v1. Magic Bear just has to get a bump. And Frosty trying to muscle it forward. Not going to happen. Both defenses reading the long touch downfield. Pass, shot, slow roller at that.
And who's going to slip up? Mech could bump Goffs with a demo. You need possession, and that was a moment again. M80, they had good control of the ball. This would have been a goal. This would have been the lead. Now they continue to clash with Gen G. So the blue half, we continue. Frosty, Magic Bear on the approach. Mech will not be allowed to pass. Goffs versus Evo, and it goes awry. Goffs and Mech charge into Frosty. A demo opens up the net, but we still enter overtime.
How many overtimes in game one today are we going to get?
Yeah, right.
That was more of a rhetorical. It sounded way more harsh than I meant to. I apologize. As Evo kicks it back out. And a wonderful second challenge from Evo. Finally, the Gen G offense gets a little bit of a sign for a clearance as Frosty comes in screaming. Magic Bear next to follow, but Goffs has a better handle on the ball. And Frosty plays it back to the center. Evo, whoa, what a tap from Gen G. Fist bumps all the way around. And they get themselves a game one win.
Yeah, what Gen G can do with these tight angles, just be able to get up high and beat the defense really close to that backboard. I love that Evo goes for that. Three very mechanical players, like I said, on the Gen G side, but it felt like everything came to a standstill in that second half when it was more about team play, because either team was not really letting you have firm possession, let alone time on the ball to pull off some of these mechs that would be nice to see. So Gen G do squeak by on the OT game one win, and I think to be expected, but it's quite a fight, quite a war we had between the two.
And you put it perfectly. I mean, squeaked by is the point, is that for Gen G, a win is a win. I think that's how you should view it for Greg. Greg has always kind of been the coach that he'll show you exactly the first things he'll tell you after the match is what went right, and then immediately, obviously, what goes wrong. But he focuses on the positives to keep the team focused. And then he'll introduce, obviously, like, hey, the biggest weakness we have is this. One thing at a time to get them to focus slowly on correcting themselves. But Gen G, I think, we're still finding their footing in this. It wasn't really too much about fundamentals for me. It just felt like we were waiting to see who's going to take charge and kind of play that first spot, whether it was Magic Bear or Evo. And eventually they started to get more comfortable. Frosty, of course, was able to take a lot of those errant rebounds off the backboard and go downfield and just create space. So we're starting to see a little bit more from Gen G, but M80 have shown that they are just as poised and as skilled at being able to feather those shots in as everybody commits. And Mech might get lucky for the first. He will. Nope. Not going to happen. Maybe. Goffs. Crossboard. Okay. So close.
It's really tough because Mech had a strong first showing in game one, having the, I think, only goal that M80 had. And I expected, Vorse and Goffs, as they're more tenured, to be more consistent. And this ball is consistently not getting in this net for M80. And the effort is certainly there as Mech takes it up high, stealing reset Frosty right on the wall, perched ready to deny, and they continue to do so.
Everybody's jump in. Everybody's jump in. Nice pass. Nice shot. Everybody's jumping. Demo. Right back into the play. We'll keep it alive. Ooh. I like what I'm seeing right now from M80. Like they're their pickups on spacing, especially in having to work with zero part of the backboard, not really much on the goal line, but working directly in front of the box has been pretty good. Just about punching it through. Done a good job challenging consistently.
It's been in the orange half for the whole first minute of the game. And what a defense. Be able to keep this 0-0 until maybe you're drawn out of the nets, and Frosty will still guide this away. Evo calls him off, but now brings the ball low, and now a moment for M80 to score. The double commit crosses them up. Evo is not going for the ball. Goffs has some space, wants a bump. Vorse takes a shot and can't land it either.
Wave dashing for Magic? He's going to play it off the backboard? Okay. There it is. Okay, that makes more sense about what this defense was getting up to. Was curious when those contests would come in. They spaced it well. They do break out. But Mech gets a better read on the ball, and Frosty with full boost, trying to beat two at a time, goes for the bump in the process. Forcing right back out to Evo will kick this one down. Tough reads across the board as the demo screen leads way to now a jumbled up mess on the goal line. Both teams still vying for a look on possession.
That backboard was exposed. Goffs, okay, decides for the ball instead of the bump on Magic Bear. M80, I think that more frontline physical play may award them a goal, but Gen G, Frosty, I like these air dribble bumps. Some solo potential here as Evo adjusts, wants the upper 90, and Mech, I mean, he is just a superstar today. From the goals to the defense, he's doing it all.
Come on, Frosty. Show me something special. A bump helps. But on zero boost, Vorse's been better. Magic Bear still looking for something in those pads as Mech gets a pass. That's a great shot, but I say that, unfortunately, the accuracy was not as good as the setup was, as M80 still hunting for that opening.
Yeah, maybe just M80 needed to go for that direct shot there, but the passes keep Gen G on the back foot, and still in the second half, 0-0. And this is that kind of standstill that we saw in the second half of game one. But Gen G came out ahead when it mattered as Force. Oh my god, I thought that was in for sure. Magic Bear, the heroic save. But M80, they have just set up camp at this point in the orange half. They have had a much longer lasting offense, but to no avail.
It's kind of a fair series we get now between M80 and Gen G. Kind of how it should be. 0-0 game. A couple players popping off with mechs, but other than that, waiting for that first big goal. Oh! Almost sent it on its way. Momentum able to do the rest of the job. And Vorse gonna flip forward. The play going. Stealing the boost out of the corner. Gen G don't have a lot to work with here. And Frosty will try to play patiently and watch where this one falls down. He's gonna get up though. Looking for the double. Still available though. Oh, wow. What a save on the goal line. Vorse is there. Frosty down. Plays it high. Bumps. Mech clearing away. And nothing that Gen G have right now is working.
Defense organized on M80, but only through the 2 or 3 attempts that Gen G have had, they have looked like the most threatening offense so far. And it's Frosty. I mean, he comes in so fast that you just have to be ready. And Goffs and friends, M80 knocking at the door, 42 seconds. It's dangerous. And Goffs chasing reinforcements away. Magic wasn't ready for that, so can't get a solid clear, but he does adjust and he does move forward until he's just trapped here again.
If Mech hits that, that's the goal of the day. It was a bit of a zen moment. It was really well set up. Over the top. Goffs, careful. Gets to his teammate. Force all the way back up, but Magic Bear taking it away on no boost. Going for it, man. He's feeling it. Stalling, bumping, alive. Follow through. Not there. Gen G, M80, still tied at 0. Looking for the first. Goffs upfield, though. Full boost. 1 to beat. Magic Bear. Tough to beat the Bear. Got to feed him something else as Mech gets up, put a hand on the ball. Magic still circling around. This one hangs in the air precariously. We get back to the midfield. Evo popping in. Nice pop from Evo. Magic Bear following. Shot from Magic Bear. Blocked away into OT.
Man, M80 looks so organized on their defense. Like, I'm not seeing double commits. I'm seeing it really layered as Frosty, Magic Bear, they clash. They don't get in each other's way, and they keep the defense up for now as Evo, an important touch here, barely in safety. Goffs looks for the second, not the third touch, and the second man has already fallen back. And Evo stopped at the midfield, and already you have everybody stressed here in overtime game 2.
I'm stressed. Got me stressed out. 2 overtimes in a row. Wow. Most shattered behind was Evo. And never mind. It's Goff. He's there. Awesome. And great job picking up the rebound. We got ourselves a good series here.
This was such a battle, and then the slowest ball ever just rolls in through all the chaos. And you thought we were stressed. I can't imagine being in an LCQ like this in Paris, and there's only one spot for EWC.
Freddy's going to go bald again if you don't guys pick it up.
I know.
You know?
Crazy.
Save his hair. That's my analysis, actually, is just don't let Greg lose control.
Tie series, by the way, and both teams barely winning. Like, what, the last 10 seconds is when we saw, like, the first goal? So,
this is a dead even series. Like, outside of really, again, like right here, like you said, the last seconds of this overtime, this is a dead even series between both skill and play styles. It's a battle of exactly what it looks like, a mirror match between the two. And you're going to get at times series where players play up to the potential, or teams that play up and or down to the competition. This one is, no, they're playing exactly where they're at today. Both teams are showing us what they got. And it's going to be one of those back and forth 1-1, 1-1 affairs. Could we go into 5? Probably. But curious if we will see M80 or Gen G step up to that next level. And if they do, that then asks for M80 or Gen G to answer that response. So it's going to be a really interesting one, but this is going to be one of those kind of mid-weight fights that somebody's just going to have to make that big first mistake. And when they do, who capitalizes? Who indeed?
Gen G, they just bring such fear when they are on offense. They look the scariest, while as M80's defense has never faltered. And if anyone looks antsy, it's Frosty, but I don't think to a negative point. I think he's really trying to catch M80 off guard. And how about this? Goff can't reach, and Evo gets the first one.
Oh, baby. There he goes. Magic Bear, beautiful setup. And Evo says, thank you. High five. Right over the defense. If you're going to give us the space, we're going to go for it. A lot of teams have been fairly timid this weekend, rightfully so, playing conservative when it comes to keeping the back line back and don't want to overexert yourself. Nice job by Gen G to take advantage of the space, and now for Goffs and M80 to show us that they can do the same. All the way around the bend, Goffs able to get all of it, but no follow-up just of yet.
It's taking hit after hit from M80 to just keep hammering this net, and Gen G even through a double commit, like they recover and they solidify. Keep the lead for now, and it's only been the first 30 seconds. Mac is chasing Evo into the net as Boris takes his time looking for more physical play. And Evo with the backflip makes the initial save. Goffs with the finish.
I laugh because it's funny. This was a cluster and a traffic jam on the goal line, and Goffs able to punch it through. I love NA Rocket League. It's awesome. Gen G, M80, tying us up into Game 3.
A little bit of EU there too with the Goffs Boris. It's just some really fun Rocket League as we start to lose our minds on our, I don't even want to count. So 4 minutes left in this one is all that matters. And it's 4 match point. Right now, Magic Bear is trying to take care of business, and Frosty doesn't get the best look on that. And here comes retaliation.
And here comes an opportunity for Goffs. I lied. I just told a lie to chat. I'm sorry. That was not at all an opportunity. Still, though, a free ball. Never mind. Mac takes it away, loses the grab. But Magic Bear in the process gets bumped out of the lane, so we'll concede to possession for Frosty. What can Frosty do with this one? Loses the 50. Pushed back again. Gen G sitting on a lot of boost on this counterattack, and yet they have barely crossed midfield. There we go. Finally starting to make some moves. Credit to M80 for how they've been playing this. Man-to-man defense has been excellent from M80 in this Game 3.
Like the physical play from M80, Gen G have to constantly reset and almost play like as a tighter squad just in case. It's been really a standstill as now Evo will collect. Goffs hoping to cut down this lane. The flick above, space being made, but the defense not even sweating a second. They'll have to worry about Frosty. He's kind of that wild card, and it feeds back out to Evo for the finish.
Let's run this back one more time. Evo. Perfect cut. Perfect cut. Textbook. executed flawlessly. Kind of follow-ups for a second man that can absolutely make or break a series that we want to see more of. Evo does his job. Well done. 2-1 lead. Can Gen.G hold it?
Oh my God. Almost just demoing that ball into the net. See that M80 are really hungry for this. Now just trying to keep Gen.G boxed in. M80 were so good at that in game 2, but man, it was impossible to score on. And even through some demos that M80 were pulling off on their offense, Gen.G, even at a deficit, can still fight back. And oh, that was unexpected. And Evo gets another.
Okay, 3-1 Gen.G. Let's double it up. Let's see this one more time. Plays it right into the box, and Evo. Ooh, what a touch. What a finesse. Nice to see Evo finding success in the system offense that he's gotten with mibr and Frosty. The one to step up. Frosty been pretty quiet in this series. Not necessarily a negative, it's just observation. He's had some looks in game 1, but since then, it's been Evo really leading the charge in the scoring. Frosty from the ceiling. Uses it for the reset. And at least buys his team a chance to move past that 50-yard line and for mibr to get a little bit of a nuisance going.
It's in 2 minutes. Gen.G have a pretty firm lead right now. Despite M80 having some solid looks on the offense, it's really some nice mechanical plays. Even just Frosty, like, kind of slowing down the play, getting the resets, getting the fakes. It keeps M80 to pay more attention to him. Let's pay attention to this one. Forrest, can he make another save? And it just goes right above his head as mibr gets involved. 4-1 Gen.G.
That is the most mibr goal I've ever seen. Yeah, I've seen a lot of them, by the way. And that is up there. Make the defender do all the work. Rude. mibr. Very rude. Nice kid. Here we go. Evo. Looking for his 3rd of the game, unless he already has a hat trick and I'm blasted, which always is the case. Way downfield, the booming ball. Down by 3. And in awkward spots now, unless you're able to score in the next 20 seconds, really, it's looking more and more like a Gen.G lead in the series and a top 16 opportunities point. Series point is the word I'm looking for, but, qualification point for Gen.G.
Yeah, and it was both teams being at a 0-0 overtime just in game 2 well, the floodgates have clearly opened. And we say hello to Evo and, of course, mibr. They got some goals as well. This feels like a pretty done deal for Gen.G to get to match point, which begs the question, do M80 still have what it takes to get through this series?
That's how tired we are, or I am, I should say. Now resets are just becoming onomatopoeia. Oh, it's open. Hi. There's Frosty. Can we get a Brazil? What are you thinking about Brazil?
Better late than never, but... And, like, after all the mechy stuff that Frosty's been doing in this series, he just kind of putts this one from across the world. That's funny. I think that's Frosty's only goal, unless I'm also blasted.
I think that is his only goal of the series.
Yeah.
Hey, stat padding is crazy out of Frosty. Oh, almost 1v3s. One for the road. Not really much here. As the Gen.G offense puts way too much on the board for M80 to really handle here. And they'll go up 2-1. Their tournament in their own hands. Destiny remains theirs. They are 1 match away from playoffs. Winner semis, M80. Down by a game. And if they lose this, they'll drop down and play 3 Leprechauns in the lower quarterfinals.
Seeing some good coordination from Gen.G because you have 3 really mechanical superstars. You build a team around mibr, who's obviously played with so many different people, mainly as some big veterans, and then you bring on these 2 young guns who have so much to prove. And I like that no one's really getting in each other's way and no one's trying to be the hero. It's really everyone just supporting each other and finishing out the play and going for the win together. And I'm really glad that Gen.G, that's the way that they're playing in this series, because this is a team that could easily make you lose your composure with how long it's taking to generate goals. I know this game now looked a lot more active for Gen.G, but I'm sure it's M80 that are feeling frustrated after game 2 and game 3 not going their way.
Yeah, I don't know how you can't. I mean, it's gone from kind of keeping pace and skating alongside Gen G to being dominated, really. And it's not that the series has matured in any significant way to where we're looking at, okay, there's clearly a breakdown somewhere. It's just been simply extra offense for Gen G, and they've been able to wear down the defense. So you got to wonder, if you're M80, you know, who's gonna take charge and start to create the difference. Love to see it. Frosty going for the shot, and Mech will immediately send it away, but Magic Bear tries to slot it, and luckily the defense from M80 keeps them still at a tie game.
There's still a mirror match between these two, even through the same idea off of kickoff. And Mech will make sure that doesn't sail too far by. And I say game 2 not going M80's way despite the win, but it was 0-0 OT and taken almost a minute to end that OT. So M80 with a win, but not one that you're excited about. It's one that felt like a battle and more exhausting than relieving. So Gen G on match point. It's going to take a huge effort from M80 to see if they can claw their way back.
No, not the best look from Magic. Long clear downfield. Frosty will get a hand on it though, but Mech can pick this up and slow the play. He will. Immediately beat off the ball. Chance for M80. Keep the offense up. They'll send one. Goffs, who had a goal earlier on a nice touch in game 1. I mean, it looked like we were starting to see more of an opening for this striker. Instead, goes back to just waiting for the M80 offense to kick into high gear. Whether the team finds that success or not, still a question. They haven't answered. Way downfield. Backs against the wall, and Gen G are 1 game away. Off the back wall, excuse me, Evo and Frosty will work together in tandem as Versailles up and gets it close to the net, but just can't beat the ball there. Gen G again happy to play boom ball here as they'll get back downfield on a 1v1 opportunity, and Evo does his best, but Magic Bear follows suit, and now all the offense for Gen G is up.
Yeah, a bit of team bump from M80, and now they have to try and recover. Very low on boost, and that lapse allowed Gen G to steal a lot of boost in that moment, but they do break out, and they'll have other ways to get it. As Goffs will measure against Frosty, does get the beat, and somehow Evo gets the save. Fantastic job on all fronts, front and back, as Gen G still at 0 as Evo crosses coast to coast. No boost. Someone else has to pick up the mantle, and Gen G are too slow to the punch.
They've kind of been given an opportunity in this series to put the hammer down. They just haven't. M80's still very much alive. It might be the hammer. That might be the hammer. I think that might be the hammer. You give him too much space, you give him too much opportunity. And again, very similar to what Frosty found at the near end of game 3. Is Evo, right place, right time, recognizes that, hey, nobody's back. Another instance where M80, again, leave a lot to be desired on the offensive end for Gen G. If you're going to be given those looks, especially if you're not finding much on the offensive side of the floor, then go ahead and take it.
Yeah, not the first time or the last time that Gen G get goals off of just this middle lane being completely open. We kind of laughed at Frosty's only goal doing that, and now Evo, he's quite a few in his inventory. Whatever gets a win. Second half 1-0, very low scoring affair. Just not the cleanest Rocket League from either side. Just full disruption and some shot placement issues, but all that matters is that improvements are shown. Evo almost wanting to set things up. Ideally wanted to center that ball off to the side. Gen G can't create the best opportunity here.
They might be able to escape out of this game and qualify with just a 1-goal difference. Magic Bear immediately going to take it away. Hopefully, it was like that's communicated to either Evo or Frosty that is the play. Musty's it forward, bullying his way in, and there we go. M80 finally break the thing open. It took so long, but a play from Mech leads way to a save from Magic Bear, and luckily, everybody else was there.
Stealing a reset, a beat into a stealing reset into a Musty into recovering for the second touch. Like, okay, they don't call him Mech for no reason. Jesus. Like M80, they needed a hero. He answered the call, but we need a bear, and he's alive and well. Gen G get the leader right back.
It's unreal how quickly the bear can turn it on a dime. Beats him right over the top, wins the 50. Man, oh man. Magic Bear, timeless. Good to see. Minute 33. 1-goal affair. Game 4. Kickoff a win. M80 following suit. taken away, and Gen G denying once again a counterattack towards the back wall.
Okay, Evo's been demoed, free ball, and he saw M80 just diving at that. I don't know who that was, but came in like an angel to save the day. Minute 12, and it's still match point for Gen G. Will they be the second qualifying team out of Group D? Magic Bear sends it forward. Frosty collects not only the boost, but can't seem to box in this M80 squad. We're just hungry for an answer.
Yep. And they just aren't finding anything. They can be hungry as much as they want. If they are not executing on the field, they're not going to get anything else to result of it, and that was an opportunity right there. Follow-up just misses. Goff's waiting. Up goes Mech. Backboard secured by Magic Bear. First touch in. Reset for Goff's. Tries to go for the back touch. Wow, a backwards flip would have been, I guess, just an extra flip from that Fennec. If that somehow went on target, it would have been absolutely nutty. But still not quite enough.
Okay.
Good patience from Goffs keeps his team alive, but they need to score here. Down to 17 seconds. Their tournament, at least in the winner side of the bracket, comes down to this play. And they might just drop down in lowers from here on out. We'll see.
And almost a missile for M80, and that was the equalizer. One last drive here from Vorse, and almost uses his entire tank just to center out the ball, and no help came. So Gen G confirm the series, right? And they will go to the qualifying rounds in top 16 to fight for that one LCQ spot. It's not over for M80. They'll take a quick trip down to face the Leprechauns, 3 of them, in fact, to get another qualifying spot, or else their Paris dreams are dead.
You know, it's a blunt way to put it, but it's true. It is do or die now, and I'm sure a tough series for MM80 to have to work through, but one that they're going to have to hit the reset button on very quickly, slam that thing and say, all right, we're going next. As the venue slowly empties for the day, we'll make sure that everything is, I think, okay, and hopefully there wasn't any crazy issues. I don't think there is, and we'll be all good. Yeah, we're all good. So moving forward again, closing in our final few matches of the day, Gen G will move on. M80 will get a second chance to play, and I'll give you an update on the bracket as now we have the final 2 matches. PCS Stride next to new Esports M80, 3 Leprechauns, 2 more best of 5s, 2 more lower quarterfinals matches, and 2 more deserving spots in the playoff bracket.
And then M80 will get a small break to talk to their coach and kind of compose themselves, because that's not the showing that we expected. I've seen higher levels out of Goffs and friends just in EU alone. So really cool stuff, though, on the other side, especially young blood of Mech, who put out the most amount of goals here for M80. But on the Gen G side, it took, I wouldn't even say an effort. It took everything out of them, it seemed, to get this win. So you got it done.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, a win's a win. I think if you're Gen G, you're happy that this one was over in 4. It could have been cleaner for sure. There are some moments where you still have, you know, things to work on. Everybody does. But at this point, it's just about qualifying. It's been a long weekend for these players. Gen G do win in 4 and get themselves to top 16. Job done successfully for the squad. M80 do have a second chance, so you never know what we're going to get. I assume this team will be just fine jumping down to play through Leprechauns, simply because recency bias is my thing, but also because M80 talented as ever and have everything they would need to win that series and qualify moving forward. Again, 2 more matches to go. Last 2 of the day. That's all we got.
All right. Well, it's third to a break. We'll go see you guys for the next match.
That's right.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, gamers, to another few matches here of Rocket League. Last two on the docket for today. In Group 2, lower quarterfinals is up next. Excuse me, best of 5. PCS Stride next to new Esports, M80, 3 Leprechauns, Lemon Kiwi, 2 more to go. And then we conclude all of our groups for this weekend. And with that, have all of our finals for the playoff bracket tomorrow. Can't believe we're here with the final 2 games. How we feeling?
I know. It's fun. I've had a lot of fun, and especially watching PCS Stride in the first 2 games. of that series against Lanimals, where they got reverse swept. It started off so strong, so good, especially for someone like Atomic. He was on fire, but it takes a team to win a game, and still needed that to come together. On the other side, a team that is just getting together, Sosa, Eris, Day Shift from Next to New Esports getting picked up by an org, getting noticed. That was fun to see.
That was, and that's the highlight, I think, of this tournament for a lot of young talent is that this is a chance to be scouted. This is a chance for you to make a name for yourself, not only in the venue, but to make connections when you're there. Say hi to people, be social, and a chance to grow that stock. Because moving forward into 2027, it's going to be a fun year, but also with UE6 coming around the corner. Hey, listen, Rocket League's about to pop off in some serious ways, all of which I can't tell you. But I can tell you, you should get involved. And you can do so by simply watching streams here and following more information on EWC as well. But we got ourselves our last two series of the day. Let's talk about them. PCS Stride, Next to New Esports, Next to New. Very curious how they're going to do against this PCS Stride squad that feels like they're a step above just in terms of paper. But Next to New come in from a sweep back-to-back on Nap on Money and Ruthless Unity from lower round 1 and 2. So far they've found success and haven't really dropped a game, and we'll see if they can keep that rhythm going.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Sosa. I know all 5 Canadian players that have played Rocket League ever. There's not a lot of us, but Sosa has been one of my favorites. When I started off in CRL, he was such a standout on the Fisher College side of things. I'm sure he's graduated by now. It's been a while. This guy has been around for a long time, and now he's traveled. I wouldn't say traveled, but he's competed in APAC, and Sosa's found a lot of success over there. And Eris joins his side. He is, I think, pinged a lot of radars back when Achieves became a coach on the Pirates on the boat days. That squad had some serious potential, and now Eris is bouncing around different squads, trying to find the best team to get the best results. Struggling in NA, while his Day Shift is actually an EU player, and he surprised a lot of people on WIP or WIP Esports in EU Regional 5, where he finished top 6 getting into playoffs. So potential is the key word here for the Next to New esports guys.
That is awesome. Oh my god, I'm clipping that so fast. I cannot wait.
Dude, end me.
I have never heard that.
E-guys.
Wow, we're breaking ground here, Jen. Holy. Don't worry, I will not tell Jack. I will not tell anybody.
No, that's going on the soundboard. I've already.
100%.
I have a few of you, okay? I just didn't point them out.
Yeah. Here's the thing. There are so many of me that it doesn't faze me because there's just so many. But E-guys, that is staying with me for a while.
There's E-guys, okay? Right. It's equal.
I love that. Next to New Esports, PCS Stride. Look, if we're going to keep it simple for the productions, sure. PCS Stride come into this, obviously did not have the best second showing against Lanimals earlier. Granted, you're playing a really tough opponent in Lanimals, but they did eventually reverse sweep. PCS kind of got shut down to the wire. I mean, straight up from mechanics to rotation to everything you could look at for how a team is successful in this game. PCS really struggled. Curious if we're going to see things moving forward. Question is, are we going the distance with this one, or are we seeing just a step above for PCS and potentially another quick series?
I just want to see a bounce back from PCS Stride, because getting reverse swept, I could only name teams on one hand that has happened to them on broadcast in this tournament. And I was not expecting that the way that Atomic, especially him starting off, but need this team to come together. And so they are on defense so far.
So far, pace play has not been an issue at all. Both teams looking stout. AJG works to an opening challenge. Last 2 matches of the day. Group D, last one to go. And Dorito, first one up. Eris, hold on a minute. Almost made it look good. Day Shift gonna slot it, but defense is there anyway. AJG gets a handout. And Sosa slowly works his way down. Back to single challenges here for both teams, vying for a spot in that top 16. Long clear downfield.
And just chatting to the Next to New Esports E-guys, I guess, before this match, they were not feeling like they have hit their peak form. They're not very happy with how things have gone so far. And, you're in the lower bracket. I'm sure there's a reason, but you still have a fighting chance, and you can still qualify to top 16 from this point. But some tough challengers on the PCS Stride that have had success in NA, in SAM, and everywhere. So that's going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, and that kind of hits on the point of for like Sosa and Eris. Obviously, two very capable strikers. Eris as well, kind of a freestyle menace for Eris and Sosa. Going to have to play above their pay grade here and be consistent throughout the entire series. Lime green car, interesting, all the way down. Kind of like it. We'll see though if it pays off any kind of dividends. So far though, not a whole lot giving for either team. The defenses have been able to handle the pressure. First chip shot for a 50, and Eros will play underneath. Fender comes off the backboard. Day Shift with a great touch to get it around and to get up to midfield. Gets a demo. Power play, just for the moment. N2E will start to send the spread. And way downfield, is that in? It won't be. Just off the crossbar. What a save, and keeps this one tied up.
Oh, I forgot that Sosa came back to NA there with Food Esports. Every time I see that org, I think of APAC, but or another region. And he came back top 4, top 6, looking good. PCS Strad, though, will keep them at bay. Really good shot from Dorito, forcing saves and forcing the pressure to come out from PCS Stride to get it done. So now I'm seeing more of a team effort from the PCS Stride boys. So good stuff.
They get one, we'll take one. Up to the boys in blue to respond. Well, that help, or excuse me, that miss from Atomic does help. Day Shift trying to get aggressive and does so. Picks up a demo. Try to play this in the center of the box. Seen it so many times at this point. Defense is just expected. They know where that pass is going. And Atomic's more than happy to take his time pulling this one in. Will do so. AJG downfield, waits for the reset. Nice decision by Atomic. Otherwise would have gotten blocked. But still, the defense of PCS having to sustain a volley of shots, and N2E not quite opening up the net the way they'd want.
And I think a career like Day Shift is just beginning to blossom with kind of how the standings went for WIP over in that region. It was EU, so now he's kind of joining the more NA play style, which, okay, Sosa almost getting a dunk opportunity there. So equalizer is looming here for Next to New Esports, but less than 90 seconds to do it.
Day Shift's up. Day Shift's up. Oh, he read it all the way. Almost had a goal today. Would have been a perfect pre-jump. Still, though, the pass, there it is. Finally, they spread the field. Day Shift starts this entire drive with a beauty. And all the way on the other side, we get an assist and a nice pickup in the box.
What a pass, too, from Eris. And liking to see that you're finding the right footing if you're Next to New Esports. They were looking a little split at the beginning as now minutes have gone by and you're a lot more cemented into this game one, especially as a few matches have gone by and it's become a gauntlet the more deep you are into this bracket or how many matches it's taken you to qualify. Fast life for both these squads, and we'll see if we enter OT. The defense pushed. Eris looking for a bump, does not connect. Atomic wants to sail past Sosa, but Day Shift will hold it down.
And right decision by Sosa. Trusting his teammates. Works through a tough challenge on the ground. AJG going to try to thread the needle in this one. Everybody commits. Low boost here for N2E, and Atomic has the reset pass. Oh, it was a beauty. AJG gets the corner grab. You can still press the issue if you want, if you're PCS. You need to give up this much space as they will take their time. And Dorito down to the final 20. Extend the play and try to find a golden goal here. Keep this one in favor of PCS, but still both teams getting a look at the ball before we come down to 10 seconds.
Last seconds, last drive. Eris, front blocker, locking up a defender. Dorito with an important cutoff, but Day Shift with a setup, but Eris can't get the beat, so Day Shift, and Sosa couldn't scoop that up. It got real close, but hey, guess what, Sean? Another game one overtime.
I think it's what, number 7 or so of this weekend? It's been nuts. The game ones have been, just really good, which again is a testament to the skill of the teams. It means they're fairly matched. At least everybody's showing up and playing the way they should. Atomic, reset. Almost had a good look at the end of the last one, or I should say end of regulation. Dorito chased around the edge, avoids the demo. AJG will get away with a double. And that one's on target, but so far the N2E defense is denying a lot of the quick shots from PCS.
Oh, Dorito. Oh, my God. A lot of firepower. All three of Next to New Esports needed to pay attention at that moment. And the breakout doesn't seem to be so cut and dry. AJG trying to explore more open space. And Sosa can't win the 50. Day shift. Look at this. The coverage is there. Has to flick it high. Sosa wants to do something with this play and can't.
That's the kind of setup, though, that you would love to have back and just more of in this overtime. Would certainly help extend things down the sideline, give you a little more space to work with, especially for Sosa trying to find something off the ground. It's been hunting for low boosts, or excuse me, for small boosts on low pads for about 10 seconds now. It's a bit of a time in Rocket League. As Day Shift will get right back on the ball. Not the best catch. Dorito takes it away. 1v1 from the ceiling. Can Dorito slam this down? No. Better 50 from Sosa. Breaks the defense out. Starts the counterattack, but right back into the hands of AJG. And he will play on the slow. Next teammate up is Atomic. On circle is nobody else. No crashing, no nothing. We're playing patient.
Just feel like bumper cars, too. Just you get caught on reverse, but Air starts to pick up some speed. And this is the Next to New org that built this roster around Eris and his recommendations, and gets joined by two really talented players with two very different styles. And we'll see how that comes together against a PCS Stride squad that have a lot more time and years, but oh, the accuracy not there, and just the saves in time to keep the overtime going. Eris with a response. Who is home? Wanted to tuck that into the bottom corner and can't.
That was a chance, man. I mean, again, I don't know much, but that looked pretty give and go to me. A little bit hesitant, it seems, from N2E. Don't want to overcommit on this, I understand, but when you're given a look like that, you have to take it. As Dorito will control from here, but Eris is still up for the challenge. Double commit from Sosa and Day Shift. Okay, miscommunications everywhere from N2E. And certainly not the things you want to see in the overtime as AJG tries to sneak it through. And as much as we've seen N2E kind of mess up, I guess, some of their passes downfield, again, PCS are not necessarily breaking this defense down.
The double commits aren't resulting in any goals being scored, so Eris was able to rotate back just in case, but a lot of boosts being invested. Sosa, you can tell he wants to dominate the air and just doesn't have the resources to do so, as PCS Stride, it's a slow burn, one step at a time, and crashing down into the net as Dorito to give game one to PCS Stride.
They just needed something to fall their way, and fall it did with a bit of style, as PCS will go ahead and take the lead in this series. Just needed one to go. Still a lot of opportunities left on the field for PCS in general, but on the other side for Eris and company, again, same conversation of you had a look in that overtime. You had a pretty free give and go, and they did not take advantage. Here's a look at the replays. This was mostly a defensive, powerhouse for both teams. It was a defensive effort, I should say, as it was non-stop stretching the goal line, forcing solo challenges. We got a lot of it, but into the OT, it just took one look from Atomic and Dorito to connect on something downfield, and finally things go PCS's way. I know it's a hard-fought win in that OT after how everything's gone, but PCS finally gets something on the board.
And for them to keep that lead when they started, PCS Stride doing a good job. Dorito with a big step up, becoming a more reliable second man was the question and the answer that this team needed to accompany Atomic to give them a less predictable offense is kind of what we ended up concluding against the Lanimals there. On the Next to New Esports side, flashes of brilliance. What a pass from Eris to Day Shift to get that responding goal, but and not able to connect together and almost connecting too much with some of the double commits and team bumps that happened. So Next to New Esports find themselves behind in the series, but not down on hope yet.
Well, I'm gonna hit Hopium just as of yet. Forbidden Temple can change things. This map is beautiful for a reason, and Sosa is confident that he can open up the scoring as Day Shift tries to get there first of the game. And Dorito all the way downfield again. PCS's offense had been quick to respond. Some of the opening drives, handling the threats, and more than capable of dishing it back out. Low 50, right back to Eris. And back to kind of what we saw in game one. A lot of this solo play, low chow, wait for the pop, then go for the follow-up.
Nice touch from Atomic. You're still trying to stabilize here for your PCS Stride because the ball keeps returning right back to the orange half. Now the next to new Esports come in with resources. They have boost. They can start to take advantage of more of the air until Atomic flips the play on its head. And PCS Stride find themselves with a chance to exploit a surprise defense, but to no avail.
Nice clear. No matter what the midfield looks like, you'll take that all day, every day. As Day Shift brings it all the way down to the front of the box. Very dangerous decision, but again, method to the madness. And so far, it's worked out. Leaves it to his teammate. Sosa been quiet this series. Hasn't been asked to do too much, but waiting for him to kind of get online, especially from the corner, as we know that Sosa can be a dangerous striker when he starts hitting his shots. Day Shift can't quite sneak it around. Sosa able to kick it upfield. And Day Shift nowhere to be found. I thought maybe he might get a touch on that. Instead, again, AJG with a nice job at cutting it down. And still, this PCS defense are playing solo ball, and for N2E, there's really no extra second effort, or at least the next level of the offense. It's been try to clear downfield, get somebody there, but it doesn't feel like there's a lot of threats really right now.
And when you have this low-scoring affair, you wonder who's going to be desperate, who's going to get antsy. And I mean, AJG's downfield trying to pre-jump this pass. It looked cool. Dorito locks up Sosa, and still they together work on blocking that.
Yeah, I mean, Dorito basically shadow blocked the entire defense there. And again, it calls into question more of PCS saying, look, this is the defense you're getting is what you're getting. What does the offense have for PCS? Maybe not the cleanest series they'd like, maybe not the best opponent to showcase their skills, but how can you break this team down? Because so far, we're not getting a lot of scoring from either side, and Sosa and Eris have yet to really find each other. Day Shift still getting back to midfield. He picks it up and tries to sneak it through. Everybody starts to get jumpy on the goal line. 2 minutes, 18 seconds left. Half a game of Rocket League gone, and still looking for that first real shot.
Fun squishy save from Day Shift there. AJG still downfield. Just kind of blending in like the fourth imposter there.
Yeah.
And we'll see if PCS can connect on these long strides, and AJG now gets shoved. Atomic, trying to dunk it, and it actually does get to that upper 90. What a play from Atomic.
Okay. Run it back. Well done, Atomic. Veteran read. Tough to swallow for N2E for sure. Again, this game's gone by quickly. At times, Rocket League can feel like a long 5 minutes. It can also feel like a very fast 5 minutes. This is the latter. Do you have anything in the tank to give if you're N2E? The offense has been quiet. Sosa hasn't done much. Some plays somewhere. He's deleted.
Second and third man still not as punchy for PCS Stride. I mean, what a setup that Atomic just had. If he had a tighter second man, that could have been a second goal, but maybe one is all they're going to need, especially in a low-scoring chess match like this. AGG has been the one that has been called upon in the past. Eris low boost, trying to bump Atomic out of the way. Good dodge from him. Day Shift putting on the pressure. And Atomic lands this right into next to new Esports. Want to make the most out of this last minute. It could be here and now, and Day Shift is really trying to thread the needle.
Sosa got to make a play here. Plays it low. Finally getting some rhythm on offense going. Atomic, Dorito, upfield, buying time. Plays it low. Again, working through the low 50 on the touch. Day Shift to nobody. It doesn't look like the offense right now for N2E is on the same page as they should be. Sosa and Eris trying to get going. And outside of the Day Shift stretch downfield in game one, that's got to be somewhere close. That could be a goal, and it will be. Oh, no, I lied. There's the spawn. Okay. Does work out. N2E. Something's got to give. Where is the offense? Where is the offense? PCS are just running out the clock.
It's just been better teamwork from PCS Stride, although 2 goals is nothing to really write home about. But Atomic has been that kind of X factor for PCS Stride from this series to the previous one, of what he's capable of doing as an individual. Even now, he's just coming off the ceiling doing things. So 10 seconds left. Even AJG is exploring being a more downfield player for PCS Stride, looking for long passes. They're not getting it, and they adjust, trying to play as a more united squad. And next to new Esports, need some more ideas, and they'll have one last game to try and pull themselves out of it.
Yeah, I got to be honest, the way this one looks, I mean, we've seen offenses get shut out. We've seen offenses struggle to create opportunities. There's nothing here at the moment. And it doesn't mean that something won't pop up in game 3, but I can't go off of game 1 and 2 because there has been no offense for this team. I mean, the second man gets no space or creates no space even upfield. But the one challenge you do get if your PCS is the only one you needed. Sosa's been kept out of the plays. Eris has been kind of grounded for most of this. There's nothing here. A bit shocked, really, for next to new esports. The fact that, you know, again, anything can turn around, it can change, but that offense has been absolutely quiet.
Well, it looks like there's a coach there behind next to new esports. They are sweating bullets. And no, there was some issues about one of the players from next to new esports didn't have their phone, lost their phone, and that led to some complications of getting around the venue and getting around to this point. Even some missed flights, or I would say delayed flights, that caused a lot of stress. And then you land here and you got to perform on the day, the whole group stage going down in one day. And it almost feels like you have to be at your peak form to take down the likes of Atomic, AGG, Dorito, as that's just a free ball. There we go, Doritos on it. And these are some tough names that you have to take down.
Yeah, and it's not like PCS is giving you the entire experience here. Like their offense has been just as quiet. They've relied on a big challenge, and other than that, you know, a crashing combination of Atomic and Dorito. That's about it. PCS looked more like the PCS we saw against Dignitas earlier in the day, if I'm remembering anything correctly. But this is, again, a more of an onus for N2E for playing right into the hands of a PCS, but being unable to respond with anything. So curious, as we go into game 3, everything needs to change for this offense. So far, PCS has not been putting up multiple goals a game, which is a good thing for N2E. And it also means you have a chance still in this series to extend it. If you lose this, you're done. If you win it, you're in. But right now, they need something else.
And Atomic is that hero. What a shot that we just saw earlier, forcing 2 defenders to have to put up a save. As Eris now trying to control this against the tsunami of players that await him in his face. Dayshift trying to at least send it deep so they have space to work with, see if they can outrace PCS Stride, and this will not float in front of the net the way N2E intended.
Why is this ball? Why are we taking so long to get this possession? What is happening on the defense? I'm wondering if there's just some miscommunication about who's taking charge or who's playing ones and first man and second. It just seems like there's some awkward moments where not quite on sync with each other. Dayshift's going to try to keep it alive, though. This could really inject some life into this team if they can put this one through. N2E trying. Eris now keeps it high off the back wall. And misses the extra touch. Dayshift, though, will come up into the lane, kicked away. That is going to float through, but no, Sosa is there. Nice recovery.
From my experience of watching the N2E players, like the biggest quote pop-off player, like the one that's going to put up a ton of goals, is Sosa. And this just 3 players that look like a really good supportive cast. And now they'll have to support each other as they're now at a deficit against match point of PCS Stride. None other than Atomic causing chaos on the back end, and AJG to cap it off.
Match point, series point, game, set, match. You need to score. You just got to score. That's it. That is the only way to break this one down. If you're N2E, you have to score. Otherwise, every other conversation doesn't matter. Let's see if they can find anything. Sosa through the corner. Dorito and Atomic will be happy to take it out. And as Dayshift falls back, Eris is going to cut in here, and Dayshift will play it quickly off the crossbar. To Sosa? No, right over. Nice job by Dayshift. Eris up next. They will extend. But not before PCS gets a hand on it. AJG was ready for that extension. Wow, what a read from AJG. Dayshift downfield, off target. But finally, it looks like N2E's offense is starting to find each other a bit more.
I know that Sosa had... Oh, okay, that's just open. Oh, no. Dayshift gets there in time. Okay, it's kind of scary how this defense is getting stretchier on the N2E side. Sosa's had recent success in NA, but feels like all three of these players have so much yet to prove, and you put a lot of stress on yourself to show up at this one of the last tournaments of Rocket League for the year and to just perform your best to get as deep into the bracket as you can, to pad the resume, to give the next prospective teams a good look at what you're capable of doing. And N2E are going to give it one last go as 90 seconds remain. And Dorito not as pushed as Sosa got demoed. Atomic now will give it some power, but I think that Day Shift is just playing counter Rocket League at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only one at the moment really creating plays upfield. Airs. Okay, goes for boost. Luckily has his teammate there. I apologize. Well, for a moment, he just gave up the rotation. I was like, what is happening? All right. AJG gets right back out. Era's going to help out as well. Sosa up to meet it. But you can see now as the N2E defense gets solo file on these challenges, again, so much of the field's now opened up for PCS and where they want to pick their spot, or an errant 50 that goes away. And it can be very dangerous. 1-0 game, 50 seconds on the clock. N2E. Tournament life comes down to the final 60 seconds. They have to find an answer. They have to score. PCS trying to put this one away. Punch their ticket into top 16. And just 37 seconds from doing so.
Still a low-scoring affair, even for PCS Stride. And we talked about their offense needing more dimensions. Sosa needed that to go in 30 seconds, and you couldn't afford that. N2E put everything on the table. 24 seconds is not impossible, but after next to new Esports, only got one goal this whole series in all 3 games.
Yeah.
It does not inspire a comeback in 24 seconds.
No, this one's done. It was a good showing for PCS. Look, it was enough for them to get through. Definitely a series for them that is more highlights than negatives, as they just need to qualify and bounce back from their last winners final side. But unfortunately for N2E, their road will fall short here. And I don't want to harp on it too much, as the players made it this far again and put up a performance to get here nonetheless. Swept through Nap on Money and Ruthless at Unity, unfortunately, come into this lower quarterfinals and put up a bit of a dud. Just zero offense anywhere on the field. And you can't win Rocket League games, especially on LAN, if nobody's scoring. I mean, how much more simple can we put it?
Yeah, I would say if I had a group of death, I low-key think it's Group D. I mean, Gen G, Lanimals, PCS Stride, like those already feel like confirmed 3 spots, and there's only 4. And then there's also M80, there's next to new Esports that I think had some real chances based on recent results, but couldn't come together when it mattered. And PCS Stride, they showed us more dimensions to their offense after getting reverse swept in their previous series. They bounced back and they qualify into the top 16. One last match yet to go to see who will join them between M80 and 3 Leprechauns. But PCS Stride, they'll have another day to kind of even find a better form than this with more rest, more food. I'm seeing an even better version of PCS Stride tomorrow.
Yeah, this is one of those days where if you're caught in the trenches of a grueling bracket, you just need to survive. You can start to formulate a game plan as you know your matchups and as you go and prep for those teams coming up. But this is one of the ones where you just have to go in and play your game and not do anything crazy. And that's what PCS are capable of. Again, they needed to win this series. I think more so like really for the ego of the team in a confident way of like, you have to come in and win this. This is a series you should not lose. And they do. They take care of business, and then we'll move on qualifying for, again, tomorrow's playoff bracket, top 16. Unfortunately, N2C will bow out here. We appreciate all of the players who have made that trip all the way to this land for the LCQ. N2E looked a little bit more confident in game 1 at times. Looks like they were finally starting to stretch the field more. That's the best look we had of this team all series. And then right after that, it was crickets. I mean, we haven't really seen a team not show up this weekend and be quiet, but there was no offense from the squad. Just 0.
And it's like the pieces were there. I'm still so confused because you saw the one goal they're all screaming about. It was amazing. The errors, the day shift pass, that was the level we wanted to see them continue to be at. But that never developed and it never continued. So the potential, the small bit of evidence was there. But unfortunately for them, they'll have to work through whatever third-party tournaments are left in the year. I don't even know what month I am at this point. PCS tried that they continue their journey. Yeah,
it's been a long weekend.
It's a long month, and we're only a couple days in. Only a week.
Yeah, we still got the main event for EWC coming up later in the week. We still got Worlds a couple weeks from here. A lot to play. And there's a look at the series 1-2, 0-2, 0-4. I got worse and worse as we went on, but damage done. PCS do move on and qualify, which means we are now down to the final match of the day for Group D. And with that, the last match to decide who deserves a chance or a spot in that top 16 for the right to fight for that one spot to get to the main event. M80, 3 Leprechauns. That's all you could really ask for. At the end of the day, one more best of 5 to get it done. It's a sweep, and the last few matches have not been that close, so why waste more time? We're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll conclude here with Group D. Take me out. Get the break on screen. Take me out. I can't do this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
One more best of five to decide it all, folks. Spaceman Lemon Kiwi joining you here for the last match of the day of Group D of our last chance qualifiers for EWC Rocket League Edition. M83 Leprechauns, we know the deal. PCS Stride just took a sweep in their series in the low quarters to qualify, and now one spot remains for playoff bracket tomorrow. And the last team to qualify for that will be from this side of the match. M80, 3 Leprechauns fighting for that chance to be a Battle Royale squad to make it to next week's event. But all that matters is getting within the money. And to do that, you just have to make it to tomorrow. It's going to be a real important match for everybody on that desk. As you can see, the venue, again, filtered out for the day. One more series to go, best of 5. And man, it's this one's for money as well. Like if you win, you get a decent amount of cash. So certainly feeling some pressure.
Absolutely. And M80, a known quantity for the broadcast at this point. And yeah, we're definitely went through it when they went up against Gen G to be to this point, but that's still a pretty commendable team to lose to. On the other side, you got the Leprechauns, and called that because you have 2 Irish on that squad. Love to see the the jerseys that represent. And you would say on paper the favorites would be M80, but from what I've seen from the Irish, it's looked really good in EU, and I've I think casted them at EU Open 6 when at least one of them was on Wild. So that was a good showing.
Yeah, Wild. That brings me back to recent times, but everything feels like it blends together these days. We'll make sure everybody is all good to go, all cleared and checked off. But if you've been enjoying the action this weekend, I can't even begin to describe how the games tomorrow will be, because the playoff bracket is going to blow your minds. The quality of the match is going to get better and better, and it's going to feel more and more like 6-mans as we get going. We'll make sure everybody's good to go and the server is good as we get one more match here to decide a champion and a top 16, a top 16 champion. M80, 3 Leprechauns, waiting for this match to get underway. Everybody else has concluded in Group C and D. Gen G punched their ticket through. Lanimals qualify. PCS Stride just wins when they need to. And M80 and 3 Leprechauns will decide who gets to go represent the very end of the lower quarterfinal bracket, or the lower bracket of this side of Group D. And gotta wonder, I think if you're M80, I mean, the expectations beyond obviously qualifying and for the caliber of the players, but also the brand. Like M80 coming to this, it would be very, very good if they were the ones who were representing the last group going into the playoffs. But 3 Leprechauns, again, could play spoiler and completely flip the entire script here.
Yeah, and I know Shark on his side, he was part of that no balls just chase squad that got top 4 in the LCQ in EU. So that was really surprising. That was along Prosy and Koku, who are also players in this EWC LCQ that made it quite far in groups. But Shark, hey, at least when I hype him up, he shows up. So first one for the 3 Leprechauns.
And he's got a shark. That's my breakdown. Look at that.
Wow,
shark.
Animals.
Oh, look at that. That's good Rocket League right there. M80, we're cut out for him. Mech, horse, so on and so on. Trying to stop the shooting prowess of Shark, Smokes, and Pucus. Mech. Can't flick it. Right back over the gut. And Goffs will get up in time. Goffs, who had a very good game number 2 in his last series. Still, however, not enough to get the job done. And for 3 Leprechauns, again, controlling the pace of play might be their win condition.
When you start up by 1, that helps the confidence and kind of sends a signal to M80 to respect this team. Absolutely. I didn't see a lot out of Goffs and Forbes. It was more of this newcomer of Mech, and Smokes now gets on the board as well. M80 are getting absolutely hounded in this game 1.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Force got nowhere to go on that back wall with such little boost when his teammates deleted off the map. Pick your spot. Opening advantage. About a minute 12 down. Not even. 3 Leprechauns are coming out with a fury. Shot after shot, now a third. Backboard open, masterful clear. Downfield from Goffs, keeps his team alive.
And all 3 of the Leprechauns represented Team Ireland at the Esports Cup. And hey, they are representing all right. Ireland on top so far, and M80 clearly not finding any pacing, and apparently not finding any saves either.
That's a miscue. When you see those kinds of plays, it just means communication is not there. So curious if M80 are still kind of figuring out their bearings here in this game 1. Still a series, a couple games to go. Things can always change. Best case scenario for M80 is that you still have 3 minutes, but you do have to stop the bleeding at some point. Would love to see if things start to turn around now as Mech gets up to midfield. Horse helping behind, second man. Shark able to clear it away. And right back into the box.
Yeah, M80, kind of like what I said in the previous series. It's three really good supportive players, but not one that is screaming that striker that you want to feed the ball to, like an Atomic or really like a Zen. I don't know what you want to call it, but M80 needs someone that can step up and be the confident fire that this M80 squad really needs.
Well, even if you don't have that primary striker or that first option on scoring, then your system of offense should be more than individual play. Like that's where, as a team, there needs to be more than just let's get a good look and play ones. At this spot, I mean, you would think just fundamentally, again, ground game is some of your best friends. It's a good work to be able to stretch this defense out and give you a chance to, again, change up the pace of the game. M80, too talented to not find much in this game, but plenty of time for them to turn things around and still a whole series to go. Down 3, looking for 1. Taken away again. On low boost still, and as 3 Leprechauns continue to take advantage on the field. Surprising, as they've been able to make the most of it with very little in the tank. Works through the demo. Shark, not going to get there in time. And now a chance downfield. Can M80 do anything with this? Answer so far, no.
And clearly the work's been done for the 3 Leprechauns to get to this level of play. I mean, they're representing Team Ireland, sure, but before that, we're all on different teams. And maybe obviously the small community or for Ireland, so you're definitely going to know all the other players and probably have teamed with them at some point. But the showing is really surprising, really awesome to see. But this is just game 1. This is absolutely a tone setter for M80 to realize kind of what's happening and try to prevent it before the series ends in 3.
Hey, there's a good shot. Finally, some things break the way of M80. Was just waiting for a sign of life somewhere, and a big challenge leads way to a demo, which leads way to an extra touch. As M80 strike back within 2. And at least give us something more interesting in this game 1.
That's what we want to see. Kind of this is how a lot of careers begin, right? When the RLCS qualifiers don't go your way, it's tournaments like this that you can really prepare for when you have extra time off. And looks like M80 shows signs of life, but it's been more defense than anything else. Sometimes a good defense beats a good offense. I don't know. It's some football analogy there, but M80 are going out with a donut at least.
Yeah, again, like breadsticks better than nothing. You'll take it, and at least gives you a shot. Never tell me the odds. Of course, Goffs. That's a beauty. Absolute beauty. There we go. M80 starting to wake up.
Yeah, and I was seeing 3 Leprechauns get in the way there. How did they combine? Oh, just barely getting a handle on it is Shark, but almost added to the power and helped redirect it into the net. So M80 now have a real chance to send us into overtime. Now things are picking up in that second half. A whole new level of energy has been brought to the table. Goff and Boris, a whole new look. Pukis will keep it out for now.
Okay, M80 starting to cut off some of these passes. Threatening the attempt again. Great second touch. Much more interesting last minute and a half of this game. And now, the Leprechauns being pushed to the brink, trying to maintain their 1-goal lead. It was looking so good. But now it's M80 starting to pick up the charge. And what a shot. Wow. Pukis was right place, right time, but cannot underestimate his striking ability. Look at this placement and the pre-flip. Good God.
I was starting to worry if M80 just kind of needed a warm-up, but 3 Leprechauns, is that going to be enough to solidify this game 1? 16 seconds all on the line here for Mech, and he's already trying to fake it out. Pukis off to the side. Shark wasn't ready. Vorse and Goss can't really get in the way here. Final drive, and it's just semantics at this point. Game 1 to the 3 Leprechauns, who really lit up the scoreboard early to get M80 to respect them.
Yeah, I think those 2-3 goals kind of forced M80 to have to wake up. It kind of supercharged this team into, locking in and playing a little bit more structure, specifically after those defensive stops that came through. But credit where credit's due. And it started with a bunch of physical plays upfield, the bumps, the demos, the control, great passes as well, and a couple of great striking moments for this 3 Leprechauns team, who is coming out and putting M80 on task to have to respond.
It's a 3 Leprechauns squad that had to face the Lanimals, Joyo's squad. And then that was a gauntlet to get through the lower bracket for the Leprechauns, taking out the Phoenix and Rexar Esports to get to this point. So a 7-hour plus day, not including scrims, prep, breakfast. So it's a question of stamina and really how seriously you're taking this. Sleep, preparation, communication, and focus. And 3 Leprechauns talking to their coach, being as locked in as they can despite the win, and I'd say a pretty commanding one. They have so much more that they want to improve on. So the work is clearly showing for the 3 Leprechaun squad.
Mm-hmm. Can they keep it rolling? You've done so much in game 1. I know the confidence is probably an all-time high. Still reservations about, from the players' POV, of like, we just need to make sure we do it again. But utmost confidence from Smokes and company. Shark, who was so good at the start, trying to find that same magic here in game 2. Gets a couple of bumps for effort. And right back down into the swing of the play as they'll kick it over the last defender. But Shark is back ready and waiting. And Lucas is there. There comes 3 Leprechauns now trying to make their move. But M80, again, waking up at the end of that game 1, I think was an important swing of events. We'll see now if they can continue that success. Is that a Psycho? No, it's not, but it looked close. Okay, I got excited. Sorry, Jeff.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
I was paying attention. I woke up when you said that.
Okay.
So, no Asylum yet, but 3 Leprechauns have kept M80 boxed into this orange half as Smokes addressing this 50. Just going in head first. 3 Leprechauns getting demoed. M80 really sick of them, but fortunately for them, they're still on defense, and the clears have been denied every single time.
A lot of space to work with here. Ceiling all the way down. M80 denying so much of those extra touches from 3 Leprechauns and have continued to do so. Haven't been too jumpy on defense as of yet. We'll see now what M80 can do with possession as they try to race for the ball, but still Shark cuts through the noise, the traffic. He's able to take away the shot. The extension downfield. Pukas. Versailles, long clear, beautiful clear at that. And right back into the hands of the defense.
Perma defense for M80,
yeah.
And as long as it stays 0-0, it doesn't matter. It's an even game, and it's a game of patience at this point. As okay, Goff's trying to deny off the ceiling. You like the guts out of this guy. Smokes keep it safe. Mech demo doesn't matter. No possession for M80. Does reset the momentum of 3 Leprechauns, but they are just getting aggressive too. They're 50ing every chance they get, as Smokes will abandon the play.
Oh, that's... Oh, no. What a save. Well done, M80. Would have been a nightmare of a situation as they'll wait to pick up the ball here, but working around on low boost still. M80 trying their best to get back out. For a transition is the offense where they can start to spread the field a bit more. Right now, stuck in this corner. Still looking for the opening. Eventually, it does come through. Gives way to a bump downfield. A 1v1. Got him to bite. Somebody come crash the net. M80 had the look. They had everything going their way, but just no goal.
There must have been some cutoffs in the midfield because the rest of M80 had boost to get involved. And I know we've just been permanently on the orange side, but you got to get active when you have that small opportunity. You got to take it. Now demos. M80 removed. And despite that, still clearing all the way down to the blue side. A much-needed reset. Mech wanting that pass. Denied. Shark on top of it.
That's a dangerous one, though. Oh, he clips him just as he goes over. Somehow Smokes was still up to read it. The defense from 3 Leprechauns has not given M80 much to work with. M80's been okay to find more space in this blue half. And credit to M80's defense, who, again, has kept this one at 0. Mech just tries to redirect it. A little shoulder shove. And leads way to now a slow possession for Smokes, trying to work out on low boost. Again, more opportunities for M80. We'll take this swing through the corner. Great second touch from Mech. This time, though, again, the defense will not give him much. Never mind. Never mind. Beautiful pass.
Wow. I was going to say, we can't just do these solo plays forever. Something's got to give. Finally, that enough time where you get that secondary in position right out front. Catches it by surprise, and M80 bleed through eventually after spending, 2-3 minutes on defense, it felt like. And, oh my God, the kickoff goal could have really helped things. Three Leprechauns, this has got to be frustrating. You held them at bay for so long and didn't take that much out of M80 to get the first one.
They had their chances. I mean, it's not like they've been, for Leprechauns, it has not been like they have been stuck on the blue half for most of this game. They've been able to break out and create some chaos. But M80 are starting to show, again, there's levels to this, and once they stretch the field and take away your corner grabs, what else do you have? How do you path back to boost? How do you make that decision on ball? Oh, almost had a look at the net, had a hovering defender right in front of him. Waterfall down. No extra touch. But this is the best chance Three Leprechauns have had to have all numbers up and try to find a goal.
I like Vor's, his presence in front of the net. It's making sure that if the rebound is centers out, that it's not going to be free. And Three Leprechauns fighting tooth and nail. Mech heads back. He's in a 1v2 and he has the perfect catch. Sails away with a full tank. So much space being made, but 14 seconds. Three Leprechauns had such a good start to the series. And now this final drive could be how they force overtime as Pukizal, the momentum, gets killed in that moment. Ball can still stay up, no boost for Smokes, and it's an absolute brawl as it lands down, and we have an even series.
Yeah, M80 played that really well. Sometimes the series comes down to this very generic gameplay. You know what you're going to get from either side. Not so much boom ball, much more solo play, like you said, Jen. Solo play through the corner, constant, incessant. And at the time, M80 were pretty keen to play that game, and eventually they were rewarded. But if Three Leprechauns are not going to give you anything on the other side, then just keep playing that game. If it's not broken, don't fix it. M80 do just that. And again, if it's good enough to win, it's good enough to win at this stage. They take advantage of a sleepy Three Leprechauns offense and now have us a 1-1 series.
And that's the patience from M80 that really paid off, because like I said, I just thought eventually this was going to get through. The mistakes have to be forced, and to stay as composed as they were and flawless throughout that is very, very commendable, especially after the day that they've had, and both teams having a very long day. Still managing to kind of stick to their fundamentals. And as soon as M80 had that opportunity, it wasn't perfect initially, but they had enough attempts to work on it for eventually M80 to get the 1-goal win. So Three Leprechauns, now they got to dig deep of how much more can this offense produce.
Gotta produce something. Gotta have a game 1 remedy in the back pocket. Because M80 will play this style of game, or whatever version you want to get if you're Three Leprechauns. M80 will play it, and they'll beat you at it. Oh, nice demo. But, and they counter. Long touchdown field. Looking for the double, not there. Follow-up will be, as Met gets back in time. Opening shots, much more fanfare to start. This is game 3. What a demo, and Mech flicks it forward for the first.
And Mech has been the most consistent one on the M80 side. Like, if you give him the ball, you give him a chance. He does not miss it. Nice shot from the midfield as well. So, and kind of just when I was reading about M80, I mean, Goffs and Vors had so much more recent results to report about, to be excited about, and Mech kind of shows up as this newcomer, but it's this underestimated talent that can really catch you off guard. And clearly the grind has put him in a position to be in good form for this. M80 kick things off.
They are 2 games away from getting some revenge from the loss earlier. And again, being a squad that can come out and represent so much of the best that Rocket League has to offer with the organizations across the board. A legacy organization. Nonetheless, what a shot from Mech. He is starting to heat up. That's 2 in a row now. And in no space. What's on a dagger? Wow.
Goffs kept them busy and distracted too.
Ooh, upper
what
90.
a slot. Yeah, I love that. Back-to-back goals from Mech. And Three Leprechauns have not had an answer in several minutes. You're starting to worry if this is kind of the shades of that PCS Stride match where you start off strong, you start off in control and adaptations, and then no answer.
They're getting gassed. I thought game 1, it was so confident. And now they're getting picked apart as they go back downfield again on the defensive end. I remember back in that conversation in game 2 when I said they had been able to break out and hadn't really been stuck in the blue half. Since then, they've been stuck. They have been kept back every single time. M80 doing a very good job of just controlling the game and playing some of this mid-range the way they have so far, and it's working. Wins the 50. Smokes. Sends it into the orange half. Power play for the moment for Leprechauns. Nowhere to go with it. And down goes Mech all the way downfield. Good save from Smokes.
Oh, nice setup in front of the net, and 3 Leprechauns paying attention. And I think everyone is, for players like Pukis, Vors, and Goffs, who kind of were underestimated going into EU regionals and finishing out, getting into playoffs or really deep into the Swiss stage. So either team that qualifies into the EWC LCQ top 16 from this point, oh, wait a minute, a drop down, and what a save from Vors. Either team that makes it out of this, it's going to be an underdog and have a lot to prove. So every single rep is going to matter here.
Yeah, the tough part, not only about the seeding, but just also the quality of competition on paper. You make it out of this, you never know what's going to happen in the playoff bracket. You never know, but history does have a way of giving you a clear answer, and either of these teams are going to have to play above their pay grade should they find success for fighting through a 16-team bracket where only one team gets to represent the entire LCQ moving into the $1 million tournament in just a couple of days. It's a lot of asks for these players, but we will be finding out who is capable as Shark comes down for the ground pinch, gets a dribble, continues. Shark's doing everything he can. Somebody's got to help him out. Go for a clear, a bump on the goal line, a demo, something. Help this man. Down 2-0. It might be 3, and it won't be. Long clear again. He's back on defense. Shark is everywhere, but he can't be there. He's doing all he can. M80, 3-0.
Wow. You can't deny the effort that 3 Leprechauns have put out, but M80, they have 2 legs standing underneath them, and they are standing that much taller right now. And the gap between the score is getting ever so larger. I don't see that donut lasting for too long for the 3 Leprechauns, but 90 seconds left. It's looking like a desert out there.
Yeah, it is. Unless something turns around here. We know this team's capable. We know that the 3 Leprechauns have shown that they can go toe-to-toe against M80. For leg. Here we go. Backward. All the way down. Minute 9. If this goes in, we're just going to think about the next game, which it probably... No. Long clear. Lucas downfield. Can't redirect it. M80 will try to kill time here. Long, booming shot towards the corner. 2-1 in the series for M80. 1 game away from being the last team to qualify. Playoffs tomorrow. Less matches, but still high-octane action and a decent amount of matches that we will be covering, and we'll be going through all of the big ones. Do not worry. But this is definitely a spot that if you're M80, I mean, this is what you've worked for all week, all weekend. You've been able to shake off a lot of the rust, a lot of the mistakes in the last few matches, and this is your chance to really put the hammer down.
For M80 to shut out 3 Leprechauns 2 games in a row, I mean, depending on what happens in the next 20 seconds, is quite insane, because the talent is certainly there. This is Team Ireland that already qualified to that ENC main event. So 8 seconds left. There's always something to build upon, but only one last chance now after this. M80 now getting to match point. Now, obviously, you have an org as prestigious as M80 taking notice of the talent on display even previously. Wants to support them. They got the jerseys, they got a coach, and they have a chance to surprise everyone in top 16 tomorrow.
Yeah, they do. They just need another 5-minute set. And we started off with a big demo in the net that made M80 feel like there was no reason they can't get physical, and boy, did they. Non-stop pressure, big bumps, big clears. Shark tried all he could. I mean, he was everywhere on the field. He just can't do it all. Did it on offense, did it on defense, and then eventually, the dam does break, the water comes through. And I love the reaction we get from M80 of not only hype, but also like focus, poised, confident, and simply focus on the match we have in front of us, as they are just 1 map away.
Really a confidence-driven team from M80, trying to stay as focused as they can. You don't want to get too hyped up, but you heard some screaming from the 3 Leprechauns side in game 1. They are also a very energy-based team, but so quiet. The coach has to just stabilize them. You see, we're almost meditating because lower bracket. It doesn't get any more stressful than this. Also entering what, hours 7, 8, 9. I don't even know at this point for these teams how early they got up. So I know it's been a grueling day. It's a grueling task because we'll get our third here for 3 Leprechauns. We need 3 of them, not 2. And we'll see how this series ends. If it's going to be Champions Field or M80 to top 16.
It feels like M80 to top 16. Just by the momentum of the series, unless we get more from everybody else, including Smokes, including Pukas. Shark has been trying all he can. Opening physicality, opening demos go the way of M80. We're establishing a baseline on that back wall. Keep an eye on that as we get into this Coliseum match. 5 minutes on the clock, another big demo. Trying to poke it over, but when you're playing a 3v2 constantly, there's only so many ways you can go with this ball, and you're going to be low on boost all the time. As it looks like it's going to be a free touch here for M80 to extend it downfield, and they will. Trying to send it on its way. Not quite the angle. But, ooh, almost. A little bit more threatening from 3 Leprechauns, but M80 should be able to handle it.
Man, 3 Leprechauns have had to kind of put out some fires with pretty low boost, and this gets real scary. Off to the side it stays. Now M80, 1v1 in the net. Vorse puts up a wall, and he gets help putting it off to the side. Still no score. Back-to-back shutouts. The 3 Leprechauns just want one to kind of get their hopes back up.
Yeah, one of the Rocket League games where 3 minutes goes by quickly, and 5 minutes feels like nothing. Already burned a bit of time off the clock. And a volley of shots from M80. Downfield next waiting. Tries to pop it over as Goff. Nothing to it here. Through the challenge. Space. M80 taking advantage of the backboard play. Goff's waiting for it. Nice little give and go, but unfortunately was just a bit off target. And the defense will have no problem taking it out.
Defense is ironclad so far. I'd love to see that. Mech, though, if there's one pop-off player in this lobby, it's got to be this guy. How M80 can support him, but you really got to peel back 3 Leprechauns, really bait them out of the space because they're occupying the zone and there's just no getting through them. Smokes, though, had some good early showings, of course, in that game 1 where they scored 4 goals, but nothing since. So 3 Leprechauns got to get excited yet again because the talent is there. It just needs to be executed.
Oh,
there it is.
Baby. Come on now. We needed something. Shark gets it. Gorgeous catch. Nice setup by Pukas, and everybody getting a look at this one. That is a for a Leprechaun style play that jolted them into success in game 1. That has been shut out since. Needed something. Needed just a sign. Injection of energy. Shark going up for 2. And immediately gets rewarded with a demo. Mech stalled. Smoke still circling. Now all of a sudden it feels like the Leprechauns are feeling a little bit more aggressive, a little more confident.
A lot of disruption from 3 Leprechauns. Sometimes questionable choices of challenges. And now the third man even gets involved. Shark rotates back post, and Smokes, he's just constantly keeping M80 on their toes. Like just harassing them nonstop. And eventually, maybe it'll turn into something 3 Leprechauns can work with. But they're the ones in the lead right now, so the weight is on the shoulders of M80 to deny Champions Field.
And for M80 now, one of the rare times in this series where they've been down a goal. And what can they do to shut this thing down and end this series in 4? Lord knows they would not want to go to Champions Field. Anything's possible there. Next downfield ready for it. Not the best touch from Goffs. Trying to get way more of an angle on that. Instead, kind of skied it. And Vorse over the top. Lovely shot from production. Goffs gets beat. Shark, 1v1, 50s. This teammate dies. And with that, it means Pukas has to come back quickly, get onto the play, buy some time for his teammate to get boost. And now back to full strength for both teams, but M80 are still looking for that opening, and they might have just got it. Mech. Nope, not gonna happen here.
Yeah, just a lot of these head-first challenges, and oh, I like the way that Pukas runs through this, and M80 forced to run back to salvage the moment that I thought 3 Leprechauns could have transitioned, counterattacked, and maybe put a nail in the coffin for this game 4, because a minute left. It's still at arm's reach for M80. They have to get out of dodge, and they are just being clapped back every step that they take. They are tripping up over their laces. And you can't afford anything else to bleed through as 3 Leprechauns will keep them honest.
Oh, a little bit jumpy at times. That's a quality attempt, just not quite the accuracy. Long clear downfield. Vorse trying to find it. A demo. Pukas punches it away again. Again, killing more time off the clock. M80 looking for the back pass, looking for something downfield, passing it to nobody. I don't know if he was expecting his teammate. I think he was going up the wing, and it was maybe just a miscommunication. That's likely the case, because that is normally the setup that M80 have gone for today. But unfortunately, again, communication not their strong suit right now, as 3 Leprechauns will not go quietly. I say that, though. Teardrop down. Just can't get it in. They had the tie. They keep it up. The corner. The bounce. Oh, my word. Folks, we're going 5, and we will decide who gets top 16 between M80 and the Leprechauns.
The Uno reverse card of now shutting out M80. And through many valiant attempts from M80, but all it takes is one, and 3 Leprechauns break their shutout curse after dropping game 2 and game 3, not putting up any offense. And all they needed was the shark to strike, and you could tell how much that meant to them. Their journey's not done yet. If anything, it could even continue.
Man, I can't imagine what the thoughts are like for the 3 Leprechauns, knowing that, number 1, they've pushed M80 the distance. Number 2, they would be, let's be honest, they would be pulling an upset here if they win this series. And number 3, I mean, with a name like 3 Leprechauns, I kind of want to see it. I want to see it top 16. The vibes are high. Obviously, getting themselves a chance to settle in, focus. But they just showed that when their backs are, when they're tested, I should say, that they were able to handle the pressure, not only dominate the game, but they responded to M80's counterattacks with brilliant counterattacks of their own. And now it's just about finding that last bit of magic as we go to game 5, and 5 minutes on the clock to decide who gets the last spot.
Featuring Paris. And what a map to end this on. And to end our broadcast, end our day. 3 Leprechauns, they've meditated, they've composed themselves, but M80 just need to get through once, it seems. Very low-scoring affair, a tug-of-war, it seems, but look how energized M80 already look as Goffs is left alone, looking for the ground pinch. Down low, 3 Leprechauns will welcome it.
That's such a wild sentence to say out loud. Think about it, it's 4:20 on the clock. We just keep things moving. Mech taken away by Goffs. Extra extension goes nowhere, but the boys in blue do maintain their hold at the midfield. And Shark, who is really a hustler through those 4 or 5 minutes of game 2 and 3, kind of willed this team back into being able to score. And finally, everyone else picking it up. It's bumped off the back wall. Of course, still nowhere to go with this one, but M80 now trying again.
Yeah, speaking of just the 3 Leprechauns, you know, a no org versus org, like there's extra pressure to perform when you're at an EWC event like this. A lot of orgs like to sign teams for this, and you're definitely expected to get to top 16, at least with even just the names on paper, let alone the org that believes in them. And now you gotta go through and claw your way through game 5. M80 still trying to work together, but at this point we're just 50ing everything we can and kind of see what sticks. And it's Vorse from the top rope.
Yeah, quite a bit. This challenge, this win, sets it up on a platter, and M80 needed somebody just to come in and ensure that that one goes through, and they do. 3 minutes, 16 seconds. Advantage M80. Leverage M80. And 3 Leprechauns get anything going. What a teardrop. Wow, Goffs. Holy. I love the player cams. They're so excited. They're like, focus, focus. We have to make sure we close out the last 3 minutes. We saw this way back in the first series in game 2 of M80's run earlier in the winner's bracket. Same touch, almost same result. And now they're up 2.
Wow. What an opportunity for M80. Capitalized on when 3 Leprechauns asleep at the wheel. talk about insurance and kind of the low-scoring affair that the series has been, too, is definitely something to feel good about. Now this will force the hand of 3 Leprechauns to think quickly and think on their feet. So you're going to need a layer of creativity after how much of a struggle it has been. But hey, you're Force Champs Field. You can't die out here yet.
Well, I mean, Champions Field's where diamonds are made. A mistake that M80 is going to want back. Keep it on the ground. A pass to Smoke. Oh, skied it. Going to want it back. Double. Setting it up. No. Some nerves kicking out now for the 3 Leprechauns. They're starting to feel the pressure. They know they're down. They know their tournament life is on the line. And they're starting to make some small mistakes.
Yeah, even Puka should have just gone for the direct shot there and couldn't do anything with it. And we need a step up from him. Kind of put up some really nice results in EU. And how about another attempt? Crossbars. Smokes can't work through traffic. And feels like you're only going to get one good attempt before M80's defense solidifies. So now 3 Leprechauns will have to bring this back.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to. That might be the dagger. Frustration starting to set in. Vorse for 2 in the game. Beautiful read off the ceiling. M80 have done everything they need to. You can see the trash talk coming out. They're confident. They're feeling it. Just don't play dumb. That's it. You survive the next minute 40, and you will be the last team to enter into the playoff bracket.
This does raise those consistency issues from the M80 side of what they have to address after this match and going into tomorrow, because it's a quick turnaround. It's going to be an early morning, same time, same place for anyone who cares about playoffs. Tomorrow, top 16 is going to be some stiff competition, and Mech adds to the stats. And he's really been a lovely surprise for this team, because Goffs and Vorse know each other well from different teams, a style that they're acclimated to, and then you incorporate Mech, and if anything, he's the one you want to enable on this squad.
Yeah, it's when you see Mech starting to score late in the game, but it's already 4-0. You're like, oh, so things are going good. That's what you're telling me. So far, it's been the M80 show. Questions about whether this team had enough to be able to get over the finish line, and no longer having those same conversations. It has been the M80 dominance in Game 5. Lucas just sent one towards the upper 90. It's still taken away. 60 seconds on the clock separate M80 from a guaranteed top 16, and 3 Leprechauns trying to find anything. Just a bit late. Is anybody else going to step up and make a play? Shark, nowhere to go with it. And back into the hands of Mech, who can take his time working downfield.
40 seconds left, and 3 Leprechauns at least want to go out swinging. And it's just Mech that's going for a home run at this point. At least it'll look nice on the bracket at the end of the day. And speaking of, you guys will want to stick around for these next 33 seconds, not for anything crazy here, but for the fact that we're going to have that playoff bracket ready to go as soon as this match is done. And we'll give our closing thoughts on a couple of the matchups that we're expecting to see, because this is where it's going to be the best of the bunch. Well, we started with 128 teams, and only 16 will survive. And only 1 will even move on from the LCQ into the actual main event. So,
yeah,
pretty insane experience, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely unreal weekend of games. We have cleared off team after team after team after team, and it just comes down to 16 left. M80 do what they have to. Victory celebrations across the board, fist bumps and good vibes. They will qualify for top 16 playoff bracket tomorrow. And tip of the cap to the 3 Leprechauns for pushing this one the distance all the way to 5. Just ran out of gas at the very end. But M80 will be the last team, last representative coming from Group D. And we now have our top 16.
And I keep saying this Group D, I think, was the toughest one out of the 4. And I look at teams like 3 Leprechauns, aka Team Ireland, and then next to New Esports, who also have some really good talent from the North American side of things. In any other group, I feel like those 2 teams would have qualified. But unfortunately, their road ends here. And hey, for Team Ireland, the 3 Leprechauns, they're looking forward to ENC in that main event and working towards that. So their year is not done. Not sure what's next for next to New Esports, who also got eliminated alongside them, but at least we can be happy for the Lanimals, Genji, PCS Stride, and M80 being the final teams to enter playoffs tomorrow.
Man, I can't believe we've gone through all of these games. And guess what? Here's the surprise. Upper bracket, last chance qualifiers, double elim, and the playoffs to begin. Manchester City versus Dignitas, GK, PCS, Stallions, Lantique, Lanimals, BS Plus, and Gen, so on and so on. It's gonna be good. Top 16 and double elim. Oh, I'm excited. I can't wait.
I'm trying to pick some ones out that I'm really excited for. Genji versus Foot there near the bottom. Cheese Chronic Justin versus Magic Bear Frosty Evo.
Yeah.
So Cheese versus Magic Bear is already hyped.
Of course.
as heck.
Of course.
Of course, right? Dignitas Man City too is a good shout because Man City have been wobbly and you want to see them close out the year in style.
I mean, that's going to be a great one just for having Seiko versus Appjack and a real test for the rookie and the young player on Dignitas, that new third. And we'll see if Bora can step up and meet the moment in that round 16 again. It's all double elim, so if you lose, you have a second chance. But making the run from lowers after already playing through lowers is tough enough. Double elim can really pull teams away from their mental. Grand finals will be a best of 7. Keep that in mind. Everything else, best of 5. We've concluded all of our group stage in all of our groups, meaning that the best of 5s now just lead into the playoffs. So it becomes kind of standard Rocket League as you guys would expect from here on out. And it's going to be a phenomenal day tomorrow. I am so excited.
And not to make the joke, but my dark horse has to be Team Stallions. That MENA team looked insane. Okay. They're contesting, the Falcons. And, even their logo looks kind of similar. And Twisted Minds, like, MENA produces some crazy talent. If they somehow win over Lantique, they could go up against Lanimals, which then you have Stallions versus Lanimals, which is also hilarious. You got the Zoom matchup.
Vibes, absolute vibes. My only concern is I feel kind of for Lantique because they're going into the Lion's Den. Like, they are going into a 600-mile-an-hour series, and I don't know how they're going to handle that. And most teams can't. I don't know how they're going to be able to keep up with that pace. We'll be excited to see how it goes tomorrow, but that's the one match where I look at it and go, man, that feels unfair. Everything else, though, can't wait to get into it. So excited for the upper bracket. That is going to be all of the action for tomorrow, and we will, of course, be covering most of it. For the streams that do, or the games that do happen off stream, those on the lower bracket or anything else, we'll be giving you updates as we go, but everything else will be streamed, and we'll be covering all the way through the grand finals. Man, Manchester City, Dignitas, come on now.
Nice prize pool, too, for all of this before you even get to the main event. And only one team out of this entire bracket is going to EWC, which we could spend all day arguing who that could be, which region will stand out on top, because there's so many storylines of teams that really on paper look like they were going to meet expectations but then never did. So the big ones, especially how teams were formulated of picking out pieces, redoing everything, now facing former teammates, as we pointed out. But Spaceman, that's all we have for today.
That is, in fact, all we have left for today. That has been 4 groups of action, multiple teams, and 4 winners from each single group being qualified for the playoff bracket. And now we've come down to the very end of our weekend here, which means the playoffs is all that's left. That's all we have left for this stream, and LCQ will finish tomorrow. From all of us here on this end, we thank you so much for watching, for all of the groups, for all the players who showed up to stay up late from production, all the admins as well, working on site. Thank you all. We'll see you again tomorrow for playoffs. Have fun.
Let's go. J'ai dû fermer les yeux. job. Let's do it. Let's do it.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.